And we are back. Night 2. Could it be any better than night 1?
Oh, man.
Hey.
It's going to be hard to top. But I have a feeling it just might.
Usually the second night's stronger here, but last night was pretty good, so we'll see if we can make that happen again.
I think tonight's going to be a bigger night. Last night, 9 horses sold for over $1 million. Can we confirm that?
Confirmed.
All right, confirmed. This is ABR Live at the Fasig-Tipton Saratoga Sale. We are so excited to be back here again for session 2. We are at hip 110 when we pick up the action a little after 6:30 tonight. I'm Dan Tordjman. She's Ren Carothers. She's Rachel Miller. He's Evan Ferraro with Fasig-Tipton. Evan, we're going to start it with you. You touched on it briefly, but just level of excitement coming out of last night.
I'll tell you, the first night, you never quite know where you are. You have hopes, the way the sale's coming together, that things are going to go well, but that certainly went beyond our expectations. So, the pressure's off a little bit. I think everybody knows what they're doing here now and should shape up for a great night tonight. So
We got to talk to Bobby Flay before the sale.
Mm-hmm.
Tell us, did you speak with him yourself personally after he had his colt go through for $2.7 million?
I did not. I could not get through the throngs of reporters, but certainly Lynn Hancock of Stone Farm's a friend of mine, and she was sure over the moon. So.
Yeah, and there were so many good stories. We were talking about this gentleman who bought a horse for $1.4 million, first time buying a thoroughbred. If you want to share that story, I think it's pretty.
Yeah, I mean that's what can happen to Saratoga. You never know who's going to show up or what kind of story they have. He's a Swiss man named Shell Anderson. He's been in standardbreds for 25 years. He watched Race for the Crown on Netflix.
That's so cool.
Thought he might get the bug for the thoroughbred thing. Flew over, met Kenny McPeak, and now he owns a $1.4 million Not This Time colt. So
Wow.
pretty exciting.
I mean, what a way to jump in and make a splash into the industry.
Yeah.
Going up over $1 million. I mean, that's pretty cool. And the fact that it came by way of Race for the Crown.
Yeah, I mean, that's what we hope for with that, right? More exposure, maybe some new blood.
Getting more people into it.
Absolutely, which, a big criticism on racing back in the day was we missed television in the 70s, 80s, and a lot of other sports did. But with all these options now with streaming, social media, I think it's ripe for us to get more stuff like this and increase our profile. So, I mean, that was fantastic.
Well, it's nice that you touched upon that because last night we had Ed Rosen's son, Jeremy Rosen, who's part of BBN, and his son, Nate was he 16?
16.
And,
wow.
And Dan brought up, well, Nate had actually said that he's seeing a lot more young people at the track, and Dan asked him, well, why do you think that is? Why do you think the demographic is skewing younger again? And he said it's because of social media and seeing Griffin Johnson and seeing,
he name dropped Griffin?
Yeah, he name dropped Jason Worth. And just the accessibility that social media provides has brought these young kids into the sport, even vicariously for now. Hopefully they'll be more active.
And I think they get an authenticity too. Like I think they trust seeing what these guys do. Like Griffin Johnson's at the barn and doing this and that. They're seeing how it actually works, and I feel like they say, oh, that's the way it is, and I think they like that.
Absolutely. So we do have some scenes. Like part of the thing about being here is that it's very easy to sell this scene, whether it's on social media or streaming or anywhere. So these were some of the scenes from yesterday and some of the shots from earlier today. It's been beautiful, by the way. The only problem, if we can complain at all, is just about the heat being right at our back. So we're all drenched right now. But
we can't complain. The guys who are making the pizza over there, they're the true warriors.
They are. But look at this crowd. I mean, this is this is standard, right? This is like nothing. This is it, right? This is.
Or was that exceptionally busy?
First night is always a very busy time, but I think especially last night with the weather being so good that it was even better than usual. So, I mean, it was a hell of a scene.
It was amazing. And then again, just celebrities around, mainstream celebrities, racing celebrities. We have some of them behind us. Everywhere you look, you're like, oh, she. I mean, Ren just like jumped out of her seat. She's like, oh my gosh, Todd Pletcher's here.
I thought you were getting excited about me.
Oh, well, yes, that too.
I mean, Todd's cool. Todd's cool. He's a Hall of Famer. I mean, come on.
Yeah.
Well, we like Marshawn Lynch too.
That's what I was hoping that you were teeing up, Dan. Please tell me that you got to interact with Marshawn Lynch last night.
I did not, unfortunately, but some coworkers of mine did. And, I think it was as advertised. It was great.
Rachel,
he's got to come out of his shell a little bit. I mean, he's a little introverted.
Yeah, Shall we echo his inspo? Don't look down unless there's money on the ground.
Yeah, or Skittles, right?
Evan, we know it's a busy night for you. We don't want to hold you for too long. Just briefly, if you could, we know you've also got another sale coming up. Tell us what you're looking forward to the rest of tonight, and then tee up the upcoming sale as well.
Okay, so we've got some exciting horses coming tonight. We've got some really big pedigreed horses selling tonight. We've
Well,
got
that's
a
for sure.
half-sister to journalism. We've got a half-sister to Seize the Gray. We've got some really nice representation by Into Mischief, Not This Time, Gun Runner. So, you know, you know, I'm not sure which one shakes out on top, so it'll be fun to watch. So anyways, we got through tonight, and then the minute the sale's over, our guys, they turn these stalls over, get all that muck out, get them rebedded, and we've got New York bred shipping in Thursday, and we've got about 300 to sell Sunday and Monday here, New York breds, and it's
And
a
those
great,
incentives here are great for New York breds.
yeah, it's a great group, and there's an added excitement this year because beginning next year, the New York breds are going to run for the same amount of money as the open horses, so this purse parity
Wow.
is going to be, I think, huge for the New York bred program and hopefully the sale. So.
All right. Well, we've got a video to show people for the New York Bred sale, but I want to thank you for stopping for a few minutes, and thank you again for the hospitality, having us here for these two special nights.
Yeah, you guys have been great. So
Thank you.
it's been a lot of fun. So see
It's
what
an
we do
honor for
tonight.
us.
Let's go. Let's
right.
do it.
Appreciate
Evan
it.
Ferraro.
All right, have a great night.
Thank you.
The Fasig-Tipton New York Bred Yearling Sale, the industry's leading source for quality New York breds, selected on conformation and pedigree. Recent grads include multiple graded stakes winner Mo Flex and New York bred champions Pandagate and With the Angels. Yearlings in this year's catalog will compete for equal purse money as open company horses on the NYRA circuit in 2026. The Fasig-Tipton New York Bred Yearling Sale, August 10th and 11th in Saratoga Springs, New York. Where will you be?
Whoa, what are we doing here? What are we doing here? Back from commercial, nobody's ready. Everybody's refilling their drink.
I dropped the mic.
We hope you're refilling your drink at home if you're watching. Let us know how you're celebrating this night. It's a great night. Alexa is celebrating out in the heat. Alexa standing by. Can you hear us?
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
I do. Who you got there?
I've got Blake Ferguson here. Blake is a bid spotter. How are you feeling tonight?
They've teed it up pretty high for us. Last night was an incredible sale, and tonight we're looking for fireworks for sure.
Looking for fireworks. Well, tell me how you first got into bid spotting, because this is a very unique gig.
It is that. So I interned at Keeneland almost 20 years ago now, and fell in love with the business and wanted to stay close to the horse. So the auction method was a natural transition, and since then measures out to about 35 different companies a year, and primarily horse sales.
Wow, so you're always on the move.
About 180 days a year.
Oh my gosh. Okay, so you see a lot. So what's the craziest bidding method or tactic that you've seen?
I think D. Wayne Lucas would take the cake for that. He was well known for being kind of under the radar, but he would always just tap his foot, and that was his tell. When he was ready to bid, he would just tap his foot.
That's so subtle, such class, love it. Do you get invested when you're the one spotting the bid in a big bidding war for millions of dollars?
Absolutely. Living in Lexington, I'm close to a lot of the horse farms, and I know a lot of the people, so I always try to do my best to keep up client relations, but a lot of these guys I'm lucky enough to call my friends, guys and ladies, of course. But it's a fantastic business, and Saratoga, Fasig-Tipton it's a sale like none other. There's nothing else like it.
Alexa, sorry. Can we interrupt with a question?
You can interrupt with a question. What you got?
All right. So first of all, the guy's got great pipes. Incredible.
You have great
Yes.
pipes.
Incredible.
That's what they're saying.
So
The
that's
timbre of that voice.
unbelievable. Very, very nice.
Great voice. Yeah, are you going to be an auctioneer with that voice?
I do a little bit of
figured.
auctioneering. I have an auction company back home. I do quite a bit of charity
Does he
stuff.
sing?
But these guys that sell here, and Keeneland, of course, are some of the best in the world, if not the best in the world. So I'm lucky enough to call them friends and colleagues, and I know what it takes, and I don't have it. I'm much better served on the floor, interacting with the buyers for sure.
Dan, I stole your question. What were you going to ask?
Okay. So the question was, you asked him what was the most unique bidding style. I wonder, he's going to out himself here a little bit. what was like the weirdest, most embarrassing thing that someone has done where he called their bid and they were, were they yawning? Were they, scratching their head?
Okay, he wants to know what like the weirdest or most embarrassing thing someone has done where you've called a bid and it wasn't a bid, like were they yawning or stretching or?
So Saratoga is a party town without question. So when the alcohol gets flowing, there's certain people that tend to get a little involved that have no intention of buying a horse and may start hooping and hollering or standing up and yelling and clapping. And of course, we're on a hair trigger. So anytime somebody moves or puts a hand in the air or makes a noise, we're looking around. It's happened more than once, but we do our best.
Well, you're doing a great job. I hope you get the sales topper tonight. That would be exciting.
One can hope. Everybody here is super capable, and we're very lucky to have the team that we do. But personally, I try to keep up with them as much as I can, so a sales topper wouldn't hurt my feelings.
Hell yeah. Well, if you're watching the stream, Blake's inside. He gets the air conditioning.
Lucky.
And he's right in the middle, I think. So keep an eye out for Blake. Thanks for chatting with us.
All right. Thank you very much. Have a good night.
All right. Thank you. Great job, Alexa. That was a good way to start off. So that's such a cool job, such a unique job.
Right? So I know that auctioneers go to an auctioneer school so that they can speak in the cadence and tone. But essentially a bid spotter is like a pointer dog. Like if you're hunting or something, they catch when someone's bidding or the foot tap and like knowing the clients and who's bidding on what. What a thrill, honestly.
Yep.
Oh, I don't want that pressure.
I know.
Seem high
I would be
pressure.
I'm
misreading
observant, but
things.
I'm not that observant.
No, I don't even proclaim to be observant in the slightest. It would all be going right over my head. Would not be a good hunting dog.
Yeah, I was like, no, he's just picking his nose. Okay, never mind.
So we've got some scenes
Alex,
here as
right now
walking
he's
around
actually
the where's the sound coming from? Oh, it's coming from this. There we go. No echo now. All right. So you see the sales ring on the bottom. So we are about 20 minutes away from the action starting there. You're also getting on the top right there, which we can go full screen on here. This is the outdoor ring. So this is when the horses come out. This is when the public first gets a chance to look at some of the horses before they go through. What would you be looking for if you were there? I mean, I know, just sum it up in 10 seconds.
If I'm looking at what now?
If you're looking
The
at the
horses.
horses coming out for the first time. We
Oh,
talked about
I
yesterday,
just,
the poise, the composure.
I mean, well, these people have already pretty much put their short list together. So they're looking at the horses they got on the list.
Mm-hmm.
So I might not necessarily be looking at these horses, but let's say they were on the list. I want to see how composed they are. I want to see, if they're no worse for the wear, because part of being a racehorse is, of course, having to, perform under pressure.
Mm-hmm.
I've heard of some people who they loved a horse and they saw the horses totally melt down in the ring and they decided not to go for it.
I mean, that makes sense. I mean, especially with some of the numbers we're talking in terms of an investment here. So
I'm so excited about our first on-set guest tonight. Well, apart from Evan, obviously, but
our first guy who's going to be involved in some of the, well, he has been
he's
over the years
already
in
been
some
involved.
of the, yeah, he already
So,
has been.
We've been talking a lot.
We should introduce him first.
Well, I'm going to introduce him.
We got to
We've
give
been
Ren the
talking
floor
a
for
lot
them to-
about
We should just leave.
Flightline.
We know she's going to just talk to you directly.
We've been
and ignore
talking a
us.
lot about Flightline all week because, obviously the yearlings coming through the sale. Right here, one of the absolute best eyes in the biz. There may be people as good. There's nobody better than David in Gordo. And he's the one that signed the ticket for Flightline back here at Saratoga for $1 million. And it's just always a thrill to talk to you, David. I mean, you're a friend, but I still am like, oh my gosh, I'm talking to David and Gordo.
Now you have to do the same for her. Go ahead, David.
No, I'm joking.
I'm speechless. I don't know what to say. I'm very rarely at a loss for words, but you've got me there.
She props it up well. So tell us about what last night looked like for you, what tonight looks like for you as a bloodstock agent at these sales. How does this all come together for you?
I tell you what, trying to buy them was a nightmare. This is one of the most active bidding sales I've been to in a very long time. And when they say the sport's dead, you're not in here buying horses and new people, different people. I think it was great. Like, I believe we're in an ecosystem. So, of course, I want to buy the ones I want to buy. And, the catalogs come out online. We start doing our research. Then I spend 2 weeks looking around on the farms before these horses come up here. And so I've got my little stars and all the ones I like, and I draw hearts in the book. You know what I mean? If you looked at my catalog, it
It's
looks
like a
like
diary.
If you looked at my catalog, it looks like my 14-year-old daughter's journal. And this guy's spending all my money in buying horses. But I mean, we like we find them, we love them, and then you come here, and then you find out, oh, so so's Donato, and so is this guy, and that, and then you got to go in there and bid, and you hope. Like Flightline was 6 years ago.
Yeah, that's crazy.
It takes that long sometimes to find out what you did right or wrong. And like in his case, it was amazing. And I'm very blessed to have 2 very special horses like that in my life, amongst a whole lot of other good ones we've been involved with. I have to find one more for Cherie, my wife.
We love Cherie DeVoe.
We do love her, yes. You need to give her like the hype lesson. I'd feel a lot better. Like in the morning when I get up. Yeah, in the morning, it's getting me pumped up. It'd be great.
But you guys are such a dynamic team for sure, and I know that in addition to a lot of the other work you do as an agent, whether it's for West Point, Lane's End, you also have Belladonna, and it's such a great concept because when you have this syndicate, this is a curated sale. You curate these horses, and you buy into the whole roster.
Yeah, it's so. I joke about a lot of things because it deflects, But it's like when you want to do something. I love owning horses. I'm very proud of my involvement at the racetrack because without across the street in the winner's circle and the winning post, there is none of this at all. And I think everybody needs to remember what we're doing out here, which is the horse and racing them. Let's see whose horse is faster than the other. And all the stuff with the sales and the breeding and everything else. Without the races, we have show horses. So we need to remember that. So why I bring all that up is I want to own them. And I can't afford, I know what it takes to get where I want to go. So I'd rather have a little piece of a big deal and be able to go and try to win across the street and try to win in the Breeders' Cup and try to do these things. So when we started it, it was like, okay, how much do we have? And we had some friends that all were like, let's pool our resources. And it grew, and it grew really organically. And listen, irregardless, when we walk out the door, trust me, Cherie is just like every trainer I have ever met. And she's the trainer, I'm the agent, blame the agent stuff. But I was very blessed that, we're supposed to find talent in horses and people. And she's helped this partnership move along and get where we are. We've won grade ones. We've done a lot. We have a good strike rate at the track. And we're not, there's nothing wrong with claiming horses, but we're running at a high level. So this year, all the partners have increased what they're doing, and they want, they want the big trophy races. So here we are.
And like you said, it takes oftentimes years and years to know if the horse that you selected to buy lives up to the promise on the track or in a stallion career. So for those that might not be familiar with your approach as a bloodstock agent, what is it that stands out to you about yearling horses and picking them? Is it something about their personality? Is there a specific trait that you look for that gives them that competitive edge? Because clearly you're very good at selecting nice horses.
I think horses are just like any kind of athlete. So like Marshawn, whose whole interview will go down in one of the best things I've seen in a long time. Because I would love to say what he says sometimes, but I cannot do it. You'd be beep, 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 beep. So, but I guarantee you when he was a kid and he was playing Pop Warner football and he was in junior high and high school, he had a look, a build. And wide receivers and quarterbacks and linemen and all the positions have a type. So horses are very, very similar. So, we have a catalog page that it's like the specs on a car or any piece of equipment. This is what it's going to do. This is what my Mac does. It's got all this stuff. That pedigree is the same thing for us as horse buyers. So I go and look at a lot of horses. A lot.
And how many would you estimate yearling horses every year that you
But
put
he
eyes
even
on?
sometimes starts before when they're on the farm as foals.
Yeah, so take Flightline. My daughter, she go, hey, Dad, every other word's flight line. There's a great video, and I gotta find it, where she impersonated me in the vest and the jeans, and she had a shirt. And
So good.
Buy, sell, flight. You know, it was great. But every time I say the horse's name, you know, it's for, you know, she gets tired of it. But anyway, him, I've seen 70 of his foals, and I've seen a lot of them multiple times. So like the horse West Point bought last night, the half the
For
barns.
1.1.
Yeah. That filly's a killer. I sent Bobby Spalding a text. I was kind of giving him a little, you know, shit.
Oh, I love Bobby. No,
Yeah,
he's
great
like,
guy.
yeah.
But I said, hey, have
Don't
you seen
apologize
this?
for that. I mean, you heard the Marshawn interview.
Yeah, horse manure.
Exactly.
I said, hey, have you seen this filly? You know, and I left the farm. He's like, no. I said, well, she'd be the best filly even on summer wind. Like, she's a queen. You see him develop. The one where Lane's End is selling, I mean, he's a dude.
Park Avenue?
Yeah, he's the man. And he's been that way since day one. So a lot of horses that we end up buying, I've seen them, you know, one way or another multiple times in their lives, or sometimes on my computer screen, you did the mating. We actually did the mating for Steve and Denise Smith on the Good Magic that brought all the money.
Oh, wow.
Because I asked Gretchen, my assistant, I said, didn't we do that? She's like, yeah, you got paid the commission from Hill and Dale for doing it. So, you know, you'll see these horses from the computer screen to the sale ring, and then we follow them on the racetrack. So you've seen the dam, you've seen the sire. I'm obsessed with it. It's all I do. I have no hobbies. I have nothing else.
You have your dog.
I have my dog and my family, but I love the horses. And if I had all the money in the world and didn't have to do anything, I would do this.
That's
Well,
awesome.
and it's remarkable too. I mean, we were missed. I know it was a different sale, but to have purchased Zenyatta for $60,000. I mean, you found, you know, a Hall of Famer there. I mean, you had Accelerate for mid-range. You had Flightline for the $1 million. They come at all purchase prices.
And I have Chestertown, who's the lead pony across the street, for $2 million. That didn't work out.
It happens.
And you know, well, no, and you know, I love Twitter. I love to read it. I don't want to engage in it. I love to read it. But I read what everybody says. And, you know, I love sports. So like Ryan Leaf. We all remember Ryan Leaf when he got drafted. He's
Well, I
the
do.
Chestertown. Yeah, they may not. He's a Chestertown of college quarterbacks in the pros. It happens in every sport,
Yeah,
you know.
that's a good point.
And we are, you know, you could call it money ball, you could call it venture capital. We're doing it with horses. And versus companies or players or whatever. Our athletes, our team, are these yearlings. This is our draft. You know, the combine's like the 2-year-old sale. And, you know, people, this is what they choose to do. And we go out here and we buy them. And, you know, Charlie Whittingham told me, you two, all of
The
you are
Eagle.
probably too young to remember
No,
Charlie Whittingham.
I'm old enough to
Yeah.
remember.
I got to be around him some. And he said, if you get a guy, you buy 4 horses, you get one of them to be a stakes horse, you've done your job. He didn't say stakes winner, just stake horse. And I was listening to Kenny McPeak. He's got his rule of 5, which is a good spiel. I liked it. You know, he's saying, you buy 5 horses, 2 are no good, 1 or 2 are okay, and you get one that gets you a promised land. We're in a 20% business. You know, if you look at everybody's stats in the Hall of Fame, I think somebody told me the average trainer is 18% that's in the Hall of Fame winners. So, you know, that. If you're coaching in Kentucky and you're 20%, you know, going into halftime, you know, half season in a basketball or football, you're going to get canned. Right. In here, you're going to the Hall of Fame. Yeah. So you got to think about what we're dealing with and how hard this really is. I mean, at least a kid, you know, you're recruiting for your team can talk to you. These horses, I look and I'm like, are you a good one?
And they say, yes, David, pick me, choose me.
And we needed to get you on early because it's going to be frenetic for you the next 4 hours. Can you kind of give us an idea of what the night is like for somebody who's had as much success as you have, the pressure that's on when you're working for so many entities?
Well, that's a great question. I take it very, very seriously. And I don't really drink. I don't really have fun. A lot of people say I don't have any personality. You know, whatever. I'm worried about what I'm doing here because I don't think it's right to come in here and be, you know, drinking and doing or whatever. But you guys can because you're having fun. I feel
seen.
No, for us it's very serious. I can't. If I buy a bad horse, and I made a bad decision, I can look at it and I go, hey, that one didn't work. Yeah, but
Bid on the wrong one.
Or if you, if you're, you know, I'm gonna buy more bad ones than good ones, and that's everybody does it. But I want to give it my all. So like here, you know, you're amped. I'm wired. You know, like I broke my foot, and I got out of the boot, and my foot does not hurt me here, but it's the adrenaline. Now this morning, I was like, oh, that was a bad idea.
I was going to say you're wearing normal shoes
Yeah,
with a broken
I'm
foot.
Trying to.
Oh my
fashion
God.
is pain. So no, but you know, so you're serious.
I said to them, I said he must hate wearing the boot because he loves his fashion.
Yep. No, and I like to walk around. But anyway, like here, last night was very, very difficult to work because you got so many people, so much going on. You're trying, you know, and you walk by somebody, hey, David, what's up? You know, Ren, what's going on? You stop for a second, you miss a horse. So I kind of lurk over by the area. And Gretchen, my able assistant, is very, very good about going, hey, there's one's coming up in 3-4 minutes, whatever it is. So
It takes a team, doesn't it?
it takes a village for me because
Yeah.
I'm high maintenance. So
Wanted to ask a quick question. You talked about all the research and the preparation and sort of the mental game and all the rest of it. But I wonder how much the heart comes into play, because you mentioned the flight lines, right? And your connection to that horse. We saw yesterday when she'll pick up the $2.7 million, Caravel by Gun Runner, right? And so you got to believe there's some, right?
America Gun Runner.
What did I say?
You said Caravel. That's all right.
Well, was it half to Caravel? No,
that's a different
That's
story.
another. Never mind. I'm mixing up my horses. Okay, thank you.
It's
So
okay.
America, that's right. How about you? Like, do you feel like you've got to leave here with a flight line?
I like to leave with 2 or 3 flight
Okay,
lines.
okay.
But
like emotionally, right? There's like a thing there.
no, well, yes and no. I am very passionate about the horses, but not all your geese are swan. So you've got to separate a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
And now I'm getting to the stage of my life. There's a lot of daughters, we bought, or even Cherie's been trained 8 years. Here's a half to this one, and
Right.
we had that. Right. There's a half.
There's always something.
Well, but that's a big help because Pedigree. So there's a half to Shotgun Hottie. So whatever her physical design was not perfect. I mean, she cost $45,000 when Jeff Ganji bought her. But she developed this and that. So now I'm looking at her and I'm looking at a half brother. I'm like, okay, he's got improvements. So wait a minute, so there's a drawing to the feels for the half, but then you get to the reality, wait a minute, this is a little better model. So now don't be surprised, if you see he bought that horse, and so we do follow, excuse me. Sorry.
And
It
everybody
makes
has a
sense
different
yeah,
angle, too.
Yeah. Oh, that makes sense.
The way that you operate as a bloodstock agent is different than the next person to the next person. And, candidly, this sale is also a party. So respect to you for keeping everything buttoned up so that you're making smart decisions. But clearly for some other people, the champagne is flowing. I think Bobby Flay told
Bobby
us the
said
story.
Champagne Courage. He named the filly Champagne Courage.
Because he had been, sipping here and there. But
But they said Alexa was interviewing one of the bid spotters earlier, and he gave a great story about how, because she asked, have you noticed anything over the years with certain people having certain ways in which they bid? And he mentioned D. Wayne Lucas and how he'd kind of just tap his foot.
Yep.
Do you have your own thing?
For what this will shock you. We were sitting inside, and the guy's a great guy. I love him. I'm trying to bid on horses. He looked at everybody but me. So I'm like getting ready to throw my catalog at him.
Oh my
and then
gosh.
finally, so what I usually do though is I ease in, and a couple of the auctioneers, especially Keeneland are friends of mine, and they're not going to run me. Like, they don't know what I'm going to bid to. So I'll be like, hey, the next 10, if you see me in my spot, watch for me. And so it ends up working out. But
Because I like to imagine all the bid spotters have like headshots of you all. They like, okay, this guy, this guy, this guy.
Yeah,
They're the
yeah.
ones that you need to keep
Right,
your eye
like,
on.
you'd be shocked how often that gets messed up.
Like
Oh my
wanted
gosh.
photos.
Yeah, like wanted
crazy,
photos.
Yeah.
There's-
It's
Dean
a
Gordo.
big frustration.
yeah, they're like,
Really? Wow. And there is a finesse to it because the way that bid could go, I don't even know how you follow it, how it's jumped from it could go from 10,000, it could jump from
Now,
100,000.
you have to really, really listen, and Their job is to entice you to bid. So you have to be patient. So remember, you're in charge. Like, I'm in charge. When I'm there, they, you're like, they're going, come on. And you're like, almost feel pressured. It's like, oh my God, here, hit this, come on, it's okay. You're like, no.
Let me think about this.
Yeah. And I just wait.
You channel Nancy Reagan, just say no.
Well, no, you just wait. And a lot of times, though, if I want them to know I'm there, I'll throw something early to be known so I don't get, it's just, and at the end of the day, I know what I'm going to do. They don't. And you're not going to make me do something I don't want to do. But they're very, very good because there's a lot of people that I see it. I watch them. Like, when I'm selling one, I'm like, that guy was good. That guy really made me some extra money there. That was good. So.
A seasoned veteran. Well, the sale is about to kick off momentarily. We really appreciate you taking the time to sit here and talk with us.
You're one of my favorite people.
In case she didn't make that clear enough.
Yeah.
She's going to start her training lessons with your wife to get that motivation speech in order.
Please.
But
I need a hype song.
You can put a new role within the organization, hype chick.
Yeah, hype chick. Add it to the accolades, onto the Pedigree.
That would look good with the resume.
David, seriously, thank you so much for taking the
guys.
time and sweating here with us on set.
I was like, you guys have a tan.
So let's add some extra lights to it. So,
yeah.
no, thank you. Really appreciate your time.
Thank
And we wish you luck tonight. We have Alexa standing by. Alexa, what's going on? Who you got out there?
Okay, we've been talking to trainers and owners and celebs, but this is a sale for everybody, and I'm here with Jess, Lauren, and Kelly. It's a family affair. What are you guys doing here?
Keep drinking.
We came here last year for the first time, had so much fun, and so we were like, we can't miss it again this year, and so we're just here to see some auctions and watch the horses go by.
Now, are you racing people? How did you get involved?
Well, we live in the area and we do love horse racing, so we're here quite a bit, and this is just another part of the racing in Saratoga, so it's a lot of fun.
You told me earlier off air that you're a horse owner, is that right?
Not a horse owner, but I grew up with Appaloosas, so I've been around horses my whole life, so yeah, I do love them.
And what are we drinking?
Well, we got a little champagne, little this and that, but I don't know, we'll see where the night brings us and if we want something else. So yeah, got a little taste test.
As the champagne rolls, will we get closer and closer to going inside and bidding on horses?
That would be fun, but I don't think my bank account will support that.
We're gonna need some more money from our dad.
From the dad, okay. Or, this is a great scene. You can go, do I see rings? Just one ring, ladies. Let's get on the hunt, get to the bar, find a man to buy
Basically
us
The
some
Bachelor.
horses. This is The Bachelor for horse racing.
Thanks, Alexa.
Thanks, guys.
That's a fun vibe and scene out there.
Yes.
I mean, how about this? I've got the two Millers here, and I've got the OG Miller. We got Penelope Miller.
Yay!
Good to be back home.
Oh my God, it has been way too long.
It's been way too long. Why haven't you had me on any live streams, Dan?
I mean, I haven't really seen you that often. I mean,
know.
come
I love
on.
that you sat on this for being on a show just to say, come on now.
So I run into 100 people a year who ask me, where is Penelope? So where is Penelope?
Penelope is a Florida bred now. No, I moved down with my dad after my mom died. So I get to hang out with him, watch racing, help him out, like planning breedings, planning sales, stuff like that. So we are here in Saratoga to just see the sights.
When you're watching racing, are you using all that great betting advice I gave you over the years?
Do you know I still check the website all the time and like point people to it? I am still on Team ABR even if I'm not like a salaried position.
That's so true. Once an ABR,
Always an ABR.
Always
Always.
an ABR.
And Penelope has taken some of my all-time favorite photos of me and Matt.
Well, you guys have the best hair, so
Matt's
kind of hard not to take a good
Matt's
picture,
is
Ren.
much better than mine.
Hot nonsense.
How about
Look at
your
those
hair
looks.
right now?
I
What's the
know.
inspo here?
The inspo was I got bored with green. So,
And this
I had
coincided
pink.
well for the Whitney Stakes.
It did. And like I have this whole outfit going on. It was like very 1970s Palm Springs. Like, has anyone seen my Quaaludes look? So.
Penelope is back. Penelope is back. I feel like terrible that I didn't bring a 5 and 5 list.
I mean, we can go off the top of our heads, man.
Freestyle.
It wouldn't be the first
This I
time.
would love to see.
I don't
Improvise.
think I don't think we're nearly plugged in enough as we used to be. I saw something with Sydney Sweeney. I don't think we should talk about that.
I think that's a skip for us, man.
So we're down to 4. The Whitney. What did you think about the Whitney?
I thought that was awesome. I actually had a little money on the horse that came in second, but
Okay.
it was really cool to see Sierra Leone total return to form. You know, getting a little revenge on the spa after last year. It was a great horse race. It was a good time, you know.
All right. Anybody want to throw out a third question for 5 and 5?
Tampa Bay Downs.
Yes.
How awesome is it that it's going to be what year?
100 years this next season. It is going to be amazing. Huge party. Lots of cool stuff on the horizon. I'm doing a little work for the track on a freelance basis. Ren, I know you are hugely involved. It's been 100 years of history for Tampa Bay Downs, and they have all been amazing. I mean, a path to the Kentucky Derby, a home for Breeders' Cup winners starting their next campaigns, and you know, it's warm. You can just sit on a bench in the sun, enjoy it with your friends, or have a formal occasion. But 100 years coming up this spring. It's going to be awesome.
Tampa Bay Downs. I haven't been there. I've got to add it to the bucket list.
Honestly,
Oh,
I
no.
worked at Tampa Bay Downs before I worked at ABR.
Oh, really?
And I will tell you, I was
Full
there
circle.
for the Tampa Bay Derby this year. It had been 15 years. God, that dates me, but since I'd worked there. And there were still so many people employed at that racetrack. I mean,
Oh,
it
I
speaks
love
so
that.
highly of that racetrack that they can, you know, maintain those relationships for decades at a time.
Do you remember what happened the one time we went to Tampa Bay Downs?
I made you meet Mouse.
Yes. And do you remember us walking around the backstretch and what happened to me? And you're like, oh, it's good luck. Don't worry about it.
Oh,
And
yeah, didn't a bird poop on you?
Yes.
Yeah.
And I
That's
proceeded
what
to
is good
lose
luck.
every single bet that weekend.
Well,
so
I
it was
didn't
not
say-
good luck.
It was good luck for the bird.
It was good luck.
There you go.
All right, we got
Exactly.
one question left for 5 and 5.
Okay,
Who wants it?
mine is not horse related.
Let's go.
Penelope, are you in or are you out on the Labubu trend?
Okay, so I have a 12-year-old nephew.
Okay.
So, like, I have to be in.
And he has them. He collects the Labubus.
It's a whole thing. I'm a little puzzled by it, but, like, who am I to judge?
Have you heard
I
of
still
what
am
a
collecting
Labubu
Breyer
is?
model horses.
Yeah, no, I love that. As my mom knows, I had a huge Breyer horse collection.
yeah.
When I went to college, Mom, what happened to those? Okay, I'm just curious.
She's
I'm
going
not
to hop in the
mad, I'm
chat and
just
she
curious.
will answer.
My
yeah.
mom put them in storage, and I still have them. Thanks,
Oh
Mom.
gosh.
I had My Little Pony.
Oh, hell yeah.
I had wrestling figures, incling Hulk
Hulk Hogan, of course.
Oh, pour one out.
Wait, I can't believe that wasn't one of your questions, Dan.
No, we did. The one guy with the bandana who was making the pizzas had Hulkamania last night. I don't know if you saw. So.
I didn't. I wasn't
Oh,
here
you didn't
last
make it
night.
last night. That's right. You didn't make it. Well, we're glad you're here tonight.
Hey, thanks for having me on. I miss you guys.
We miss you a lot.
And I miss all you guys, you know, on the back of the program, and I miss everybody out there on the internet, even the ones that say mean things. Love you guys too.
We've
we
already
love
banned
you.
one tonight. How great is that?
What a throwback.
Yes.
We love you, and I can't wait to see the interviews that you've been gathering.
Oh, it's gonna be good. I promise.
And Tampa Bay. It
Tampa
sounds
Bay
like I'll
Downs.
be seeing you there.
I love it. Yes, you're gonna fall
Please.
in love.
The one and only Penelope Miller. Thank you,
Penelope
Penelope,
Miller.
for stopping by. Yeah.
Thanks, guys.
Thank you. All right, we're looking at the sales ring. We expect any moment now there will be a little bit of activity in that area. Right around 6:30 is what we're expecting, and then we've got the shot of just a lot of people, crowd building, and it is filling up here as it did last night. So. Look at that. That is unbelievable. And
It was like an all-human
is-
smush. When I went out on a mission last night to secure some wine for us, I was blown away at the sheer volume of people. And, you know, just fans and people that are here that aren't even here to buy a horse, but they want to see, they want to learn what all is going on.
So we had a question in the chat here. Is that Todd Pletcher behind you? I know
It
Ren.
is Todd Pletcher behind.
Ren has not been able to sit still with Todd Pletcher. We have somebody who could pass for Todd Pletcher, maybe. What do we think?
I don't know. I got the hair going. That's
He
about it.
is tailor-made,
Yeah.
however.
Yes.
They call Todd Pletcher the suit, but Mark Taylor
have any
is
nicknames?
tailor-made.
Any that you could share with the
Nothing
show?
that I know of. Let's put it that way. I'm sure I have nicknames that I'm unaware of, but
Marky Mark
That's
and the
none of
Funky
our
Bunch.
business, right? You know.
No, Mark is one of my favorite guys also. I love everybody, I think. I feel like I'm telling
You
everybody
are
they're my
very
favorite, and
lovely.
I'm not lying when I tell
Ren
anybody
is a great
that.
hype woman, honestly.
I feel less special now.
Oh,
You thought it was just for him you were doing this. Come on now.
I love everybody. But no, Mark is so great. And TaylorMade is one of the biggest consignments that at any sale. How many do you have going here at the Saratoga Select?
We've got 34.
Wow. Yeah. Think of that ratio. 34 horses in a sale that was originally just what?
200 and change.
Yeah.
Yeah.
How does that? I mean, it must feel so satisfying.
Well, it is. It's we have we always joke that our parents had the Catholic Human Resources Plan. They just kept having kids till all the jobs were covered. Okay, we got one to do that. We got one to do that. Let's keep going. So it's volume is necessary because we got a lot of mouths to feed.
Yeah, no. So to clarify, explain the structure of TaylorMade, the farm,
what
the
a consignment
family,
is,
and how your whole operation is structured, and that it is a family business.
Yeah, well, our business is all just based around, we're not a big ownership company, right? We do own pieces of mares and we own some pieces of racehorses, but in general, we're just a service company. So, our total focus is engaging with customers, figuring out what their goals are, what they aspire to achieve in the business, and then aligning with them and trying to make it happen. So we have a system. We have thoroughbred advisors who all report up to one person. But we've got, they have autonomy to help their customers in any way they can. But we have systems and processes. At our scale, you have to have systems, processes. That's one way that we do, we try to emulate ourselves after Todd Pletcher because, to have that scale, you have to have the way you do things and everybody stick to it. So.
Well, it's pretty exciting
Can you read
already.
This, by the way, this I feel like just to close the
Yes.
loop on the Pletcher situation.
That you know who came up with that?
No, you?
Paul LaDuca.
He said, leave out Pletcher, leave in a stretcher.
Yeah.
Have you heard that one?
No.
Now you have.
That's good.
But you've already had, a big sale. You had a 1.4 million not this time go through last night.
Yeah, that colt was beautiful. He was co-bred by two really good customers, Clear Sky Farm in Lexington and Three Chimneys. So, and he's by our sire. So we've been connected to that colt for a long time, and they did a heck of a job raising him at Clear Sky, and they made our job easy. He was awesome.
Is this the horse that was bought by the gentleman you were talking about earlier who got into racing, Anderson?
Yeah, I believe it was his first ever thoroughbred purchase.
Yes.
That's kind of special for you too.
Right, and it shows the power of promoting our sport because these people saw Kenny McPeak on the Netflix special and just picked up the phone and called him. It's like, hey, we want to get involved. It looks fun. You look like you do a great job. So we didn't know who these people were. I mean, at Saratoga, a lot of people come by that are just locals, tourists. They just want to look at pretty horses. So a lot of times people just come in and it's families and they ask to see a horse and you accommodate them. So this family comes in and they're looking at this horse like right before the sale starts. And I'm over there thinking, well, that's sweet, and
for Instagram, basically.
Right. Family bonding.
Yeah. Look at this. And then they ended up buying the horse, and they were so excited. They were like, over the top. And I think Kenny had picked the horse out, and so anyway, I think they got a good one.
Once that tote hits 1 million, what's going through your head?
It depends on the horse. There's those rare times where you get surprised, like there's a horse that you just didn't think was going to do that before they got to the sale, and then it's just like, wow, adrenaline rush. But with him, there's a certain amount of pressure because, those customers chose TaylorMade. A lot of people would have loved to represent him on that horse, and you don't want to let them down. So with him, it was a little bit of relief. I was like, if this horse doesn't bring $1 million, I'm not going to feel good about myself. So once he got past $1 million, I was like, okay, now I can feel good about myself. And then I was, the next 400,000 got increasingly more fun. So,
oh, sorry, go ahead.
Go.
No, I was just going to say, you talked about the buyer and, kind of the information you gathered. is it important for you whether or not you won't back in on the horse in any capacity, that you kind of, are you always curious? It's like who ends up with the horse and kind of getting to know them?
Well, yeah, it's great. Like we have our staff trained, when somebody comes back after the sale, to try to just roll out the red carpet for them, because, when you spend that kind of money, you want to have a great experience after it. So if they want photos, if they want to, get their kids in the picture, whatever they want to take the stall card. A lot of people want to take our stall cards home and put them on their wall or whatever.
That's cool. Yeah.
Good decor.
So, whatever we can do to make that. And then we have a whole program following up after the sale, just to make sure the horse is fine and it got to where it was supposed to go in good shape and all that stuff.
What is that? Are you okay sharing some of that, what that looks like?
Yeah, well, the sales company shares contact information regardless of who the seller is with us, so we can send health information, anything like that. But we've got a person in our office that's just in charge of reaching out and engaging both with the horsemen that are going to be taking care of that horse and with the owners, the trainer, or the agent, and just saying, hey, if you run into any questions, a lot of times we've had this horse their whole life, so they've got quirks, they've got idiosyncrasies. If anything pops up, just call us, and
really
we
cool.
want to help you have success if we can.
Well, they do it all. They board horses, they sell horses, sell prep, they bring them here and sell them for you. They have the stallions. Not this time. I mean, my gosh, the success that horse has had so soon. I mean, he's still a relatively young stallion, right?
He's only 11, yeah. And the thing is, what is incredible about Not This Time is he's never had a baby load in a starting gate that was conceived on a stud feed greater than 40,000.
Wow.
And so now he's got consecutive years of 135, 150, 175 with way better mares. Like the worst mare in his book this year would have been worth 5 times as much as the best mare in his book in his first crop. So
that's ridiculous. And one of the beautiful things about him is, I mean, obviously the pedigree was always there. Half brother to Dirt Mile winner Liam's Map, who's I know at Lane's End, but also these boys have, really some potent genes coming through that trace to like Ta Wee and Dr. Fager. It's exquisite.
And I went out to the farm years ago ahead of the Breeders' Cup.
Okay.
And we did a little feature and a video on Not This Time because he had some runners in the Breeders' Cup. And if we're even dialing back, okay, obviously he's great at making fantastic racehorses, but he has such a big personality. In his groom said his nickname is Baby, and he's very playful. Can you speak to any of those traits being passed on to his offspring? Do they have kind of his goofy disposition?
I don't know if they have a goofy disposition. They're really just, they have good minds. They're all, very rarely do you run into a time that's like nervous or anxious or whatever. They're just sort of bomb-proof. Whatever goes on, they're kind of impervious to it. But he's gotten to be more and more of a ham as his celebrity has grown because, people are always wanting to come mess with him and tourists playing with him and feeding him peppermints. And so that's really kind of come out later, but he is a big baby.
But what about Nick Sco? Because we got to give him some love. That was a horse.
Ren,
yes.
Just real quick, just want to mention, so
Yes.
they've just read through all we've done the opening ceremonies, the
conditions.
rules, everything, and Hip 110 is very close to coming out. This is the first horse coming through for session 2. Go ahead, Ren.
Oh, Son of Olympiad out of Hey Flo by Cairo Prince. So
the
what
sale
I was
is
saying was,
officially rolling.
with Nick Sco, this is a horse who was second in the Breeders' Cup Juvenile. He later won the Dirt Mile, then he later won the Breeders' Cup Classic. Great temperament. And already you've got Ewing winning the Saratoga Special, a first crop representative.
So, very fortunate to have him. He's a legendary racehorse. And, when his babies came out, I think everybody was so just excited to see what they were going to look like. He's gray, he's got great balance, he's got this great walk, and he's really passed that on. I would say his yearlings sold okay. They weren't horses, honestly, that just blew people away on the end of the shank like the Not This Times. But then again, you couldn't find very many of them that you said, there's a lot of flaws with it. They were very functional, very good movers, classy, well-balanced, but they weren't like this. They didn't have that sex appeal, right? But I think they're going to be runners, and I think we're already seeing that with Ewing. and you know, pretty is as pretty does. You know, so I think he's going to be a good one.
Well, you're pretty.
Well,
here we go.
Well,
Here
we've
come
only
the
got
compliments.
one more horse that's in the ring before you guys are consigning one that goes in after some scratches. So, Mark, thank you so much for joining us and hopping on.
We appreciate
It
thank you so much.
We're looking forward to the
Okay,
DJ.
all right, thank you.
We're looking to the team DJ with TaylorMade also.
All right, okay, all right, let's do it. I appreciate you guys having me on.
In. We
Thank you
appreciate
so
you.
much.
See ya.
Thank you.
Bye.
All right, so you see hip 110 in now. We should mention hip 111 coming up next is the first flight line, the first of 6. After that one goes through, we're going to kick it to Alexa, but for now, let's stay on the ring. Hip 110 going through right now. Hip 111 is the first 6 flight line horses that is going to go through tonight. We know a lot of people are excited to see the flight line, so...
And it's worth saying that this horse is consigned by Hillendale, which is the farm who was hosting Marshawn Lynch last night.
They really went
He
viral.
had nothing but positive things to say about it, so... Ooh, okay.
Here's
This
111.
like
should
a
go
flight
for,
line.
I mean, so long as the horse vetted, this one should go for, you know, a pretty penny flight line out of Hennessy Smash by Roll Hennessy Roll. She's already produced multiple stakes winners, including Slam, Smash Ticket, Smash It, and Roll On Diabolical.
And this is a big colt.
Let's see if we have ringside. Yeah, we're working on some of that ring sound for you.
Block. 190 to get down 150 on it, and to get 100 and a half, down to get down 150 pounds, and down to get down 150 down 2, down to get down 200, and 200 pounds, and down to get down 2, down to get down 200 pounds, and down to get down 250, and 250 pounds, and down to get down 250, down to get down 250 pounds, and down to get down 50, down to get down 50, now 3, down to get down 300, 310, and 300, now 50, down to get down 3 and a half, down to get down 350, down to get down 3 and a half, and 350 pounds, and down to 25, now 50, to get down 350, I had to get down 350 pounds, down to 75, and 375, 400, on it, to get down 400 pounds, and now down 400 on it, to get down 425, and 450, I had to get down 475, now you didn't make it, you're late, 500, and 500 on it, to get down 5, quarter on it, to get down 5, quarter on it, down to get out, you're out of here, 525, and 5, you want 500, now 25, down to get down 5, quarter, 50, on it, to get down 550, and 550, and now down to get down 5 and a half, down, you're out the back now, 5 and a half, down to get down 5 and a half, and 600, and 600 pounds, and now down to get down 600, on it, to get down 5 and a half, and 600 pounds, down to get down 5 and a half, and 75, and 575, down to get down 575, on it, to get down 575 down, down to get down, and 550, 75, 575, thank you, now 600, now 25, and 625, down to get down 625 pounds, and now down to get down, to get down 625, now 7, I had to get down 650, and 650, now 75, 700, I had to get down 77, and now half on a 7, I had to get down half, 25, 50 on the bed to get down 7 and a half, down 8, 775, 800, 800 on the bed to get 8, down to get 850 on the bed to get 859, 900 to get down 900, and 900 pounds, and down to get down 999, down to get 875, 875, 875, down to get 875 pounds, and down to get 875, to get down 5, to get down 5, all in, 900, 875 and 900 on the bed, 199, down to get down 900, 900 on the bed to get down 900 pounds, and 875 to get down 900 pounds, and down to get down ahead of the deals crowd, and to get all three, y'all got 900,000, yes or yes, 900,000, 875 to get down 900, so y'all got $900,000 and a half.
Okay, 875 is, so
which is the
875.
second highest priced flight line to go. And again, this is a colt. Last night, the one that went for 1.1 million was a filly. And again, in case you couldn't hear me, 2 other fillies sold yesterday for 600 and 625. So this is the first colt that went through the ring, and beautiful horse.
All right, we got Alexa standing by. Alexa, if you can hear us, who are you with?
I can hear you. You can hear me?
We got you.
Good. I'm here with Michael Hoare, who's a vet. Michael.
Yes, hi.
Thanks for joining us. So tell us a little bit. I don't think we've talked to a vet yet. So tell us about what your life is like at a sale.
So my life, or our role here would be to help our clients kind of make informed, educated decisions on the risk profile of the horses they're interested in from a racing soundness point of view. So when we get here, they would give us a list of horses they're interested in, whoever we work for, and we evaluate them from a endoscopy point of view. So we pass an endoscope down their throat and evaluate their upper airway, which is important to have good function in racing. Then we evaluate like x-rays of 36 images of all their, common lesions that they would have, and sort of create a risk profile around that of, what risk level of tolerance our client would have, and whether they're comfortable, racing with that. And, we'll do clinical exams too. And so that's kind
We're like frantically narrowing down our short list, right? And then like the morning of the sale at 8 a.m., we're sending a list of 15 horses to vet. Is that what happens? Are your sale days just frantic?
Yeah, that's typical. Happens on a busy day. I'm early in the morning all day, just trying to get everything done in an order and communicate everything accurately to your clients is like probably the biggest challenge. But we have, apps and, big team around us that helps us do that more efficiently now. But yeah, that's the struggle, is just trying to get everything done efficiently.
So you've probably looked at a lot of the flight lines, I'm guessing. We just saw one sell for not quite $1 million. Tell us, what do you think of them?
Personally, Flightline is probably the greatest racehorse I've seen in America since I've been here. And his babies look great. I mean, they all have beautiful physicals, move well. So it'll be no shock if they'll be able to run once they hit the track.
So I actually met him in town the other day, and I ran into you with your family and 2 beautiful daughters. Are they going to be vets in training as well?
I'm not sure about that, but they're still young. But my oldest daughter seems interested. She rides ponies, and she's definitely into horses, and they love coming up here. So we make a family event of it here for the weekend, and they just left today. But yeah, we love Saratoga.
All right, well, I guess your work is pretty much done, so now you get to kick back and watch these horses sell. So good luck to you and your clients. Thanks so much.
Thanks, Alexa. We'll check back with you soon. Going through the ring right now is a horse Ren is very excited about. Before you start talking about this horse, I do want to introduce our next guest.
We love our next guest,
my best
too.
friend, Justin Nicholson. How you doing, brother?
I'm good. How we doing?
Good.
Doing
Good.
well.
Not a bead of sweat on your brow.
Not even.
Let me say
I
one of my
know.
best friends, by the way, because as soon as I said that, I'm like, Greg almost threw something at me. So, Greg, no, nothing. He wasn't paying attention.
I'm honored to be in the mix. It's because he's staying in our house.
So right
This is
now,
how he pays rent.
Yeah,
right now in the ring, we have a full brother to Grade 1 winner, multiple Grade 1 winner, Muth. Muth, of course, won the American Pharaoh, won the Arkansas Derby. This boy is a son of good magic, champion 2-year-old out of Hapa by Uncle Mo, who was a 2-year-old champion. And of course, Muth himself was really good at 2. So it's a very precocious Grade 1 pedigree, so you'll expect he's going to go for some big money here. The family also includes Charles Dickens, who's a 3-time champion in South Africa, and some other really notable horses like War Command.
All right, we're at $1 million. Let's go to the ring sound here as we hear the bidding continue over $1 million.
50, not here, 150, on 50, $1 million, $1 million, videos all done back there, and $1 million, 50, so not videos all through, well done, let's go to $1 million, 50, $1 million, 50, $1 million, Tom, thank you.
All right, $1 million is where it is.
And the next horse coming in is another one that's going to probably go for some pretty money here, pretty pennies. Flightline at a Hot Dixie Chick. She was a Grade 1 winner herself. She won the spin-away. This one's a half to, or actually three-quarter. 3 of the 4 Grand Parents have to match to be a 3/4 sibling. This one's a 3/4 sibling to Pauline's Pearl, who won the La Troyenne. And also, notably, the family includes Kentucky Derby winner Always Dreaming. So this one should go for some big money as well.
Justin, you're into making any predictions here? You want to guess any numbers?
We officially, with the last one, just hit $10, or sorry,
$10.
10 horses for $1 million or more. Woo!
The paper's there for that again here, but I haven't seen any vet reports. That's the other layer. You never know with colts, especially. That's always a variable.
Yeah, again, which fillies, we touched on this last night, but in case anyone wasn't here with us, fillies obviously have some residual value. If they have a really good pedigree and maybe they don't perform phenomenal as a racehorse, they can still be great mares and can kind of carry the family legacy on that way. And with colts, it's a bit more of a gamble.
All right, we want to guess. Somebody guess.
Okay, I'm gonna go $850.
I'm gonna say 600. Let's go 600.
Really? The bidding's going in a bit slower. I'm gonna go.
Look at you stalling, so you can make a better prediction.
Exactly.
Oh,
No,
Ren.
I'm just looking. Listen, again, it's hard to know for sure. Based on pedigree, I would say this horse is over $1 million. But you never know how a horse vetted, right? So that's the thing. Now, if this is a
Keep
filly,
stalling.
Okay, I'm gonna go.
It's gonna stall past my guess.
I'll go.
Yeah.
I'll go.
At least 550.
I'll go 750.
I'm gonna go 785.
Wow, this is like the Price is Right. This is like the Price is Right
49.
type thing. So my fun fact is, years ago, again, I'd been in horse racing for maybe like 4 months, and we attended the Keeneland September yearling sale, and we kind of got onboarded on how horses are priced, what the stud fees were. We learned how to check confirmation of horses, and we ran a contest to see who could most accurately guess the sale prices for horses.
It's a great game.
And out of my class of 20 interns, I won.
You won?
Yeah, I did.
What did you win?
Between, I got a hat. So, yeah, they were like, it's an intern.
And bragging rights, man.
Oh, I like this. We have the
Oh,
action.
who hit it? Who hit it?
I think
The staller hit it.
you might. Did you hit it exactly
I hit
750?
it, 750.
Okay. Well,
So Ren
congrats.
is winning now at this
And
game.
also, I
Is there a
love
hat?
how
no hat.
how the
There's
chat
gotta be a hat.
The chat is jumping in with their guesses. So
Oh, I love
Felicia
that.
came close. Mark went a little high, but yeah, chat, keep jumping in. Justin, you're here for a reason, though. You know a lot about horses, and you have a unique distinction here at this particular sale that I want you to share with our viewers.
I guess I could be considered a bottom dweller among the Fasig purchasers. I think probably 3 times we bought the cheapest horse out of the sale. I know we've bought one for 50, one for 60, one for 100, 110. You know, we take this select thing seriously. They've obviously they are select enough to be here. And we are not, you know, we are champagne taste and beer budget at times. So, you know, you got to comb through among the select and find the ones that have either a little defect you can live with, or something pedigree-wise that's not clicking, or whatever it is. And the reality is, there usually are not bad horses here. It's just a question of what you can afford to pay and what level you're looking for.
How did those purchases pan out for you?
Went silent.
Yeah, no.
Yeah, no. How did
What
those
do you
purchases?
say to that? What do you say to the guy who comes in and says he
I
bought all
want to
the
know how
cheap
the
ones?
purchases panned out.
There was a range, which is what you'd expect. If I remember right, the one we bought for the absolute cheapest was for 50, and we had a thought that we were going to pinhook her, meaning sell her as a 2-year-old. And she was one. It's fairly rare. I think you guys even talked about it yesterday. There aren't that many that have names already.
Yes.
Somehow or other, I didn't love the name, but I didn't feel like I should change the name, just bad luck. But she was named Never Dream, which is the ultimate in the cheapest filly you buy from the Fasig sale.
Gosh,
Never even dream.
Never.
So we tried to pinhook her, and she did not sell. So the dream did not pan out.
The dream died.
They say that horses live up to their names, and Justin touched on a point that, again, is very important. At a yearling sale, you pretty much are never going to see a named thoroughbred. That is for the owners who ultimately purchase them and will campaign them in their racing career to name them. But it's bad luck to change the name of a horse.
I'm fairly sure Flightline was already named by Jane Lyon.
Yes.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, we actually just bought a nice 2-year-old out of the Fasig Racing Age sale in July, named Delancey Street. It was out of the Lucas dispersal.
My sister's cat is named Delancey because she lived on Delancey Street in New York when she got the kitten.
You got a hunch play. We had actually for a while had an apartment not too far away on Franklin, but we had some. There were some questions as to whether we would keep the name. I said, I am. There's no good vibe in changing a name in general. B, this is the dispersal sale of the legend D. Wayne Lucas. There's not a chance that we are changing the name of a horse that we purchased from that. So we hope he turns out to be a nice horse. He will be named. He will certainly be named as he's been named.
I've got to bet that.
Just taking a quick peek.
There we go. $1 million down to get $1 million. I'll take £1,050,000 if you want to.
$1,050,000 won the Prairie Gold.
$1 million, Blake. Thank you.
There you go.
A bunch at $1 million even, huh?
Yeah.
Late out to the session, hit number 177 is a late out. 177 is a late out.
All right, we'll come back to the ring in a moment here. What is your best all-time sales story in terms of profitability, success, all the rest of it?
Well, I'll give you. I mean, I gave you the low point of the bottom dwellers.
Right. There was one good
I might as well at least give you the other end of it.
Yeah.
We actually, and probably one of the rarest moves that's been pulled out of this sale. We bought her in August, a filly, and we bought her for $60,000, which again I think was probably the bottom of the list. And in the week or two following, a close relative won the Saratoga Special, a horse called I Spent It. And so we proceeded to take her from this August purchase, put her right back in the Fasig October sale, the yearlings, and we tripled up in 2 months.
Nice.
And that is not something that's easy to do, nor do I think it's tried very often to buy a yearling out of this sale and go back and sell it in 2 or 3 months. But
if you'd seen Justin a few weeks after that, he was running around screaming this left and right.
Don't look down unless there's money on the
ground.
floor.
I like it. I like it.
Floor ground.
I think that should be your new Instagram bio, Ren.
Yeah. I don't know. I would feel like I was stealing from Marshawn, and I don't want to get tackled.
By the beast mode.
What did you think of Marshawn last night?
I only saw glimpses. I'm just thinking. I mean, I'm sitting here. You've had Pro Bowlers. You've had Major League All Stars. You've had celebrity chefs. I'm just honored to be at the table. That's all I can. I'm happy to share.
One of the
with you.
founders of EquestriaCon, and we've been getting a lot of people saying, including myself, we want it back.
It's, well, as I sit here now with 2 children, 5 and under, it sounds very daunting to restart a national horse convention. But
They can work
it can work. It can work. I mean, the real operator is my wife,
Yes.
Catherine Sharp, who's not at the table right now, but certainly would be spearheading the effort. So yeah, we'll see if we can find the courage again to dive back in.
Katie has jumped into the chat with the knives emojis.
Yeah. Look out.
That would be about right.
So,
just
Justin,
cut it. No.
Justin, I'm curious your take. These next 2 horses that are going into the ring are by probably the most famous stallion in North America in Into Mischief. We didn't see many of them last night. I think that there's more going through the ring tonight. And this one already, going up by hundreds of thousands of dollars per bid.
Out of Grade 1 winner, it's as well.
I mean, what's your take on the Into Mischiefs? They live up to the hype?
I mean, the ads speak for themselves, right? I mean, there's a long list they get to show over and over again of quality horses that he's produced.
Oh, Dan, we got to switch over to the feed.
7 figures.
And it's still climbing by 100 grand each bid.
Let's unmute the other ring.
3, 4, 4, 4, down, 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 $1 million, 3 million, 400, down, 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 $1 million, 3 and 4, $8 million, 3 million, 4, 4, 4, down, down, $1 million, 400, down, 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 what you want to pay to get $1 million, 3 million, 4 million, 3 now half, $8 million, 350, I had to get $1 million, 3 and a half, down, down, $1 million, 3 and a half, down, down, what you want to pay to get $1 million, 3 and a half, $8 million, 350, down, down, y'all done, $1 million, 350, that's down, down, what's that back there, $8 million. You got $1 million, 2 and a half back there. $1 million, 3, $1 million, 2 and a half, $1 million, 3, $1 million, 250 now 3, 3, 3. Down, get out, Patrick. You can get it if you want to. $1 million, 2 and a half, $1 million, 3, $1 million, 300 pounds. Down, get out ahead of the else crowd. Down, get out. Well done. $1 million, 3, $1 million, 250 now. $1 million, 300 pounds. Down, get out. $1 million, 300,000.
And he talked about this stallion stamping his offspring. As you can see that this is a perfect example with the blaze down the face. And I'm curious what the next one looks like. We got back-to-back.
Well, what I really liked about that one in particular, not only by Into Mischief, out of an Archmare who was a Grade 1 winner herself, won the Cotillion Stakes. Again, when I go back to female families, he's from a branch of Family 1. He's 1C. So, again, as I mentioned, I would have to double-check the stats, but as it was before, the most Kentucky Derby winners came from Family 1. Some subset of Family 1.
And
I'm going to pretend I know what that means.
If you're trying to buy a Derby horse, you got a mare who won the Cotillion, the Delaware Oaks, second in the Alabama. I mean, those are the female versions of the classics. So
Yep.
it's hard to beat that.
And the consignor for that horse was Denali Stud. That was their first horse through the ring tonight.
Denali for Tommy
And
Town.
very shortly, we'll be having Claire Bandroff of Denali Stud come onto the set and talk to us about one of the most talked about horses that's selling tonight, and that is the half-sister to Journalism. What do you think in the Journalism Sovereignty rematch come Breeders' Cup? Justin, who you backing?
Well, first of all, and I'll congratulate the Denali folks as well. They have mares for us. They've had mares for us for many years now. So, congrats to them on 1 1/4. It looked like, so that's not bad.
Yeah.
And then as far as Journalism Sovereignty, I mean Journalism's an interesting horse. It feels like mid-race he regularly kind of forgets what he's doing and then remembers. It's not something you see all that often, and certainly at the level he is, to think that he kind of switches off and switches back on over and over again, it's pretty impressive. But I mean, Sovereignty, I can't find anything to knock. Added bonus, I was a big fan of his in the Derby, and he served me well in that regard.
Oh, good.
So I think of him. To me, he's the leader in the clubhouse. Someone's going to have to kind of unseat him, and we'll see if that can happen.
We have to do the Breeders' Cup Classic rankings. So for me, I've got him on top of that.
Yeah. I mean, it's when they're running like that and winning impressively, and you have to assume in the last one in the Jim Dandy he wasn't 110%. He didn't need to be.
No.
So I hope we'll see a show in the Traverse in a couple weeks.
Oh man, it's going to be electric.
Yeah.
I'm excited for it.
All right. Do we want to get Claire on real quick?
Yeah, please.
We got a minute.
Jump in.
Justin,
get
thank
the-
you for spending a few minutes with us. Is Andrew here?
Happy to do it. I don't know where it is, but we can check it. I'll text
All right,
him.
let's check in on him.
All
Let's
right.
check in on him.
Thanks,
All right.
everyone.
All right,
Thank
cool.
you so much.
All right.
It's so good to see you, Justin. It's been too long.
All right, and I said that it was coming soon, but we're going to get hot off the presses.
I know.
Action. We've got
Immediate reaction.
Claire Bandroff coming on to join us, who I'll put this in here over here. You can position that in.
There you go.
Congratulations.
Congratulations. First horse of the night sold over $1 million. Tell us about what last night and tonight has looked like for Denali. Again, phenomenal consignor, and is represented by some pretty exciting horses here tonight.
Absolutely. Last night it was so lively in the auction ring, and so whenever you see that, it's going to be really fun 2 nights. We sold 3 for 3 last night. That's always a really good success. And then to have the first one bring over $1 million tonight is obviously very exciting. We're really excited for our client, Tommy Town. That was a really, really nice colt. And we just hope the fun continues tonight. We have some good ones tonight as well. Obviously, the one that's been publicized a lot has been the Half to Journalism, who we had the privilege to sell Journalism as a yearling.
Do you know how many people have come through to see her?
Not off the top of my head. I would need to check.
Ballpark it?
I mean, over 200. I mean, she's had over 200 shows probably.
Wow.
I mean, she's just an absolute queen, and so we're excited for her. Obviously it's a very sentimental horse for Don Alberto. We're very privileged to have her up here, but I know that no matter the result, it's going to be an emotional evening in remembrance of Mopatism, who obviously was just a stellar mare. What a legacy she's left. So.
How much, speaking of emotions, do you get emotional generally seeing these horses kind of taking that next step and going through the ring?
Absolutely. We have quite a few horses from our farm this year, and so that all starts. We have pictures of them when they're foals. We were actually at some of the foalings themselves, and so to see them grow up, and they're growing up, they get weaned, and then when they move to our yearling farm, we'll go check on them, and you're like, they do so well, and when you see them up here and they're all like groomed and they're kind of, it's like they're so professional now, and it makes you emotional because you're like, I remember when you entered the world, and I'd imagine I am a parent now, but I imagine it's like being a parent watching your kids grow up to really cool things. So it's really special, especially when you have one from the farm. But.
Yeah, and the development in the class of a yearling horse. So again, when you think about other horses like our quarter horse, a Mustang, these horses are just kind of like let be, and then you eventually get around to breaking them at some point. But thoroughbreds are such a special breed, and I think that what serves them so well in their careers in racing or their second careers after that, is that they are interacting with people every single day from the day that they are born. And my first ever job in horse racing was at Denali Stud. I worked as a groom and groomed yearlings preparing specifically for the September sale. I still think that back then, I don't know, I maybe touched some that came up to this sale.
For sure.
But genuinely, the grooms themselves, they get so connected to these horses, and, you know, having hands on them every single day, being part of what develops them into these impressive and well-minded horses. And I feel like these horses coming from the farm specifically, you guys do a phenomenal job with just the day-to-day care and interaction with the horses, so that they've got a good brain between their ears when they are up here and going through something that a lot of people would consider overstimulating and being at a sale. So
absolutely,
big
and
kudos.
really, you know, it starts with our staff. You know, they're handling them every single day. We're working with them. You know, I would like to think a big part too is that we offer tours through horse country, and which is an amazing initiative. You can get behind the doors, some of these, or gates, I should say, of some of these really great farms, and you know, socializing them to people, and that way, when they grow up and they're around all different kinds of people, and you know, even something as little as they might see a toddler in like bright yellow rain boots and a jacket that might normally spook a horse, but if they've seen it before, awesome. They're used to it. They're like, I got this. It's fine. So a lot of the socializing happens at the farm, just day to day, but also through tours, and it's amazing because we actually have some tour guests that will take pictures and document which foal that is, and they will follow them, and we'll get texts sometimes if they're going through the ring or if they're at the track, and they're like, oh, cheering on this horse, and it's just amazing fan development.
I love that. And there's a lot of people from the general public that, again, come out to auctions, whether that is here at Fasig-Tipton in New York or the Keeneland September yearling sale. And I think a lot of times the misconception for the public, right, is, oh, I can only see these horses at the races or at a sale. And you bring up a great point in that, specifically in the central Kentucky area, horse country tours, you can see all these horses as foals, you can meet the stallions, you can meet the brood mares, and it can really personally follow their journey from start to finish, and being on the racetrack and everything thereafter.
Absolutely. So it's a great thing. Visit horsecountry.com is where you book tickets, and they actually have it. It's great. You can get on. They have it grouped by if you want a family-friendly tour, if you want to see stallions. Like, it's very customizable, so you can pick whatever fits your trip that you're booking.
I love that. I love that. So, as we mentioned, and I'm sure that Ren is eager to ask even more potentially about, I believe that I heard her referred to as the Big Filly.
Yes.
Is that her nickname? Journalism's sister that's coming up. So, Ren, I know that you're itching over there.
Well, I'm just curious. I mean, obviously she's already had her spot in the sale even before Mopetism passed away.
Yeah.
So when you got that news, what was that like for you?
Oh, I mean, gut-wrenching. I mean, trying to get emotional, but it's one of those that. Oh, okay.
Sorry.
No, it's fine. I think just any, you know, we have a saying in the horse world. It's like it always happens to the really good ones. You know, it's so hard, and I think obviously, especially for Don Alberto. I mean. I know that it was incredibly emotional for them to lose her, and you know, you had the Haskell win for journalism afterwards.
Was there any hesitation from them to proceed with the sale?
Yeah, I mean, I can't really speak to that.
Right,
no, you're good. But you know, I mean, obviously, it certainly has crossed their mind. You know, do we keep her? Do we sell her? They ultimately decided to bring her up here. I think this is an excellent marketplace for her. She really shines here. I mean, she's definitely a collector's item, and that's what you're looking for up here. And so I think at the end of the day, they did decide to bring her up here. I know they have a beautiful Flightline filly on the ground as a foal. That's her last foal. And so I think, you know, we'll see what happens tonight.
And I know that last year,
we all jumped at that one.
her other half sibling sold last year at the Saratoga Sale. That one by Tappet. He is in training with Brian Lynch, And for the Flying Dutchman, so Hunter Rankin's part of that group, and it went for $1.5 million. Am I seeing this right? I'm starting to lose my eyesight. $1.5 million.
It's the lights.
Named Nitro Tap.
Yes. Yeah, so I know he's in training, has not started yet, but that's okay.
And that's always by Into Mischief.
Yes, correct, yes. And so, well, Nitro Tap was, I believe, the most expensive tap at the sale last year. And so, I mean, clearly for Mopetism to have her first 3 foals at the Saratoga sale, you know, her first 2, journalism brought $825,000, which for her first foal is amazing.
Incredible.
And then to go to 1.5 for the next one, I mean, not many mares do that.
Clearly a producer. And look, I do want to acknowledge you getting emotional there about, you know, this mare that wasn't even personally yours on the farm, but just acknowledging how important and connected to these animals the people who work with them day in and day out actually are, and in any capacity. Like, I think that people could get a little bit disillusioned to seeing the prices on the screen and, you know, oh, this is just investment and money. But there is a ton of emotion and storylines and, you know, people's livelihoods and dreams that are tied up in some of these horses who they genuinely love, you know, personally.
Absolutely. And I think, you know, many people that work on farms or have horses of their own, if they have experienced a loss before, when you see someone else experience a loss, I think it's emotional for everybody because you know what they're going through and how emotional it is. So I am known, we have, when we have mares go through the November sale that come from the farm, I am known to go back to the barn and cry usually sometimes because when you're with them all the time, you get attached. And but I always say it's better to love than to not love at all.
Yeah. So a couple of things to that. One is you've shed tears. You should also celebrate with some laughter at the bar with a drink before your next one goes through. And the good news is Rachel's going to get to go with you because our next 2 are coming on together. My voice crumbles. But one quick question for you. This is probably the hardest question you'll answer tonight.
Oh, goodness.
Conrad's hat. Yay or nay?
The hat?
Yeah.
I think a hat looks great on him.
I think it does too. He's a stud.
Funny story, I wish I could borrow his hats, but my head is bigger than his somehow.
No way.
And so he can borrow my hats, but I can't borrow his hats. But yeah, he has really good hat game.
That is funny.
It is true. The hat game is strong. If you ever go by the Denali consignment, you can see it for yourselves.
Absolutely.
He's looking great. All right. Congrats on your success so far, and best of luck with the ones you have coming up.
Thank you. Thanks for having me on.
All right. We'll see
Thank
you
you
soon.
so
Thanks,
much.
Claire.
Thanks.
So we're going to do a little set switch here. A couple people jumping off, a couple people jumping on. Our next 2 guests here are going to be from the National Thoroughbred League. Not sure if many of our viewers have heard about the National Thoroughbred League, but a really cool concept, really cool opportunity for people to connect with multiple celebrities, but the concept behind the league is what we want to talk about, and we've got a couple people with us, including the co-founder of the league, who's Randall Lane, and team owner for the New York team, Brendan O'Hara. Randall and Brendan, they're just getting situated now, and he told me his jacket was going to be loud, and he didn't lie. This is a very, very colorful jacket. Brendan, how are we doing?
With the Fasig-Tipton blue.
Oh, you got different. Oh, there you go. You got
Here
both
we
your
are.
earpieces in. You made it. Sorry for the delay. How you doing?
It's like being on ESPN during NFL Draft Day. And Dan, you're Mel Kiper here, so this is exciting. This is exciting.
Well, I wouldn't go that far. I do, you know, we got a lot of action. We have horses going through the ring. We've got, you know, cameras out back capturing all of it. And then we have people, a lot of them buying, selling, and involved in the sport in so many different capacities. The way you two were involved, we teed it up a little bit. Wanted you to kind of elaborate. Randall, I think we need to start with you as a co-founder of the league. For those of the viewers who are watching who are not familiar with the National Thoroughbred League, what is it?
Well, we're finishing our 3rd year this week, Labor Day weekend in Nashville. But the National Thoroughbred League has a very simple mission, kind of like what you guys are doing. We want to work within horse racing, thoroughbred racing, to bring as many fans in, and we're doing it in a somewhat unique way, in that we're taking what works in every other sport, which is teams to root for, and stars on those teams to root for, and having, you know, and taking team horse racing, making it so casual fans can be familiar and have something to root for race after race, whether or not you bet on it. You have and you get to know the teams, you get to know the stars, you get to know the owners, and we're having kind of Formula One type weekends. I mean, listen, we all love Triple Crown weekends. We love Breeders' Cup. We love so many weekends here at Saratoga. Why aren't there more, though? So we're taking that kind of circus around the road, and we're doing this F1 style team-based horse racing, just like F1, at great tracks around America, and we're getting huge crowds and huge buy-in. It's really fun, and we got great partners. We got great owners like Brendan O'Hara here, and it's a great team.
What made you get involved?
Well, I've been around horse racing my entire life. Started walking horses over here at Saratoga for Leroy Jolly. Randall approached me with this idea, and my wife and I got involved right away. We're excited about the energy. We're excited about the fashion. We're excited about the new approach to bring folks to the racetrack, of all ages.
You've gotten a little bit of taste of it,
Yes,
haven't you?
I've been hanging out with them in Nashville for the last couple of years, and the Nashville Dreams are the local team there, and so they have a great time. Right now, I will say, of the teams, so it's based on points rankings.
Oh, look who's in the lead.
We got the New York Knights on top.
That'd be the New York Knights.
Yes.
We're going for the crown
But
this year.
they have a great time. It's all about track lifestyle, but still the competitive nature of racing, but it's just done in a more recognizable fashion for people who maybe are a little bit overwhelmed by everything that comes with horse racing as we know it traditionally.
Yep. Yeah, casual fan. If you're a casual sports fan, so you take people. I learned math, honestly, through parimutuel forms. That's how I know. I'm not kidding. My grandfather was a professional horse bettor for 60 years, and he would give me when I was 8 years old. But nowadays, I give my kids, or you give anybody, any average 25 or 30-year-old, the daily racing form, and they're looking at the numbers like it's Greek, even though to us, we're totally fluent in it. But to say, these teams have been winning, these horses are running for this team, we're bringing them in. Then hopefully they get hooked, and they'll start learning how to read the parimutuel forms. But this is a great entry for casual fans. We have a great time. We're going to have a great time in Nashville together. And we have great owners. We have Lamar Jackson is the lead owner.
I was going to ask you about that.
Yes.
So you've gone with this sort of, obviously the celebrity ambassador influencer model, right?
Yep. But these celebrities are buying in, and they're very engaged. And Lamar Jackson brought the Colts back to Maryland. The Maryland
awesome.
Colts are running. We kicked off Preakness Week this year, and we had a huge crowd. And Lamar hosted over 1,000 kids who from the local neighborhood around Pimlico who never got to see the track. Let's bring them in. We have hobby. The kids run on the track on inflatable races. Brendan, has been a big proponent of. We have fashion shows at each of these races. It's fashion, it's drinks, it's a fun time. Julius Irving's a big owner of our Philadelphia team. We have Tanya Tucker in Nashville. We've got a lot of influencers. We have a lot of fun, and this is fun. It's fun here.
It's awesome.
And the more people we can bring in and show them that how fun this is and how fun a whole weekend can be around it with music and food, I think the more we're going to succeed and the more we'll bring people in to this sport, and then they'll start coming to all the other events.
Yeah, the bigger the tent we can set up, for the race fan, the average race fan, simplify the process of wagering. Let's root for a team versus knowing what exactas are, key boxes, and all these other things. Let's make it simple. Let's expose everyone, to fashion, to parties, to the horses, and to all the other things that are around horse racing.
Yeah. Well, again, I want to go back to the jacket. You told me this is not a one-off. That you have several of these.
This is not a one-off, yes. So we have our championship in Nashville every year, and every time we go, I buy a jacket. This is for last year. I'll be getting another one when we go back this year at the end of August. We're expecting a fantastic event. We're hoping to win. We're in the lead right now. It's up for grabs.
And it's the final.
This is the final event of the 2025 season.
Let's see what we got here. We've got the New York Knights on top, the New Jersey Degens.
Yeah, come on now.
I know. Well, I'm not a degenerate.
Degenerate, yes.
We got the Miami Thunderbolts.
And the Nellies.
The Nellies, name for Nelly.
That's right.
The lead owner in St. Louis, from St. Louis.
As we're looking at this, just describe how the scoring actually works from event to event.
We have 3 races. Every NTL Cup is 3 races. Cumulative points. The points graduate. Obviously, the higher your horses finish. Every team has a horse in every race, and then those points then carry over to the next race. And so those are cumulative points for the year, kind of like F1.
Yep.
Yes.
And but like Brendan said, right, going into the final, 7 teams are still in it to win the whole thing. So, it's calibrated. So every cup, there's suspense to the end. Every season, there's suspense to the last cup. We want people to have fun. We want people to engage. We want people to dress up and look good.
And they highlight not only, the horses, but they highlight the flavor of each track, and not just the track itself, but the neighborhood. They actually make it a whole weekend.
It's absolutely awesome.
Yeah, and the Baltimore event's an example of that. We had a Pimlico with Lamar Jackson, and his community outreach that he does there was really fantastic to see everybody come out.
We had the opening party that Lamar hosted at a bar called the Horse with No Name. It's the oldest bar in America.
Was it really?
It's horse themed. And Lamar had never been there, and it was very special. And we raised money for his foundation. And again, giving back's a lot. We support Thoroughbred Aftercare Alliance. We want to be good community members to this sport.
And just think how many indelible memories you made for those kids.
For those watching the screen right now, the horse going through is a flight line. This is our second flight line of the night.
Out of stakes winner, Key to My Heart by Galileo.
Where did
Big
our screen
time
go?
Pedigree here too.
Where did our screen? Did
There
we
we
lose
are.
the screen? Flightline broke our show. I mean, our technology's working somehow, but the screen, there it is. Now we're back. All right.
This is a filly, and you can see the flight line in here.
750,000 looks like that's where it's going to end.
I think on day 2 the prices are going to go up a little bit across the board on the average.
Yeah, it seems like there have been 3 over $1 million or 2 over $1 million so
Yes,
far.
I believe so. I have to double check. Let me see if they've updated.
Yeah, we're not seeing.
We have that journalism filly coming up.
That's going to be
I think in the
that'll top
165.
2.7.
I think it will. Yeah.
Yeah. So it'll be interesting. That the record we mentioned yesterday, the record sale here is $4 million. That was in 2023. Last year's sales topper was $3.4 million. So we could get there with that one.
I think so.
So far, we've had 3 over $1 million. We had the Hip 123 Into Mischief out of It Tis Well for $1,250,000. 121, not this time, out of Impassable Woman for $1 million. Went to Pin Oak Stud, and I should mention Coolmore's the one that picked up 123, the Into Mischief out of It Tis Well. And 117, Good Magic out of Hoppa, the Fold'em Muth, $1 million to Grandview Equine.
Nice recap of the action. All right, for you guys, what's the plan for the rest of the night? What are you here to do?
This is our hometown. Saratoga's home team is the New York Knights, so we're here. We've got a lot of friends here. We got some tables. We're going to see it. We have a lot of our investors here. We have a lot of people who enter their horses in our race here. And so we're just here to be, again, part of the community, support, and, whatever. If some of these horses fall a little bit, who knows? Brendan told me to spare millions lying around. This coat alone is worth easy $500,000. So,
trade-in value.
We'll have to trade it in to make that happen.
You'll have to model the jockey silks, your own silks.
So we actually know you love baseball cards. And
I
love
do
trading
love
cards,
baseball cards.
We worked with Leaf, and Randall can elaborate on this a little bit, where we've come out with the first horse racing cards.
I see Jenna Antonucci.
Dan Antonucci's in here.
You can get a Jenna Antonucci rookie card
We
right
got
there.
Cleone, Chad Brown. So here is
spectacular.
your starter pack for the NTL.
My guys, thank you.
Okay.
We don't want to
Thank
see
you.
those on eBay. Those are very limited
Well,
right now.
you won't see them on eBay in this current form, but you will see me chasing around all the people in this pack for autographs, and then you'll see them on eBay. So
Fair.
So
Those are
we'll
coming
get you
out
started
wide
with
later
that.
in the year. And again, that's what we're trying to do. There hasn't been a set of trading cards for horse racing
In a long time. When I was a
over
kid, there
50
were.
like in decades.
When I was a kid, growing up, going to DRC in the 90s, they had trading cards. They had famous horses, and they had famous jockeys. And then for some reason, I collected them all. And for some reason, they just stopped doing it.
But by having teams, it lends itself to all sorts of stuff like this, like Leaf. And Leaf's an awesome company, and they're the trading cards.
I don't know if we can get this at all, if possible. Maybe not. It's great. And you have a combination of, you got Dr. J, who's in the Philly team, right? You got Jenna, as we talked about, and then Lacey Gaudette, one of my other favorite trainers.
Sure. Right out of Maryland.
So there you go. These
and
are
we
the
got
cards.
jockeys, trainers, and the horses are coming. So
Love it. This is great. No, great.
It's our first set. So, just again, a new idea to bring in to attract fans and get more interest out there in the industry.
I love it. You got the team logos on the sides. That's really, really good. All right, guys, we're going to let you
Good
go have
luck.
some fun.
Let's go bid.
Thank you. Yeah, let's go buy something.
We're selling the jacket, and we're going to
some
buy
money.
a horse with this jacket.
That's nice.
Brendan
to see
Randall,
you guys.
thank you so
Cheers.
much.
Great
Good
for having
seeing
us on.
you.
Thank you.
And we'll
Appreciate
we'll
it.
see you tonight after the after party.
Yes.
There's
the
always an
after
after
party.
party.
Thank you,
I
guys.
have any money left?
All right, so we are up to 138 now in the ring. We are going to bring on a couple of guests here in just a moment. Ren, do you want to let us know who this horse is?
Yes, I will let you know who this horse is. So this horse is hip 138, filly by Good Magic from my favorite female family, which is family 1X. And she is out of Lady Lauren by Liam's Map. And as I said, 1X is my favorite female family because I feel it's the most prolific family. But yeah, a nice pedigree here for sure.
Very nice.
Good Magic champion 2-year-old. Liam's Map, the grandsire, the broodmare sire rather. Of course, we went over earlier the fact that he is a dirt mile winner and a half brother to not this time. So very potent genetics there. This filly should go for a bit because she's got a pretty nice page with a lot of black type and precocity.
All right, we're up to $425,000. That's a nice little sound in the background. And we've got some new guests coming in. We're working out. We're putting mics on. We're putting earpieces in. Alberto, you have the earpiece in, but I'm also shouting in your ear, so it doesn't matter. You can hear me anyway. From the New York Racetrack Chaplaincy. Wanted to have you on. We've had you waiting last night. You're here tonight. You're finally here. Welcome.
Thank you for having us. This is a great event, and we just thank you for everything that you guys do and for allowing us to be able to speak about what we do. So we thank you.
Awesome. I'm going to move this up just a little closer to you so that we can hear you a little bit better. Tell us about, first of all, the work that you guys do, because it's so important.
Well, the Racetrack Chaplaincy of America, basically, and this is kind of like an overall thing. I consider us like part of God's army. We like to do life together with people. We get involved in their life. We get involved, and we understand that to be able to share God's love, that we need to take care of some other necessities. We have so many different programs to be able to do that. The teen enrichment program, the men's mentoring, women's mentoring, back to school programs. So we take care, we try and attempt to take care of these needs, these basic needs, so that we can share God's love as we do that, and we can also speak about God and His love for us.
She's supporting the people primarily right on the backstretch, right? Doing all the work back there, taking care of the horses, and what you provide to them is all the support spiritually, emotionally, and
correct. That's exactly what we do. And then tomorrow night we actually have the basketball game, which is going to be a lot of fun. So
this is perfect timing.
Oh yes.
Take note if you're around tomorrow night. What
tomorrow
time?
Night it's at 7 p.m. at the Saratoga Rec Center. Come on out. It's going to be the jockeys versus the horsemen. A lot of fun. You can see all sorts of different things here. I'm not sure if it's basketball, whether it's hockey or football, or sometimes it could even be wrestling. But it's just a lot of fun things take place there. And one of the beautiful things that all the proceeds that come from there obviously go to some of the programs that we do, but we also give back to the Disabled Jockey Fund. So it's something to help along with their efforts as well. And then the brunch is next week, and that's going to be a good event as well. And we primarily use those funds for all the other programs that we have, our holiday programs, our back-to-school programs. So it's a great event as well. And we're going to be honoring Johnny and his wife as well. So
Johnny
Velasquez.
Johnny and Leona.
Yes, Johnny and Leona Velasquez. So yes.
All right. You're going to do this next introduction because I know this is one of the people you were most looking forward to introducing.
Well, another one of those eagle-eyed agents out here is Kim Valerio, who, Kim, I adore you.
Thank you, Ren. I adore you too.
You know, well, here's how I always like to throw it to somebody who's got a resume like yours. I always like to throw it back and say, how would you like to have yourself introduced?
That's a trick question.
I know, right?
I don't know.
Because you've done
I'm
so
a horseman.
much.
How's that sound? I'm a good horseman. I come from a horsemanship background. I come from show jumping. So first and foremost, I'm a horse person. I rode until I was 38 professionally. That I feel has a lot to do with it. So yeah, that's what I would say. I love the horses. My whole life revolves around.
And I would say you work for some of the biggest names in the biz. Would you elaborate on that?
I've done my fair share. I currently work for the Greens, the DJ stable, and some gentleman out of Philadelphia, Dr. Lou Bucky and his partner Will Schwartz. I work for myself. I buy myself a lot of horses. I have a partner, Malachi Ryan. His brother Dermot runs Coolmore. He's one of my partners. We buy a lot of mares together. One of our homebreds was here last night. He didn't bring as much as I thought, but we did sell him for $550 as a weanling. So yeah,
nothing to sniff at.
Yeah, so that was fun.
What is the? I mean, you mentioned Scat Daddy the other day, right? Did I just imagine that? You want to tell us that story?
Yeah, that's kind of a long story, but I loved him.
Yeah.
I actually took a horse from Mr. Tabor and Mr. Magner. It was by Food Peg, and he was very temperamental. He bit and he kicked, and at the time I was doing the show jumpers for the Farish family at Lane's End, and I couldn't take him there. So I said to Fergus Galvin, can I bring this horse over there? He's a bit naughty and mean, and he's like, sure, you can bring him over. So I got a paddock in a stall way in the back 40, and he was so bad that I couldn't even sit on the fence line. I had to sit across the fence line because he would come spar in my face.
Oh my gosh.
And there was a 10-acre field with 6 colts in it. And this big, beautiful black horse every day would come see me. And he had this big poofy hairdo, and I would just tell him all my problems, rubbing his hair. And I learned a long time ago, the better horses want to leave their friends. They don't want to, pick the ones that aren't screaming and preoccupied. Pick the ones that are more interested in you than their buddies. So I'm like, this horse doesn't care about his friends, he cares about me. So I begged Todd Pletcher to buy him. And it was Scat Daddy. So it was meant to be.
You also said Poofy Forelock. I mean, I know we were talking about Scat Daddy, so there's a reason that that's the horse we're talking about. But even if you had just said Poofy Forelock, I'd be like, Scat Daddy.
Yeah.
I mean, the only other horse it could be would be like Quality Road.
Totally.
Yeah, go ahead.
I loved him. I was around him a lot, so
that's so cool.
So we are, like, a lot of our viewers are watching this sale for the first time. Some of them unfamiliar with sales. They haven't been to any sale, let alone this one. And they say, this one said, hey, I got a sales question. What is an RNA? Who determines an RNA? How fast do people know it's an RNA? That's like 3 questions. You want to take that?
Sure. Reserve not attained is an RNA, which means we go and put our reserves in, which means the money that we expect it to bring or we would like to get. You can kind of tell when you're in the business long enough whether or not it's a live bid. Especially if you know the bid spotters and they're, just going to whatever the person putting the reserve in is. So you can say last live money, or you can say straight to the reserve. You pay the commission based off of that. But pretty quickly, especially like myself, I ask the reserves on the horses we're bidding on.
Okay.
So
But
I know what they are.
you.
They usually tell me. Maybe I shouldn't have said that. But
No, it's good to know, right? I mean, it's
Yeah.
certainly helpful.
Definitely. I like to know because if they're out of my price range, I need to move along.
Yeah.
And generally, I'm not a buy high person. I'm a buy low, sell high kind of a girl. But, this sale, you're not getting that. So.
Well, I talked to you on Saturday, and you at that point had a short list of 50 horses that you then had to come back the next morning to trim on down.
Yes.
Have you bought anything tonight or yesterday?
One with the greens yesterday. Hopefully, the 2 that I really wanted Hip 13. I wanted the Curlin and the Good Magic.
Yeah.
Those were the 2 that I wanted the most last night. Obviously, they went well over $1 million. So let's hope for tonight.
Okay.
Let me ask you, just to go back to you for a minute. Obviously, you're at the track every day. It's a very different world from this. When you come out here, what is some of the things that you see that sort of strike you in terms of the culture that is horse racing in Saratoga this time of year?
It's actually really great. I see a lot of the same people that I see at the track. I see them here, and I see the excitement, and I'm like, okay, good. I hope they get this horse because it was really good. Yeah.
So you do have your friends and your favorites that you're rooting for, obviously, right?
Well, I wouldn't say favorites, but friends definitely, because they're all my favorites.
They're all your favorites. All right.
Yeah.
How diplomatic this guy is. All right. We love that.
Well, Kim, we've seen a lot of changes in the sales. What do you think are some of the good changes that have been implemented?
I am so thankful for Fasig-Tipton taking the initiative to change the format of their 2-year-old sales. I think that's where we need to improve our industry the most as far as the public persona. When you talk about animal rights groups, they show up where the action is. They don't show up here. They show up where the horses are performing. And, there's a 50-50 chance that they're publicly there. So hats off to them. I hope the other sale company follows through. I don't think so, but let's just see if we can change their mind a little bit. So that's a big improvement, taking the whip away, taking the clock away. Now, obviously...
We're talking about the breezos.
The breezos. So the 2-year-old in training. Sorry, I should have made that more
No,
clear.
it's okay.
But that's probably one of the most important things that could have happened. Boyd is always going to try to do the better thing for everybody in the industry. And hats off to them. They made a big change during the Timonium sale, and it was an extremely important change. So,
Kim, you're talking about we could talk for another 10 minutes about this topic alone. For a lot of people, again, just watching, want to learn more about the sales and the different kinds of sales out there, what sales closest to them, whether they're interested in buying or not, or getting involved in any capacity. What would you recommend to them in terms of learning?
Just show up and be present and look. Don't stop looking. Especially if you're going to get into this, you should do your homework and learn the business before you just jump in with both feet and spend all your money. And don't spend more than you can afford to lose.
Mm-hmm.
Like, period, end of the story.
Mm-hmm.
Because these are expensive. But I would say just go to the sales and start, introducing yourself to people and try to find yourself a good agent that is honest and has integrity.
Like you.
Yeah, exactly.
And like all of the guests we've had on our set tonight.
Yeah, I mean,
I love everybody. No, everybody comes to the chair. I'm like, I love you, and I genuinely do, because everybody we've had the pleasure of having on tonight are just, some of. I keep saying my favorite people in the industry, but it's so true, because I see the work that you all put in.
See, she has favorites.
Yeah.
They're everybody who's come and
not
sat down with
diplomatic.
me. They're everybody who's come and sat down. And we ask, people like you to come on, because we know that your passion is so genuine and that you can convey that to our audience. And I thank you for what you do, and it's thrilling to watch.
Oh, well, thank you.
Really
I really
is.
appreciate it. Thank you for having me on.
Oh my gosh, if people want to, learn more about Kim, maybe even get in touch, maybe they're looking for a horse. You have a website.
I have a website, valeriobloodstock.com. It will show all my stakes winners there. It will give you a little, where I come from. I come from automobile racing, so I know a lot about speed. Yeah, so...
you know a lot about speed, but you also love a classic horse.
Yes, exactly, for sure.
So did you share the website?
I did, valeriobloodstock.com.
There we go. And you have not only a website to share, but you have an event details
With
again for the
Johnny,
audience.
I'm so excited.
Yes. So we have the racetrack Chaplaincy of America.
Yeah.
New York division. Sorry,
we got to make sure they hear you.
And then we have the tomorrow night is going to be the basketball game. It's at the Saratoga Rec Center. Coming out, that's at 7 p.m. And then next week we have the brunch. However, I do believe that the tickets for the brunch are sold out. But if you can get some tickets, come. It'll be a great time. We'll be honoring Johnny and Leona Velasquez as well. So.
Look for those on StubHub, I guess. Secondary market for this. Thank you so much for the work you do. Really appreciate you.
Thank you.
God bless you.
Thank you.
And thank you also. I know it's been an ordeal finding
Well, it's
us
so
and us
busy.
getting you on. So thank you again.
It's a frenetic
Thank you,
pace
Dan.
that you're all at, right, Kim?
Pardon?
Frenetic pace that you're all at.
I'm sorry.
The pace is frenetic.
Yes, for sure. I mean, and I think we're bidding on this one, so I'm
Oh,
half
how about
attention.
you?
But I'm excited to be here. I'm so excited you're doing this. We need more people like you to keep putting us out there and showing everybody what a good sport this is, really.
Now I'm
I think
curious
we're
if we're
probably
gonna-
out now.
Oh, okay.
I think we're probably out, and the betting's over.
Well, for the viewers out there, if they're curious, this is a Street Sense filly. Street Sense, again, he's actually the first and one of only 2 horses to win the Breeders' Cup Juvenile as well as the Kentucky Derby. The other one is Nyquist. She's at a Luck Now by Medaglie d'Oro. Oh, what a pedigree on her, too. She is from the family of Better Lucky.
What are we at?
And
We're at
Desert
500.
Stormer, 500,000.
500,000. Let's see.
147, Bay Coal by Mandaloon. This is a first crop representative of Mandaloon. Won the Kentucky Derby, the Haskell.
147. There you go. Let's hear some ring feed here.
Okay.
You gotta be 85 or you gotta 75 ahead of you. You gotta be 85. Nope, 75's on the internet. 85. 75, 85, 75, 85. Are you got 75, 85, everybody else needs 85. Now 100. Oh, you gotta be 100 back, guys. Get 85 on the internet. 100,000. 100,000 not on a big 100,000 not on a medium 100,000 not on a negative 100,000. 85 on 100. 85 on 100. Is it all done? 100,000 not on anybody else. 100,000 not on 90. Now 100. 90. Now 1. 100,000 not on a 90. 100,000 not on a 100,000 not on a 90. 100,000 not a yes or no. 90,000. Anybody else? 100,000 not on a 90. 100,000 not on a y'all know? $90,000 in the back. Josie, thank you.
That might have been the deal of the sale.
That might have been Justin. Maybe Justin got it for 90,000. He said he's bought them for 50, 60, the lowest horses every year. So maybe that was him. 90.
You know, one of the fun things that I don't think we've mentioned before, and our next guest here is actually pretty savvy at doing this. We heard a couple internet bids on there, and I don't think some people know that you can actually bid and buy these horses for big money, small money, whatever, from the comfort of your own home, and maybe in a pair of footy pajamas with a back flap.
I don't know why you keep going to footy pajamas when you think of me. I don't think that's a good look for the general public.
I just think of you as being very, very much enveloped in comfort.
Yes, well, comfort is definitely my middle name for sure. I also like when you get to go like across the carpet. And
You don't
like,
slip.
You know.
Non-slip grip.
Yeah,
Power
exactly.
slide. I'm so sorry. It's John Green of
Oh, that's
DJ
right.
Stable.
Oh, yes. Very, very debonair and.
And you really, and as I keep saying to every guest, you're one of my favorite people. And
it's true.
It is
It's true.
You're my. You know what? Let me think real quickly. You are my favorite person. And Jason might now be getting up there because I interviewed Jason Worth earlier today, but you might be my favorite person with a beard.
Really?
I
That is
definitely
saying
like you
Wait,
more than Joe
so
Bianca.
I'm
I definitely like you more than Joe
That's
Bianca.
no contest. I mean, but wait, am I higher or lower than Jason Worth?
Well, for now, higher because I
For
know
now,
you longer.
because I'm
Yes.
here.
Yeah.
Exactly. All
Well,
right.
no,
good.
I know you longer.
Right, exactly. All right, good. That's all
So,
it takes.
John Green and DJ Stables, they own some horses that you might be familiar with.
Yeah, just a few.
Like Sandman, for example. Now Ewing, up and coming. I mean, there's
You know, Griffin Johnson owns both of those too. Did you know that?
yeah.
No, really?
Yeah,
Hey,
really. I
John,
don't know
I
if you
keep
realize
waiting
that.
for you to show up
Right.
with your haircut, maybe matching what he's got going on,
you
where
know
we
what?
get some like forward-facing fringe.
Yep.
I would love that. Even if we could get like a little wig moment for you
Rachel,
the next race that you show
laugh,
up at.
But for the guests at home, we will show you a high school picture of me that looks just like but no, I was a stud. I was definitely, and you can even call my wife if you want. Who, by the way, actually she's watching the show. So thank you to the family for all the support. I appreciate it. Love you, Michelle. Thank you for watching.
We do love Michelle. Michelle is one of the nicest people you could ever meet.
She is. She's even nicer than Jason Worth.
I have met her. She is spectacular.
And you know, she doesn't even have a beard. to
No,
keep
one of
it,
the
though.
funniest things John's ever said. He was doing like some newlywed game with Joe Bianca because Joe had just gotten married, and one of the questions was, about the wives, and he said something along the lines of that his wife was so nice that she could be getting literally attacked, and she'd be like, "Oh no, but it was okay. His hands were still real soft."
Yeah.
Like, accosted for her bag or something.
Right, exactly.
You know, but in any case, no, she is amazing. But yeah, you've been involved with a lot of big horses, and I do think it'd be fun if you got him and Griffin doing like TikToks together.
Yeah,
Oh.
a trend together.
Is that a dating site? I don't do that anymore.
No,
Oh, okay.
I don't have a TikTok.
Oh, okay, good.
So aside from torturing you and you torturing us back,
Yes, it's only fair.
No, it's just us.
Tell us how the sale's been for you so far.
You know, talk about torture. It has been like getting paying to get kicked in the head. You
Yeah.
know, which sometimes you do that in Vegas. You know, occasionally on for your bachelor party.
What's the issue? I mean, it's just the ones you're locked in on are just going for way too much. Is that the main issue?
I think other than the horse that just went through the ring,
Yeah.
everything has gone exponentially greater than what you think.
Yeah.
And there's a lot of components to that. One is the fact that it is a decreased pool of horses overall. So the foal crop continues to decrease, and therefore there's only a finite number of really top athletes, and a lot of them show up here, and more importantly, a lot of them show up on everybody's list.
Yeah.
So there's no secrets here anymore as far as who the top horses are. So that's a big thing. And then with the economic bill that just was signed on, that's giving a lot of people much more tax benefits and incentivization to go ahead and spend money. And that's nothing new for this sale. The September sale will be the same, and the November sale, what I'm hoping, and Ren and I talk about this all the time, what I'm hoping is it's not just that the top of the market continues to go exponentially. It's that, if you have a $500,000 horse, he sells for $700. If you have a $200,000 horse, he sells for $400. I'm hoping that if you have a $25,000 horse, it brings $40, because that's really what we need, is some of that infusion into the lower part of the market. Not that those horses are bad, but just for valuation purposes, maybe they're not as the type of athlete or the type of pedigree that would show up here. Because again, there's only 200 horses here. I mean, that's the upper echelon.
And you have
and
two
it's
of them.
high prices. And I mean, this next one that's in the ring, up over $1 million. I believe
Right.
that we've already exceeded the threshold that was set last year of 12 horses
Yep.
between the two sessions went for $1 million and up. And I think that this will be, Ren can confirm, the 13th horse.
Oh gosh, now I would have to double check it. So give me a moment.
But regardless, and again, this is a not this
$50,000
time. And another one for Denali. Okay, a former guest of the show.
So yeah, this would be 13. This would be 13 over $1 million. And yeah, second out this time had Lugosa Romero Resto. She was a stakes winner, and yeah, I mean, you've got some black type. We got a lot of black type actually.
Can I give you a prediction? I think that hit 175 is going to top sales. 175. For those of you who are playing at home, it's a gun runner filly. It's a filly, gun runner filly.
Yes.
At Lane's End, and in our estimation, she is head and shoulders above even the top horses that are in tonight. And I'm only saying that now because I know I have no chance in hell of being
you're not
able to
bidding
buy
on
the
this
horse.
one?
Yeah. But I think, I don't know if it's going to top, Bobby Flay's homebred from yesterday.
Yeah.
But I think it's definitely going to bring at least 7 figures, and it's definitely going to be.
This is the gun runner out of Paradise Woods. And a
Let me
lot
take
of
a note. What number is that?
175. Paradise Woods, she won over $1 million. She won the Santa Anita Oaks, the Zenyatta, the Santa Margarita, goes on and on. So yeah, it's the family of Street Sense, and you also have Mr. Greeley in there, and it's a very prolific pedigree. It's one of those ones that you want in your broodmare band, let alone whatever she might do as a racehorse. So yeah, she's going to go for
Is it a 1X though?
She's not a 1X. However,
I love that John knows this angle.
But 1X, there is a 1X going in right before her, hip 174 for Hillendale.
Right.
The gun runner out of the Archmare, Nona Mila.
Right.
Bluegrass cat family. What's up? Meow.
Yep. The old
Meow.
The old meow. Wow. The old Overbrook family.
Yeah, you got rhythm in there. You got daydreaming.
Right. Which is the old
Girolamo,
Ogden Phipps.
imagining.
Yep,
Yeah.
Exactly.
Accelerator.
Exactly. For
So-
those of you playing at home, that's 7 generations back. And
Yeah,
if you have on your bingo card that Ren actually went 7 generations back, cross it off. You're good. It might be the free. It might be the free space.
Bring the people what they want.
And for those, so there are a lot of people who are really savvy and are really digging all this information. For people who have never been to this sale, what would be the first thing you would tell them to help them kind of understand what this is all about?
I think the first thing you need to do before you even set foot on this campus is do your homework. You need to look at the pedigrees. You need to look at the pedigrees beyond just what they show in the catalog. Because the catalog's great, but it is truncated. You're only going to see the first 3 generations usually of a pedigree.
Oh,
and
so
there's
you
so
do
much
look
more.
beyond that.
And there's so much more. and then you go ahead and you hire somebody like Ren Carothers, the
There you go.
to go ahead and
There
give
you
you the
go.
analysis. The other thing that I think you really want to make sure that you do is have somebody here that can walk you around and give you an idea of what conformation should look like. And there's perfect conformation, and then there's racetrack conformation. And if you go to the paddock of a lot of the top races, I would say you'd probably Ren, correct me if I'm wrong, you'd probably throw out half of them physically, because you'd be like, there's no way that that horse could ever continue to do what it's doing. Brandt is a perfect example. Brandt physically looks great. On the racetrack, though, swims like Mark Spitz. You know?
It's done.
And so is that horse that they paid $3 million going to continue to go on? I don't know. I would bet against it. But smarter minds than mine ponied up $3 million to buy it. And so confirmation is important, but you have to know what you can live with is probably the takeaway from that.
So is there a kind of a perfect analogy that you would draw between sales and maybe specifically this sale as a buyer and any other, I don't know, sports analogies?
I mean, this is the all-star game, the all-century game, if you will, the all-century teams. That no Mets would ever show up on because they're just not good enough.
Are they losing again tonight?
I don't even look. It doesn't even
Last
look
night
anymore.
was disgusting.
But this is the best of the best. I mean, this is really the upper echelon. This is the sale that if you get invited to this sale, it's almost like getting invited
you got
to the prom.
two in.
And we were fortunate enough to get two in, and one sold and one didn't, believe it or not. And sometimes that happens, no matter how you're handicapping it.
Can you tell us which one you're taking home?
I'm taking home the Colt. I'm taking home the Curlin Colt.
Really?
That was a homebred of ours, and we thought we would get 700, 750. He RNA'd at 675.
Oh my gosh, so close.
So it's close, but I'm very happy to bring home. Very happy to bring home.
So somebody was asking about RNAs. You pay a fee, right, if the horse doesn't sell, right?
Well, you're basically buying it back.
Isn't that a thing? Oh, you're supposed to pay a fee, at least, right?
Look
Depends on how good of a negotiator you are. In theory.
But you can, depending on how quality your horse is, if you want to bring the horse.
Yep.
I'm not paying the fee, or I'm paying less of fee, or whatever, right?
Yeah, no, exactly, and that's
speak specifically of this deal.
that's negotiable. I mean, if you're beginning in the game, then yeah, you're going to pay the 5% commission no matter what.
Yeah.
If you bring the horse here, because this is valuable real estate. It's valuable real estate in the catalog. It's valuable real estate in the barns. And if your horse, if you come up here with unrealistic expectations, or the market just isn't here for you, then you deserve to have to pay the money, to have that honor of being in this sale. But it is like anything else. It's negotiable. It's all based on relationships. I said I know Rachel Miller, and they said, okay, you don't have to pay the commission. If the horse doesn't bring it.
Most rooms.
Most rooms, exactly. The champagne room, exactly.
That's actually how we got promoted to president. Yeah.
I'm sure. Yeah. Well, it definitely wasn't because of that profile picture that they put in the article for sure. I mean, can we show that? Can we show the profile picture of Dan? And his.
That's my brother from Casablanca.
Exactly.
It's actually my long lost brother.
Right. Your brother Tan. Your brother Tan Fivehead.
Tan Torch.
Tan Tordjman.
Jeez,
Did I
come
just
on,
hear what I
John.
did? I just hear what I think I just heard.
With that, we're gonna let John go in a second.
We're gonna let John go on that one.
Wait, before we let you go, we're not letting you go yet.
There's nobody else waiting. What are you talking about?
No,
Okay.
Lizzie Merriman's
Oh,
over
okay.
there.
I'm sorry.
She's
Okay.
making eyes from a distance.
Okay.
We got to bring her in a second.
You got it.
But we have Alexa also standing by. We're going to go to her in like 30 seconds. 30 seconds. What does the rest of the night look like for you? You're not going to tip your hand too much, but you're still in the game, right?
Yeah, there's 5 or 6 horses that are still on our list. I fully anticipate that we are not going to get anything tonight. Which is fine, because that means that I'm doing my job as a business procurer of not buying horses that are out of value. But that's the hardest thing, because you do all the legwork, you come up here, you spend the time, you look at the horses, you get excited about it, there's the chase, everything like that, you get the vet work, everything is cool, and all of a sudden you go in there and there's like 18 other groups and partnerships that just kick you in the head. And then
we got the same sentiment from David and Gordo, actually.
And if he's
just
getting
like,
outbid, then
No, see, you guys have to go with my method of bidding. Nobody will bid against you if you just you make it clear that you're bidding aggressively, and
Right.
nobody's gonna be. They're gonna be like, oh my gosh, they're so aggressive. They're not even being coy about it. They must be
I don't know
loaded.
about that.
independently
Ren bought a
loaded.
horse. She bid
That's
on a
what
horse
I
for
did,
us.
and I got her for less than they were
So
willing
just
to
act
spend.
like you're not going to stop bidding? That,
Right,
that doesn't
exactly.
I
sound
was
too
so
prudent.
aggressive because they're like, oh, look at her. She must just be like one of these loaded little
Right.
princesses.
Exactly.
And they didn't bid against me.
And they didn't bid
Maybe
against you.
come to Dubai.
Yeah.
I mean, hey, if you're ever looking for people to bid on horses for you,
Okay.
we're for hire.
Okay, you ready? You can see my list. You can come back.
Oh, wow.
How
You just
long
got
are
a
you
little
guys done
peek.
for?
All right, all right,
How
all
long-
right.
You guys are here till when? Till the end?
Till the
end.
Yeah.
Till the
Can I
bitter
borrow?
ends.
Can I borrow somebody to be a designated
You
bidder?
can- I
Because it seems
mean-
like, not that I'm a big deal in this business, because I'm not, but it seems like that when I go in there, they're all
Coming
like,
after you.
Green's bidding, Green's
Yeah,
bidding. All right,
yeah,
jump
yeah.
it up, Jack, 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 Jack.
Can we get the National Guard on the line?
I might need
You need
Ava.
a beer.
I might need Ava
Yeah,
to come in
yeah.
and have her bid
Ava.
for me.
Is
All right,
it legal
Alexa's
for
going to
her?
kill us. She's been
Okay.
standing by for 15 minutes. John,
love you, John.
love you.
All right,
Thank
love you
so
too,
much.
brother. All right.
Yeah, we'll see
Love
you
you,
soon.
John.
All right.
All right, Alexa, what do you got? Is her audio not working? I don't hear her audio. Guys, anybody know? Wait, Alexa, hang tight. I think we because I see it muted here. Hold on. Let's see. No. All right. We're gonna have to come back to Alexa.
Man, after all that
After all
anticipation,
that.
waiting with bated breath. But this is a good view of the back walking ring. So again, this is where the public can kind of watch and look at horses as they're preparing to go up into the sales ring, which is what you guys are usually seeing on the screen, where the prices are racking up and the numbers are going higher and higher. But those horses don't just immediately walk from the barns into the sales ring. Instead, their journey actually starts and they work through kind of a series of back walking
Can you hear me
rings
now?
where they
We
slowly
hear you.
progress. We've got
There
you.
she is.
You got us. Okay, we just needed a little battery switcheroo. So, but yes, Rachel, you talked about the back walking ring. We're here. These horses are gorgeous, and I'm with a very familiar face, Christina Blacker, who spends pretty much most days at the track. So how would you compare kind of the ambiance of the sales to the ambiance of the racetrack?
Well, I would say, first of all, this sale in particular has a higher kind of level of energy, and just from the fan perspective, fans coming out to attend and to watch the sale. But if you wanted to compare it to the races, you know, at the track, you have the 30 minutes between races where everybody's handicapping or maybe having a drink, having a good time, and you get that real crescendo towards a race and the excitement of a race. When you're here at the sales, I feel like the tension, in a good way, remains at a pretty constant level. Someone's always buying, someone's always selling, the young horses are always circling. There's just so much action, and there's so many little things happening behind the scenes to make the whole kind of machine move that the energy stays pretty high when you're at a sale.
It does. I mean, I think that's part of it, right? Keeping everybody like primed and ready to spend, like never have a down moment. But
I think what I really love is seeing these horses from the beginning, because you remember them and then you feel a little bit of an attachment, a little bit of a connection, a touch point to that horse, and to follow them along through their racing journey is so exciting. You know, the sibling to journalism coming up in a little bit. There's an extra connection, I think, for everybody to that horse this year, and it brings so much interest into the sales. The other thing that I really love is following the Bloodstock agents, because I think you learn so much watching what they appreciate about a horse and seeing the physical, seeing the changes or what they're expecting, and also just the little nuances between a horse that would work well in California, a horse that might work well in New York, Florida. There's so much detail involved in the selection process, and it's something I have a lot to learn about in terms of looking at young horses and who's going to be the athlete at the end of the day. So I just love watching and listening and trying to absorb as much as I can.
so the selection process is a big part of your night. You are here buying, right?
Well, I hope so. I mean, I'm mostly here just supporting Dan, supporting my husband. He's here to buy, and a lot of his wonderful clients are here buying. So putting things together, maybe bringing some partnerships together, and hopefully going home with a horse for California. I love being at a sale like this where I can talk about California and represent California racing, and hopefully bring a few more of these runners out our direction. I know we're in New York, and it's easy to just go across the street to Saratoga with some of these, but you know, we need a stronger population in California. Everybody knows that. And I like supporting Dan and being able to go to any kind of racing event where I'm just taking a back seat and can, watch, observe, listen, and help him make those connections. And we've bid a few times. We haven't gotten lucky just yet. So there's still a few more. Fingers crossed on the list, and hopefully we'll be going home with something tonight.
I hope so too. It's tough being the underbidder over and over. It's like a mental game to stay strong, and I hope you guys get one tonight. And thanks for joining us. And Dan, she mentioned the Half to Journalism, who I think is in the back walking ring now. So maybe we can get a couple shots of her going around.
What number is that
that's
one?
165.
165. Who I think, Alex, is this 165 right here?
Yeah, let's see if we can get a sneak peek of her.
Well, this is a half-sister to journalism. Yesterday, we had a half-brother to Caravel go through the ring, which...
Bought by Sheikh Fahad because he loved Caravel and he wanted the sibling.
And the person who bred that horse is sitting with us right now. Lizzie Merriman, how are you?
Very good, thank you.
So I know you originally someone who started as like a horse player in Maryland, as like a trainer, right? I see your name in the trainer, and then I saw your daughter the other night. She's like, my mom, she has a horse going through the sale, Fasig-Tipton, first time. Tell me about this. First of all, how it all kind of came to this, and sort of your level of anxiety, fear, excitement going into last night.
Well, it was a pretty big deal. I mean, since I was a kid, I've been coming here and coming to the sales, and I always thought it'd be really cool to be able to sell something here. It seems like they really, top the market here. They do a great job, and they promote it well, and it's a small sale, so there are no horses that fall through the cracks. The buyers can see every single horse time after time again, and when I decided to breed to justify, this was my goal. So each step worked out incredibly well. When he was born a colt, colts usually sell better, and they're actually easier for me to part with. So that was the first step. He was...
What do you mean by that?
Being a breeder and growing up in a family of breeders, the fillies are hard to part with because you're always like, oh, have I sold the next factory?
Right. Yeah.
So colts are a little easier to part with because sometimes they make stallions, but not as often as fillies make good broodmares.
Right. You have a potentially more valuable asset. And with this one in particular, tell us kind of what your thinking was coming in. I mean, could you say you had a number in mind and where and what the sale price, how that compared to it?
It was pretty close to what I had in mind.
Okay.
He's a really, really nice colt.
Yeah.
He was very correct, very athletic. Really didn't have any real flaws. Excellent disposition, handled himself so well here, very classy. I was a little surprised when Sheikh Fahad bought him. I thought he might go to Europe, being a little bit of a turf pedigree, and they love Justify over there. So I kind of half expected him to go to Europe, but it'll be fun to have him close by.
Ren, do you have any thoughts on this horse's pedigree and
the one that's
no, the one that we're talking about?
Oh my gosh! I mean, you don't need me to tell you.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh! I mean, Caravel beat the boys in the
Yeah.
Breeders' Cup turf sprint.
Yeah.
I mean, and
I
you're
was
right.
there.
Justify.
I
You're
and I
right.
was
Triple Crown
on-
champion who's sired horses who are winning, the highest accolades, whether here in North America or in Europe. So yeah, I mean, the pedigree, you don't need anybody like me to tell you. It's beautiful.
You mentioned the Breeders' Cup. I had bet Caravel, I think, in every other race except for the Breeders' Cup for some unknown
Dan,
reason.
come on.
I missed the wedding. I missed it. I completely missed it.
So did I.
Did you?
Oh, really?
Well, I was going to bet on her, but we were walking through the tunnel at Keeneland, and it was so crowded that I didn't have time to get to the window.
Yeah.
I looked at her odds, and I was like, oh, I'd love to sprint to the window, but there's no chance.
And I would imagine you're not a big bettor generally, right? Or do you bet?
No, I bet a few dollars here and there for fun.
But when you see that price on the board,
Yeah.
it's like, give me a break. And I'm like, what was I thinking?
Yeah, she always was one that would defy the critics, defy the odds, defy the boys, whatever she had to do.
And those
Pretty
are kind
cool
of
horse.
the best mares, and just exciting to watch. And again, like the next generation and seeing what their progeny go on to do is pretty cool as well.
It really is. It's a lot of fun.
So what else are you looking forward to tonight at the sale, or you don't have a horse in the race, so to say, anymore? Are you just able to enjoy it and appreciate?
Very much. I love coming to the sale and watching the next generation come along. I'm excited to see 165. That's going to be amazing. I like watching the Nyquist because that colt that sold last night has a little sister by Nyquist. Some of the young stallions like Flightline, seeing his first crop sell is really exciting, and the Golden Pals, who Caravel beat Golden Pals, so always like.
Yeah, speaking of that Breeders' Cup, who could forget Flightline?
Yeah.
That's the full circle moment for me of seeing him win the Classic. I cried and I was like, this is so special. Wow. I didn't do it at the track. I contained my emotion until I was at home. But seeing kind of the years down the road now, the after effects of that is pretty exciting and unique. And even if you think about this current crop of 3-year-old racehorses, that is a phenomenal group. We've got Sovereignty, we've got Journalism, who was sold at this sale. There's some really serious horses on the track right now. And you think about 2 years ago, people were seeing them again in this kind of like middle school phase of being a yearling. It's, all potential here. So it's fun to see who you witness here tonight that's going to go on and be a big star, whether you know it or not.
We talked yesterday about Sierra Leone selling here in 2022, and the last 3 Preakness winners, which again, speaking of Maryland and the Mid-Atlantic, is an important note that they've all come through here as well. So you are kind of just at this point taking. I'm interested. Did you celebrate last night? Come on.
I mean, we went
Give us
across
the
the
good
road
stuff.
to the clubhouse and had a good time over
There you
there.
go. All right, a good time. That's what we're.
My question: how hard did Liza party? That's my question.
Not that.
No.
She's not too wild.
I know she's got energy.
We went home at the same time in the same
did
car.
you? Okay. Well, that's telling. That's revealing. Well, look, congratulations. It's very exciting. And for this to be your first horse to come through this sale, that's spectacular.
Congratulations.
Yeah.
And it'll be exciting to follow the career once there's a name selected and everything.
Well, we've called him Just Soon since he was born, so I'm kind of hoping that sticks.
Oh, I love that.
Did you share that with them? Did you let them know?
Oh, yes.
Keep this? Okay, good.
He responds to it. He will sit and stay for a treat.
I requested the trainer and everything. There you go.
Right, exactly. All right, Lizzie Merriman, thank you so much for spending a few minutes with us. We really appreciate you.
Take care. Thank you
Congrats
very
again.
much.
And
All right.
enjoy, relax.
Yes, enjoy it. All right, so we're looking at the ring. Well, actually, we're looking at
Frank Mirahmadi.
outdoor scene. We can should we bring Frank in? But now we've got to have sound up on this 165.
We do.
I know.
Which we're
and
only a couple away from right now. So
Well,
And
not
it's
just
a
that one,
countdown.
but 163, Into Mischief out of I'm a Chatterbox.
Oh, that's going to be a big one.
163.
And this one's another Not This Time, which all of
This
his
is-
babies I'm seeing serious.
Well, no, this one right now is the Into Mischief out
This
of I'm
one
a
is?
Chatterbox. I'm a Chatterbox. She won over $2.3 million, including the Cotillion, the Delaware Handicap, the Juddmonte Spinster. I'm assuming this one's going to go for a nice chunk of change here.
And again, it's got that signature Into Mischief
Yep.
stamp.
Oh, yeah,
in
he
the
definitely-
blaze. This
definitely.
looks like what
Look
Into
at that.
Mischief
Look
looks
at,
like.
oh my gosh, this horse is very handsome. And he's from family 1L, so another family 1
1L?
subset. Yep.
Okay, we're gonna go to the
Jeff.
sound.
I had to get down by 2, 3. I had to get down 300. I had to get down 300,000 and 3. I had to get down 300. I had to get down 3. I had to get down 3, 4. I had to get down 400,000 and 4. I had to get down 400,000. I had to get down 4. I had to get down 4. 4.5, pay 450, $4.50, $4.50, $150, now 500, and 500,000, $500, $500, pay 5.5, 600 on the man to get down 600, and 600, thank you, now 600, now 50 on the man to get down 6.5, $6.5, and 7, I had to get down 50, I had to get 8, now you're out 50, 800, you're out 800 on the man to get 800, now 50, now 9, and you lay 900, and 9 on the man to get down 9, on the man to get down 9, on the man, million dollars, pay 9.5 million, now 1 on the man to get down million, on the million, $1, million 2, pay million, on the million 2,
Ding, 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 we've got another.
This is a big one, and we know everybody's waiting for 165. 2 million, $2 million, $2 million, $1, $2 million, $1, $2 million, $1, $2 million, $1. I had to get down 2, 1, and $2 million, $1, $1, $1, now 2, $2, down, down, to get down 2 million, 2, 2, 2, down, down, to get down 2, 2, 2, 3, and 5, 2, 5, 2, 6. I had to get down 2 million, 600, and 2 million, 600, down, to get down 2 million, 600, down, to get down 2 million, to get down 2 million, 600, and 2 million, 600, now 7, 7, 7, down, to get down 2 million, 7, 7, 7, down, to get down 2 million, 7, and 2 million, 600, 2 million, 700. I had to get down 2 million, 600, now 7, down, to get down 2 million, 7. And 2 million, 600, now 700, down, to get down 2, 7, 2, 7, down, to get down, you sure? 2 million, 700, and 2 million, 61, 7, 7, down, to get down 7, down, to get down, hit the deal, so they're all done. $2,700,000, and a half.
Bobby still reigns supreme.
$2,600,000. Hold your applause, please, folks. Hold your applause. Let's let him get out of the ring first.
2.6 million there, a touch below.
Thank you, Bob.
Yesterday's top numbers were
round of applause,
2.7.
please.
But this next one, we think could top all of this.
I think potentially it might. And then
the
this
next
is
one, not 164.
This
No,
is 165. Yeah.
164 is an out, so now we bring into the ring 165.
This is the house.
Consigned by Denali Stud as agent for
I
Don.
don't think we'll see. Maybe.
I'm going to say yes.
Okay.
I'm going to go with yes.
All right.
And this is a filly.
Let's kick it back to the. Oh, or you could tell us more.
No.
Tell us more.
Winning filly here at Saratoga and Tommy Joe, who earned TDN Rising Stardom for Spendthrift Farm and trainer Todd Pletcher. The filly in the ring is out of the graded stakes winning Mobitism, a hard-knocking mare. 26 career starts for that daughter of Uncle Mo. All but 4 were in graded stakes races, and she was in the money 14 of those 26 times. And in the ring now is the half-sister to the only 3-time Grade 1 winner to date in 2025 in the form of journalism, who since the catalog won the Haskell Stakes in addition to being a classic winner in the Preakness and the Santa Anita Derby. And we are just into August with that 3-time Grade 1 winner. So many other big events on the horizon for the Saratoga graduate in journalism. Here is the half-brother to that 3-time Grade 1 winner, and it's a filly by Into Mischief.
I had to get down, buddy, paying 2.5, down, to get down 250, I had to get down 500, and 500,000, down, to get down 5, I had to get down 500, down 700, down, to get down 700, and 700,000, down, to get down 770, 8, 8, 8, 9, 9, 900, down, to get down 1 million, 2, I had to get down 1 million, 3, 3, 3, down, to get down 1 million, 2, 3, 3, down, to 5, a million, 3, 3, and 500, 700, down, to get down 1 million, 7, 7, down, to get down 1 million, 7, to get down 1 million, 7, to get down $2 million, and 2, 2, down, to get down $2 million, down, to get down 1 million, 7, 8, 8, 8, down, to get down 7 million, 8, 8, 8, 9, 8 million, 9, 9, 9, down, to get down 1 million, 8 million, 9, down, to get down 9, 2, 2, 2, 2 million, 1, and 2 million, 1, 2 million, 1, I had to get down 2, 1, 2, 2, 2, 2, 2,
The third to go over $2 million.
4 million, 4, 4, 5, I had to get down 2 million, 5, down, to get down 2, 5, and 2, 5, 6, 6, 7, 7, down, to get down 2 million, 7, to get 8, 8, 8, and 2 million, 8, down, to get 8, 8, 8, down, to get 8, 8, 8, down, to get 8, 9, and 2 million, 9, down, to 3 million, 3 million, 3, thank you, now 1, 3, 2, and 3, 1, 3, 2, don't get late again, 3, 1, 3, 2, get right back in there, yes sir, 3, 1, 3, 2, and 3 million, 2, like I had to get down 3, 1, 2, 3, 3, 3, down, to get down 3 million, 3, and 3 million, 300, down, to get down 3 million, 3, down, to get down 3 million, 3, 3, 3, down, to get down 4, 4, 4, and 3 million, 4, down, to 5, down, to get down 3 million, 5, 5, thank you, now 6, 3 million, 600, and 3 million, 600, down, to get down 3 million, 600, down, to get down 3 million, 5, 5, 5, go ahead, 3 million, 600, here.
Joseph, this is the 104th Saratoga Sale, and over the years and over the decades, Saratoga has been synonymous with legacy. It has introduced future stars to the sport, such as her mother, Mopetism, who came to this very ring when she was a yearling. She is a half-sister, of course, to journalism, who was first introduced to the world here just a few years ago on his way to becoming one of the best of his generation, and it is where the story continues tonight with this filly in the ring by the leading sire into Mischief.
$3,600,000. $6, 7, and $3,700,000. I had to get down like $3,700,000, 7, to get down 7, 7, to get 8, 8, on about to get down $3,800,000, and 9, on about to get down 9, on about to get down $3,900,000, for you out $4,000,000.
I think for this amount of money, it could be
$4,000, on about to get down $4,000, and to get down $4,000,000, and $3,900,000, $4,000,000. I had to get down $4,000, on about to get down $4,000,000, on about to get down what you want, to get down head of the scrap, had to get down 3 all done, and $4,000,000. I had to get down 3,900,000, now 4,400,000, on about to get down 3,900,000 and 4, and $4,000,000. Not a man to get down 3,900,000, get down $4,000,000. Not about to get down head of the deal, sell 3, well done, $4,000,000. Not a man to get down 3,900,000, get down 4, and $4,000,000. Videos, $4,000,000. Not about to get down 3,900,000 and $4,000,000, and $4,000,000, and $4,000,000. Hold your applause. Gentlemen, till the horse exits the ring. Thank you. $3,000,000, $4,000,000, $4,000,000.
9.
Which, for comparison, the most expensive horse ever sold out of this sale was $4 million.
Just missed
Just
it.
$100,000 shy of the most expensive horse to sell out of this sale specifically, and that was brought in 2023.
That was a curling
Curl it
colt out of Beholder.
And so that goes to show how important that family.
There's the
you're
cheering
hearing
now.
some cheers.
She's gonna come out right by us here, so.
Wow.
There she goes. She just went by.
Yeah. And it's a big moment for the consignment too. All the people have been getting her prepared for this sale. It's huge. And I mean, it's not that I didn't think she could bring,
Yeah, no,
you
Ren
just
was
don't know.
over there piping in with that lips. It's gonna stop. It's not gonna
No,
happen.
Ren was doubting it.
Yeah,
Ren
Ren was being a
No,
hater.
I did not even say it like that at all. All I said was like, I don't know. Like, I have to see her. I haven't seen her. I mean, you can look at something on a page, and just because it's there doesn't mean it's going to translate in the flesh. And I haven't seen what she looks like in the flesh, so I didn't see her. And this is this is what you hope though when you have a pedigree like this, that it will sell because you'll have a horse that has that star quality also in the flesh.
Real quick, we have Alexa standing by. I do want to introduce our guest on set real quick, Jacob Webb. Can you stay with us for a couple more minutes?
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm in no rush.
All right, so Jacob will stay with us for a few minutes.
Good.
Alexa, we're going to kick it to you. You are with a distinguished guest. Who is that gentleman
No
right
one
there?
knows who this man is.
But they know his voice.
They know his voice. Here, let's see if our viewers can guess in case they actually don't know who you are. What do you think of this ambiance?
This is incredible. Big social event. Saratoga's meet in general is one big reunion. It almost seems like everyone has their days that they pick out in advance that they're going to be here. But the sale, this one in particular, is always at the top of the list. And it is absolutely living up to the anticipation and then some. A lot of money being spent.
We just saw probably the sales topper at almost $4 million go by. But yeah, in case you haven't caught on by now, Frank Mirahmadi, the voice of horse racing. So I want to know what your favorite call has been this season so far.
We've had some really good races. Look, the biggest races are always the most exciting. And for me, during this time frame, because we've had 3 meets essentially already, the Belmont it was one for the ages. And I think it's good to talk about journalism because I regard him as a great horse, not a very good horse, a great horse. And so the fact that Sovereignty has been able to beat him so nicely just shows what Sovereignty is all about. But certainly no surprise that the family is good looking because when he steps on the track, he has an incredible presence. So just when you get the chance as a race caller, particularly in those grade ones when they're at Saratoga or low to the ground, they're coming right at you. That is an image that I will never forget. And I say to myself, I wish people had the opportunity to experience the exhilaration of watching that and being able to, in that moment of adrenaline, just basically scream your heart out in trying to celebrate what's happening in front of you. It's a feeling that can't be described, and it is unmatched.
Well, you're incredible at it. I mean, hearing your calls is just a joy. And you probably have one of the most unique ways that you look at horses being a race caller? I mean, I know when I've tried to sort of kind of call a race from a time or two, you look at the race so differently. You know, I'm used to just looking at the one I bet on and not the whole picture. But since you're so used to looking at horses, do you see things in these young ones here at the sale that you're like, this one's going to be good?
There are times, but you know, the thing is, this sale is such a great one. So it's hard. It's almost like when you look at a grade 1, when you're watching the horses in the paddock, you expect to see good things. But I love to look at the baby horses just to see the look in their eye and the look of confidence, particularly in an environment, so much noise, so many people, all these distractions. The class just kind of shines. I'm not trying to be like, I'm not some horse whisperer. As you know, I told you before, I'm allergic to horses, which is fantastic. But
Classic.
the opportunity to watch them, and sometimes I'll write down a couple of the numbers to just see what happens down the road, or to see if this horse was really worth what I thought maybe, or was it one that's going to fetch a lot of money. It's a lot of fun to watch, because in the end, what I tell, we have that race call thing where we get people up to benefit the backstretch employee service team the best, and people pay, and it's a great cause, and they're helping people on the backstretch. When those people come up and they don't really know horses that well, and they say, like, what do you look for to try to maybe pick a winner during the post-parade? I say, look, you don't have to be a trainer. You don't have to be someone who's here every day. Think of it like this. These horses are athletes. And so what you might be able to ascertain from watching them go on the track is which horse may or may not come with their best performance. And I may be a dumb comparison, but what I like to say sometimes is, picture a man or a woman walking out of a day spa, fresh, nostrils open, little pep in their step, feeling good.
That's how I'm trying to be.
Someone who's sulking, not feeling well. Chances are the one who looks good, tippy-toeing going into the day, they're going to give you, they may not win, but they're going to give you their best performance, whereas the ones that are causing problems, jittery, nervous, not wanting to go in the gate.
How you would look if you touched a horse.
Exactly, I believe me. The late, great Arrogate almost took this hand off, so yes, I would be a guy that would be backing off, without a doubt. And my performance, the last time I ran a mile, I was in 8th grade, so I'm definitely not going to be breaking any speed records.
Alexa.
I just saw Ramon running like 100-some miles. I'm like, wow, I did a mile in 8th grade, and believe me when I tell you, to say I was all out, washy, tears in eyes, that would be the thing in the end. But
Alexa,
at least I finished the race. And then from then, fortunately for me, it wasn't a career-ending injury, so I can now walk, but my running career.
Thank God. Thank God.
Alexa, one quick question for him.
Yeah, we got a question from someone on the set.
It's Dan. I'm the only
Dan.
man here. I don't.
Well,
Well,
I
the
didn't know if you were
only
teeing up
male
someone else.
host. So I mean, no,
It
I'm
was
kidding.
me.
Yeah, it was actually Rachel. No, we talked with Bobby Flay yesterday about pizza. We've talked to various people about the pizza here. Frank Mirahmadi is known as one of the ultimate connoisseurs within the racing community of pizza. What does he think about the pizza
Dave
here?
Portnoy.
Okay,
Sorry.
so we're saying...
Oh, Dave Portnoy too, sorry.
We've talked to a lot of people about the pizza here, okay?
right here
Bobby
at the
Flay, I know Dave Portnoy did a pizza review, and you're known for your, you know...
I've had a few slices. One or two. I had several today.
Here? You had
No,
him here?
I've had this pizza before. It's actually very respectable pizza.
Respectable.
And from what I understand, the people who make this pizza are good. I did not have any this time, but I've had it in years past, and I was pleasantly surprised. Believe it or not, I'm actually pleasantly surprised with Keeneland pizza, which is not bad at all either. And it's right there, little individual pizza. Maybe it doesn't have that perfect visual, but in this community here, we are hurting for pizza, and hopefully that's going to change in the near future with some people that I'm close with. But this pizza, I think, is good.
It sounds like a pizza tease. I don't understand.
To a community near you. But I will say that the Brooklyn-style thick crust, which they serve a couple free slices when you sit down at Nove, order the big one. You'll be very...
Yeah, oh yeah, well you were there. We had that the other night. I had that as a snack before here, so guys.
But here's some good advice. After 9 p.m., pass on that if you want to have a real peaceful night's sleep. You may have some nightmares that you never anticipated. Aaron Wellman in the house.
Aaron Wellman in the house.
That is a result of eating maybe, a little more than usual. There's a reason they give you a couple of tiny pieces.
Did you have a ghost pepper or one of their hot peppers?
I'm not a pepper man. Pepper's off.
All right, Alexa,
Well, you heard it here.
we're coming back to the set here. Ren is very excited about. I think was it the last one?
I'm very excited about Frank Mirahmadi, though, too.
Yeah,
Because I love him. We have got a gun runner filly in the ring right now, currently at 1.1 million. Daughter, a gun runner. Boy, does she take after her sire here out of My Miss Tappet Stakes winner by Tappet. This filly from the family of a Shadow.
Awesome. All right, Jacob Webb, you have waited so patiently. You came all the way from the UK to attend this event. Is this your first time at the Fasig-Tipton sale?
Yeah, first time at any sort of American horse racing sale of any kind, yeah.
Okay, well, tell us a little bit about yourself and what brought you here.
A former jump jockey in the UK and France, and then 5 years ago suffered a career-ending injury where I dislocated my neck and broke my back in 3 places, where I compressed my spinal cord at T4. So that was 5 years ago. Was just kind of getting the career going as well. So only had about 100 rides and 9 winners. So, but the 4 where I had my track was a track called Auteuil, which is the French equivalent of like Cheltenham, shall we say. So things were looking good for me at the time, and unfortunately had that cut short. So I had to restart everything, and cleverly or stupidly or not, fell into Bloodstock, or decided to go into Bloodstock.
There had to be something that kind of pushed you in that direction.
Well, I suppose you're either brave or stupid to be riding horses in races anyway, especially over jumps. So it was probably an obvious move for me. I tried sports as well, actually played table tennis for Team GB for 2 years.
Oh, wow. No way.
Yeah,
Is that like an Olympic level team?
Paralympic, yeah.
That's incredible.
So competed in Finland and Slovenia for GB, but decided to stick to horses, and I also got a job working for Sky Sports Racing as a pundit for when we cover the French jump racing.
Oh, that's wonderful.
So and do a bit of writing on the side.
Yeah, so you've been probably looking at us and like, what sort of atrocious broadcasting is this?
America.
I wish I could get away with the hat and the blazer though for Sky Sports.
Good of you not to mention the beer.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, yeah. We've only just stopped wearing ties. So,
All right, so you're doing Bloodstock work now. Tell us a bit about how that has been progressing, what sort of highlights to date, and what you hope to accomplish while here.
So it's only really been buying horses now the past 3 years, and predominantly down in the national hunt sector, which was my bread and butter, with that French market niche. So one of the big markets there would be buying 2-year-olds for Irish clients to then resell it as 3-year-old stores, a bit like what you do with the foals here to yearlings. And I've got an Irish client, and we bought 4 for about 80, and we doubled our money when we sold them this year for 160. So that was a good start. And then with that French market, I've got some English clients, and we bought some older horses out of England last year. And probably the highlight would be a 9-year-old that we paid £12,000 for. And he went to France, and in 5 races he won 100 grand and a listed race.
That's a nice return on investment.
So he would, Fiston de Bacon, he'd probably be the highlight so far. And then in terms of sales results, buying, I've bought 2 6-figure horses. One actually to go to Czech Republic. I've got a clientele based in Czech Republic. And he won the other day on his 3rd start for them, so that was good. And then I've got a new client now, Gary Moore, the father of Ryan Moore.
Oh, wow.
Okay, we've heard of him.
Yeah.
Pretty big deal in British racing.
You probably aren't a fan of him coming over riding at the Breeders' Cup.
Oh, man.
Exactly.
Whenever it's turf races at the Breeders' Cup, I just, bet your money on the horses from England and Ireland.
Yeah, and especially on Ryan. Yeah. So his 2 brothers were both jump jockeys, and actually both suffered broken back in some falls. So we have a bit in common. And his younger brother Josh now is joined the license with Gary. So through Josh, we went to Arcana in July, and we bought 2 French jumpers to go over to England for him, so that's quite exciting.
So I want to know how different it is selecting a horse to do jumps racing, which is, so stressful for me to watch, I will say. I've only been to one. It was at Far Hills in Maryland here. So, about the same level of
Wait, we were
obviously
in Jersey.
abroad. Yeah, I'm Jersey. Oh,
Yeah.
sorry. Oh my gosh, Far Hills, Maryland. I don't know where I am.
I had to check myself. I think we're in Jersey.
But how is selecting a thoroughbred that's going to go over jumps different than what we see in America here, where they're going over a flat surface? Is there a difference?
I think the fundamentals are pretty much the same. You want them to have perfect conformation and a good walk. But I suppose the trips that we're running over in England are minimum 2 miles.
Yes.
And,
Endurance.
And I look for, sometimes I've been tasked for looking for, Grand National type horses. So we're going 4 miles, or cross country. We have cross country racing in France. So that the longest race is 7.3 kilometers. That's nearly 4 3/4 miles. So we're looking at almost a sleeker, thinner, lighter framed horse, greyhound-esque, we would say maybe.
Okay.
Real slinky walk. So those would be, you're looking for almost the marathon runners of the equine world, effectively in a jumper. And movement and walk is a big thing.
No, that's very interesting, because again, when you look at a sale like this one in particular, and with some of these colts that are going for a lot of money, the dream, I would say inherently, is Triple Crown Trail. I don't know. Ren can correct me if I'm wrong, but I think that these
most
people might be
want to
Derby
win a
dreaming.
Kentucky Derby, but more and more often you're hearing people, they just want a horse that can compete at the championships.
Yeah, at a high end. And again, the build of those horses is different even in a yearling state. They are not the ones that are greyhound-esque. They're a little bit more stocky, powerful. And so it's neat to compare the two. And thoroughbreds really are a versatile breed. To think that they could sprint across a dirt track, and that same breed of horse can run over 7 kilometers going over jumps and have that kind of endurance and stamina. Yes. It speaks volumes of the breed and everything they can do.
Now, if you don't mind if I just interject for just a moment, this
Please.
is Hip 173, a son of Mandaloon. Mandaloon is son of Into Mischief, so that makes this colt in the ring currently a 3/4 brother to our reigning champion 2-year-old colt, Citizen Bull, who won the Breeders' Cup Juvenile. And I think it's such a smart pairing here, because Mandaloon, as I said, son of Into Mischief, the mare here, no joke, by Distorted Humor. That cross, Into Mischief over Distorted Humor, has given us horses like Practical Joke and Life is Good. It is an extremely potent cross. This horse has a big-time pedigree, not only with Citizen Bull in it, but Moonshine Memories, who won the Chandelier, the Del Mar Debutante. You've also got Favorite Trick, who was Horse of the Year at 2 years old. This is a big-time pedigree for a first-crop sire in Mandaloon.
That was a great setup. Should we listen to the ring here for this call?
Now to get down 5.5, down 650 on the way to get down the late 650 and 600.5, down to get down 6.5, 7 now half on the way to get down 7.5, 750 down 8, 9, down to get down 9, down to get down $9.5 million, $1 million on the way to get down $1 million, 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 $1 million, $1 million, $1 million, $1 down to get down $1 million, $1 million, $1 down to get down $1 million, $1 million, $1 down to get down $1 million, $1 Blake's in. I had to get down $1,050. $1,050 down to get down $1,050 down $1,050. Well done.
We're actually going to have, I think, a trio of heavy hitters here. 173, 174, 175.
174, the next horse out.
$1 million, Blake.
Is
Thank
who
you.
John Green had pointed out to us earlier.
This is going to be the sales topper?
No,
Thank you
he
both.
pointed out 175. I made the joke 174, Gun Runner, Family 1X for that one, Bluegrass Cat.
Hit number 174 is next.
But yeah, John is
174,
He likes
consigned by Hillandale
175,
Little Napa, is agent to be called by Gun Runner out of Nonamela by Arch. And this by Gun Runner. This is
learning all the time. I have to also just add in that 175 was probably my pick of the sale.
Okay, there it is. So that's the same as John Green. Was I off by a number?
Yes.
I can't
This
misrepresent.
is 174. This is a Gun Runner colt out of an Arch mare, Nona Mila. This is from, and she was a graded stakes winner, won the Adirondack here at Saratoga. She was second in the Prioris. This is the family of Bluegrass Cat, Girolamo, Daydreaming, Accelerator. It's a very, Rhythm is in this pedigree as well as Imagining. Got Lucky. It's a big pedigree for as son of Gun Runner. On top of it, Family 1X, my favorite family.
What made 175 the pick of the sale for you?
I just thought she was a bit of a queen for me. Gun runner. I loved the sales topper yesterday as well. She had the walk, her conformation was perfect, and then the thing that really sold it was her temperament, because not all yearlings will come near me in my wheelchair, and I'm a good tester. I should really charge.
Yeah, you should.
And she was picking grass after we did her walk for me, and as I walked past her, she was picking grass. She looked over, so I thought, I'm going to try and go near her, and she literally stuck her head straight on my lap. And I was playing with her ears and stroking with her, and I just said, this is like, well, she kind of stole my heart from that one. But yeah, for me, she had everything before that.
So you have someone in there buying this horse for you, right?
I wish. I'll buy it for anybody if they'd like me to.
Oh, nice. And that's what everyone has been saying across the board. Like, even as far as bloodstock agents that are about as established as you can get stateside, they're like, can't buy anything. I'm trying to buy. It's so hard to buy. And yeah, I think that we're going to see that in this next hip in the 175. But that's a beautiful anecdote. And again, a lot of people, when they're talking about that edge that they look for in a horse, has everything to do with their personality, how they show up and present. And, it was a big point.
Oh, here she is. I saw Paradise Woods recently at Lane's End.
You can't fault the pedigree in this.
No,
either.
my goodness. Paradise Woods, millionaire Paradise Woods with wins in the Santa Anita Oaks, the Zenyatta, the Santa Margarita, goes on and on. Gun Runner, what more needs to be said there? I mean, this is a horse who made just shy of $16 million.
And his son, Sierra Leone, just won massive at the Whitney Stakes.
I know. And
people may remember him from last year's
right? He was
Kentucky
already
Derby.
a classic winner. He already won the Breeders' Cup Classic, Sierra Leone. So just to put that Whitney feather in the cap on top of it.
And I think we'll turn it over to the feed from inside of here to see how she's going. Beautiful filly.
Oh, Phil scream at that.
Let's get, if we could, Greg and team. They're not listening to us. Gregory, can we turn the sound up in the ring?
2 million, 1 million, 200, $1 million, $1 million, 1 million, 2, 2, 2, 3, 3 million, 3, $8 million, 2 million, $300, $400, $1 million, $4, $4, $4, $5, $5 million, $5 million, $4 million, $500, $600, $1 million, $600, $1 million, $700, $1 million, $8, $8 million, $8 million, $8 $8 million, $7, $8, $9 million, $1 million, $9 million, $8 million, $900, $1 million, $8 million, $9 million, $2 million, and 2, 1 on 2 million, 1, 1, 1. $2 million, 1, and 2 million, 100, $1 2 million, 2, 2 million, 2, $200, $2 million, 2, and 2 million, 1, 2, 2, 2, $200, $2 million, 1, 2 million, 200, $2 million, 2, and 2 million, 1, and 2, 2, 2, $200, $2 million, 200, $2 million, 1, 2 million, 200, and 2 million, 200, everybody else grab, get up, 2 million, 200, and 2, 1, 2, 2, y'all down back there, 2 million, 1, 2 million, 2, and 2 million, 1, get out, 2 million, 200, 2, 3, and 2 million, 2, 3, $2 million, 3, 3, 3, $4, 4, 5, 5, $2 million, 5, and 2 million, 500, $2 million, 500, $2 5, and 2 million, 5, $5, and 2 million, 5, 6, I had to get down 2 million, 6, 2 million, 6, and 2 million, 600, $2 million, 5, 2 million, 600, $2 million, 600, $2 5, 6, and 2 million, 600, 7, 7, 7, I had to get down 2 million, 7, and 2 million, 700, $2 million, 7, $2 million, 700, and 2 million, 7, $2 million, 7, go right ahead, 2 million, 7, 2 million, 6, 2 million, 7, 2 million, 7, 2 million, 7, out back there, I had to get down 2 million, 2 million, 6, 2 million, 7, Lake City, yes or yes, 2 million, 700,000, $2 million, $700,000, and a half.
So we're tied.
Okay, 2 points.
Or no, wait, no.
Are they still going?
No, wait, we're at 2-6.
Sometimes this happens.
See if it clicks over.
So
2-6.
you might have heard Rachel say a moment ago 100,000 from the sales topper, and you must also be saying, what are you talking about? We saw one sell for 3.9 a couple of minutes ago. Explain what you were saying.
So the half to journalism that got bid up to $3.9 million was actually an RNA, meaning that they did not hit that reserve of the sales price. So that's an important thing to note. Just because a horse passes through a sales ring does not mean that it is going to sell for whatever price it goes for. There are reserves behind these horses to protect the sellers so that they know what they're willing to part with and what they're not. And I mean, that's a incredibly impressive filly, so I understand the decision there. So yes, the one that we just saw, the one who you loved and had a special connection with, did you expect her to go for that much?
I've been very lucky at this sale to go around with Anthony Stroud, who'd be one of the buyers for Godolphin and Sheikh Mohammed, and we both said 2 million. Well, we didn't expect it to go 600. But I'm calling it beginner's luck. He's had 40 years of experience, so I'm calling it beginner's luck.
Well, this one's had a lot of buzz, too. This is hip 176, Flightline Colt, out of Park Avenue by Quality Road, Park Avenue. Stakes winner, grade 3 place, mare, family of rare performer, Academy Award. You've got a lot of big horses in here, like Well Chosen and Telling, multiple choice. Leofric rather, and Tomahawk is in that pedigree too. So it's a very flexible, surface flexible pedigree. This is a horse that is consigned by Lanes, and it's a horse brought to sale for Summer Wind Equine, the breeder of Flightline, Jane Lyon. And I think this is a very nice colt. This is the one that David and Gordo mentioned earlier today about how he's just always been a dude.
Yep.
And you can see, I mean, just like with the Paradise Woods, very calm, all class there in the ring.
We've hit a stretch of them now where it feels like, you know.
Are you getting disillusioned to the value of the dollar?
I don't even know
yet,
what money is anymore. I don't even know. These are just
and
wild,
I don't know when we'll get
numbers.
a breather from all of the big $1 million horses.
Wild numbers. As we're watching this, Jacob, we know we've got a couple of guests standing by. We did want to kind of talk a little bit more about kind of just before you go about sort of what brought you over here. I think you touched on it a little bit. And do you anticipate you'll be here more often now?
Yeah. So the plan was just to come over and experience American racing and American sales for the first time. I think I picked possibly the best one, so it might be downhill from all here. But racing on Sunday at Saratoga was amazing, and then just to experience what we've experienced last night and tonight's been phenomenal. As an agent who's trying to grow and get more contacts and see more horses, being at a place like this really drives you on to kind of try and reach these sort of heights. I think like if you're buying here, you're doing quite well in your career. So if it a 5 to 10 year goal, to be buying here, that would be sort of the aim.
Nice.
Definitely would be trying to return back to America for other sales.
Well, it's been a pleasure meeting you, having you on set with us, and we're gonna keep an eye out for you.
Yes.
If people want to get in contact with you, what's the best way?
Twitter, just type in Jacob Webb, you'll find me, and Instagram as well. Kea Bloodstock is my company name. That's CAEAU. It's Welsh, just to make it difficult. So,
yeah, I'm glad you spelled that.
Okay.
Yeah.
Especially because our viewers might have had a couple of these
once
too.
you see it, you won't forget it.
That's right.
So, but no, thank you for having me, guys.
Thank you,
Thanks
Jacob.
so much for joining us and taking the time.
And you were so patient. Thank you.
Yes, thank you for the patience. Absolutely. We'll have new guests coming in here momentarily.
Do you want some updates on where some of these horses have gone?
You can give us some updates.
Okay.
Go ahead.
So Spendthrift is the buyer of hip 163, the Into Mischief I'm a Chatterbox colt for $2.6 million. Micropoli teamed up with Grandview to take the nuts this time. Colt hip 150 out of Mariah's Princess for 1.4. It was Coolmore and White Birch Farm. That's Peter Brandt. $1,250,000 for the Into Mischief. It's as well.
And we're going up into the 2 millions
Okay,
now.
with hip 178. This is an Into Mischief colt out of Lady Kate
2.4.
by Bernardini. Bernardini was champion 3-year-old back in 2006, and not only was he a solid sire, he's been an exceptional broodmare sire. And so Into Mischief over him, you gotta love that. You've got Lady Kate herself, the mother stakes winner, grade 1 place. Second dam is Princess Haya by Street Cry. It's a very nice, classy pedigree.
So we have a sales topper.
A new sales topper, 2.9, and could continue.
Did anybody
up.
talk about this horse? I feel like I didn't hear too much about
I
this
mean,
horse.
I think whenever you get to talking about Into Mischief, it's just a given. And this is a very in the mold of Into Mischief colt.
$3 million.
Yes.
Ooh.
I don't think we're going to see an RNA on
And
this
I
one.
believe, let me double check something. I might have one fun fact for you. Let me check it out. One moment. I'm almost
And yeah, look at
sure.
him. He's just chilling.
I'm almost
And he looks, again, just like Into
That is
Mischief. Got that
crazy.
stamp on the face.
Yeah.
You probably haven't seen them back to back to back like this,
Yeah.
where you've got the comparison of what Into Mischief really looks like. So
$3
as
million.
long as that was not an RNA, which I don't think it was, we've got our new sales topper, $3 million, hip 178.
And I was right. I'm so like, it's so. Part of me is impressed by
Ren?
this, and part of me is just like so like, oh
1X?
my gosh, you're like obsessed. It's weird. Okay.
1X, 1L,
no,
1C,
not 1X.
XL?
No, 9F. And the reason I was like, wait a second, a son of Into Mischief from Family 9F. Where do I know that from? Oh yeah, Sovereignty's from Family 9F, and he too, son of Into Mischief. So yeah, there you go, $3 million.
Right. Well, let us introduce our next guest who's been waiting patiently near the set for a while now. This is Walt Robertson, the president of the TAA. Welcome to the show.
Hey, Walt.
Thank you. Glad to be here.
Good to have you. Tell us a little bit about yourself. We know Stacy. We know a lot of members of the TAA team over the years. First time seeing you on the set, so tell us a little bit about yourself and what you're, kind of what you're doing at the TAA.
No, I appreciate that. My name is Walt Robertson. I'm a lawyer in Lexington, Kentucky. I do mostly horse deals, buying and selling stallions. I grew up in the horse business. My father was actually the president of Fasig-Tipton for a long time and was
that's
the auctioneer
amazing.
forever. So I've been coming to Saratoga since I was 5 or 6 years old.
Oh, wow.
Been an auction junkie my whole life. I got involved with the TAA 7 or 8 years ago as a board member. And with the legal background, I was the corporate secretary and an officer for a while, and then was elected president back in this winter. And so this is my first year as president of the TAA.
Well, congratulations. It's his first year as president, too.
Oh, stop it.
Oh, but I'm so,
And another $1 million
okay,
horse.
I'm so sorry.
This is
real
the
quick.
fourth one in a row.
This is a son of gun runner out of Princess Carolina by Tappet, making him a half brother to Bahima, who really a very nice filly for Brad Cox, and won the Demoiselle, third in the Ashland Grade 1. The second dam is Pure Clan, who won almost $2 million, including scores in the American Oaks Invitational, the Flower Bowl Invitational. It's a very important pedigree here. And the interesting thing with this, for those who get real geeky with it, like I do, again, son of gun runner.
Get
Gun
geeky with
runner
it.
is from family 17B. This colt, his female family, is 17B. So I think it's very interesting. Wow.
Well, do you know all this? Does any of this making sense to you?
Yeah, I mean, when I was growing up, before I went to law school, I actually sold horses. I used to work for Eaton Sales.
Okay.
And was actually an announcer and a bid spotter at Fasig-Tipton for
Are
several
you
years.
Really?
Yeah.
What was your
wow.
favorite job you've ever had out here?
At Fasig?
Yeah.
I really enjoyed being a bid spotter.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it was fun. So.
It's so high pressure, isn't
I
it?
know.
It's so stressful.
I don't know how. I
Kind
would
of get
do
comfortable with it, like anything.
It's just counting.
Yeah.
it. Oh my gosh! I should mention Sky Diva's in this pedigree too. I mean, hello.
2.9.
Oh wow! Okay.
So we're
and
seeing
this
numbers
might
now.
be-
Like this is making the sale and then some. I mean, we're on pace here to just do some crazy.
I mean,
things.
it's the fourth horse in a row that's been over 2 million, I think. I mean, at least 4 over a million, but I think all 4 of them have been over 2.
And you know your stuff, so I'd be curious once the price on this is finalized.
Looks like we're at 2.9.
2.9. So growing up around the Fasig sales, do you have a specific memory that stands out to you, or a specific horse that you maybe saw or spotted the bid for that you were involved in on?
My favorite horse ever growing up was Easy Goer.
Oh my gosh! Family 1X.
And one of the first times I came up to Saratoga, I was 9 or 10 years old, and Shug was nice enough to pull him out of the barn, and Buzzy Tenney had the end of the shank and let my sister and me hold on to the shank right there.
Oh
I've still got a picture in my jam shorts, and me and Easy Goer.
I'm so jealous.
As far as, big horses that I took bids on, I took the final bid on Smarty Jones's mother when she sold in 2004 for $4 million, and some of the big mares that sold in November, so it was
just
fun.
got inducted into the Hall of Fame.
Yeah.
Marty did. He
Yeah.
did. Yep.
So-
Yep.
So that's as it pertains to Fasig, but as as things pertain to the TAA.
The Thoroughbred
Absolutely.
Aftercare Alliance.
What can you tell us about what you guys have going on this year? Are there kind of any new initiatives that you've helped take on in your new role?
Well, we are getting started in that. We're working on some things right now that we're going to launch next year. But as you all know, the TAA is the Thoroughbred Aftercare Alliance. Our job is to accredit aftercare organizations and then also to do fundraising and provide grants for the use of, to use the funds for taking care of the horses. And so it's a very important organization. We thoroughly believe in it. To date, we've given over $36.1 million in grants.
That's awesome.
To 83 accredited organizations. We think that's going to go up this year. We could have as many as 90 accredited organizations this year taking care of off-the-track thoroughbreds.
It's amazing.
And it's it's such an essential part of the process. The hope with all of these horses is that they get to go on and become an easy goer. But, that's not the reality for all of them, and we need to be stewards for their entire lifetime. So kind of your presence at the sales is a lot of this, finding people to potentially be donors. Is there any portion of sales proceeds that go towards aftercare?
Yeah, there is. So the sales companies have an option for buyers and consigners to donate a portion of the proceeds, and we wouldn't be able to do what we're doing without that option. It's very generous. When the TAA was founded 14, 15 years ago, the idea was to be the aftercare organization of the industry, and by that, get touch points from everyone in the industry. So we rely on support from the Jockey Club, from Breeders' Cup. There's claiming fees in New York that we get a portion of. The sales company proceeds, the Stallion farms. I mean, at every point in the process, we're very fortunate enough to have people who want to donate, want to make sure that we take care of the retired horses and allow us the opportunity to do that, and for that we're eternally grateful.
The website's on the screen right there, thoroughbredaftercare.org. And we've obviously done work with the TAA for years. We have a party which
at Preakness, which is a wonderful fundraiser for us. We really appreciate it.
No, we love it. I mean, honestly, the TAA, sourcing all these amazing silent auction items. If you're a fan of the sport, really, it's for the fans, that event. And there's so many, like the halters and the autographed memorabilia, and this I love. The National Thoroughbred League stopped by. They had some cards.
Yeah.
I'm a card guy, so I just wish
great.
this was autographed from Dr. J. Then we'd really be doing well
Right?
here.
Right?
Jenna Antonucci and all that. So we got to get some TAA cards as well.
I think that's a great idea.
Why not? Why not?
As long as my picture's not on it.
No, come on, come on. Actually, we should be celebrating you because the little birdie did mention. Guess whose birthday it is? This guy. Happy birthday!
They've been talking about that. It is. It is.
Your gift for me is going to be that I won't sing.
No, you will sing. Come on,
No,
Ren.
my voice is terrible. Why would I want him to go
Happy
dance?
birthday.
Happy birthday to you.
Happy birthday to you.
She can sing.
She can sing.
Happy birthday at the Fasig Sale. What better way to celebrate? Watching horses go for $1 million.
We had so much amazing stuff happening right there. We did have a lady just walk right through the set. It was great. That hasn't happened in 2 days here. You are bringing all the good luck, all the good fortune to us here.
I create chaos. What can I say?
You're an agent of chaos.
That's right.
Gotta love that.
Well, you mentioned all the great work the TAA is doing. I mentioned the website. Is there any other ways that people can support the work you're doing at the TAA?
Yeah, through the website. You guys mentioned the party you all have with the auction items. We do some VIP packages and other things that pop up throughout the year. And then just, reaching out to us. And if you're kind enough to donate, if you want to, we would love that. But we also are happy to talk about what we do, spread the word about what we do. And, look, we're just a mechanism to get the funds to the actual accredited organizations. They're the heroes here. I mean, they're the ones that take care of these horses. It's a very, very difficult job, and we're just so appreciative of all the accredited organizations that are out there doing the work that they're doing.
And I so love that these thoroughbreds prove all the doubters wrong in all these different disciplines. Because I remember back in the day, thoroughbred for dressage? Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. Look at journalism, by the way. I know he'll never be a dressage horse because he's got to go to stud at some point. But
he's pretty enough to be.
Oh my gosh, that suspension, that impulsion from the hindquarters. You know, these thoroughbreds can do everything from dressage, jumping, western, games, gymkhana. They can do everything.
And they're great in the 3-day eventing.
Gosh, the Rolex
yeah.
event. Yes.
Yeah.
It's incredible. And the thing that I also love about them is they've been already tested. They already have that competitive nature.
So we have Alexa roving around the sales grounds. We're working out a little bit of a technical issue with the camera there. We have, how many horses do we have left? Probably about 25.
Yeah, I keep waiting for this to update.
I think it goes to about 220.
One that caught my eye, just visually, the look of it. You know, we always love to see a gray horse.
Sure.
And it's rare a lot of times that they are fully gray as a yearling. Usually that happens as they mature. But there's one coming up, hip 187, a beautiful gray. Some could also almost say Sandman-esque coloration. But
Williams map?
Yes.
Nice. All right. While we're waiting to get our camera up, we are going to let Walt get on his way. We're going to wish him happy birthday
Walt.
again. What a great way to spend
Tell
it.
someone to buy you a horse.
Saratoga is a fun way to spend your birthday.
Get someone to buy you one of these horses, one of these $1 million babies.
Let's just find somebody with pockets deep enough to donate a horse to the TAA.
There you go. I like that idea. That's a great idea.
So,
all right.
Well, thank you all for all you do for the TAA and otherwise. I mean, we really appreciate all your efforts and all your support over the years, and you're a wonderful partner for us.
Absolutely. Well,
Thank you for everything we do.
Yep. That's here to stay. So we'll be doing more together for the back end of this year, and obviously in years to come.
Oh, I have to ask, is there a cake though? Did someone bring a cake?
Is there a cake?
I sure hope not.
Well, enjoy the rest of the night. Thank you so much for taking the time and popping on.
Absolutely. Thank you guys for everything. Enjoy the sale.
Happy birthday, Walt.
Happy birthday.
And Dan, I don't know if you have anybody else waiting in the wings, but I see a friend waiting in the wings.
If you see a friend, bring them on. I believe we have Alexa being close. Alexa, if you can signal to us somehow. I don't see you in front of the camera, but if you're in front of the camera, we are... Okay, we may have Ken McPeak. I don't see him on camera, but we may. Oh yeah, there he is. There's Ken McPeak. Ken McPeak and Alexa Zebb.
Well, you have to ask about Mystic Dan's going to get on turf for the first time.
You're going to have a chance to ask that question
Can you
yourself.
hear us? I don't know if she can hear me.
We
though.
got you. We can see you.
Kenny McPeak.
We're here with Kenny McPeak, the man.
Now,
the
Kenny.
man. What'd you say, Ren?
I want to know, Kenny
Got a question coming in from the
Kenny has a remarkable ability of discovering these superstars before they become them, including Hall of Famer Curlin.
You have a remarkable ability to discover these superstars before they become superstars. So, what's your question, Ren? Is there one here tonight?
Well, I mean, talk about Curlin. Talk about, Torpedo.
She wants you to talk about Curlin and Torpedo. She wants everything. So,
Okay.
give it to her.
Well, what I do is I go to these sales, and I think one of the challenges as a horseman is finding good horses to train. There are a lot of very talented horsemen out there that don't have top horses, and as a young trainer, I decided I was going to really have to work harder in the auctions to learn how to acquire horses that have high-level talent. So when you come, this is a fantastic sale. It's a high-percentage auction, but a horse like Curlin was kind of a diamond in the rough, and Torpedo Anna was in the back end of another sale, and sometimes there are real gems out there, but it takes a lot of work and it takes years of sharpening your eye to learn how to do it.
Almost like dating.
Rachel says almost like dating.
Well, it's somewhat like speed dating. I like in going to a horse sale is that you're gonna be in this, you're gonna see this scene in the crowd, and then you're gonna make a decision. You're gonna get married on Monday. Yeah, so you better be right. And so when you're buying racehorses, there's a lot to consider. How they're made, how they move, whether they show class. A lot of that is instinctual when you see horses and how they present themselves. I believe in energy, and I believe in auras, and how when a horse shows positive energy and they give this impression that they're willing. then that's the horse you go for. So yeah, a lot of it's very instinctual.
Yeah, a true athlete. You can feel it, right, when they have that athletic ability. I'm curious, as a trainer, what it feels like when an owner sends you a horse that's like a sales topper or $1 million horse, and how that affects you.
Well, you certainly consider those kind of things, but you really have to let all that go. You have to put them in a routine where they have to compete against other horses, and you can't baby a young horse. You have to ask them no matter what they cost. Sometimes the most expensive horses are soft, and sometimes the least expensive horses can outrun those. So it's all, well, none of it's black and white. It's all gray. And as a trainer, you put them in a routine, and no matter what they've been purchased for, you've got to give them all an equal opportunity.
Do you have your eye on any more tonight?
I'm done for the sale, it looks like. We bought a lovely colt last night, the Not This Time, hip number 66.
1.4
million.
million.
Pleased with that. I had another client bought one that's going to come to me, and then tonight we bought hip number 159 for Harold Lerner, a Maxfield colt. So I was really pleased with the two we got, and hopefully there'll be some others that are bought by some clients that come our way. But right now, we're just pleased, and it's been a wonderful night. It's a great crowd. It's one of the most special places to be in Saratoga in the summer, especially at Fasig.
Can you
It really
ask
is.
him?
It's my. Oh, what was that, Rachel?
No, well, it's Ren. Can you ask
Ren.
him? I think I read somewhere that Mystic Dan is going to try turf for the first time.
Ren read that Mystic Dan is going to try turf for the first time. Is that the truth?
It's true. He's going to run in the Arlington Million on Saturday in Colonial Downs. I've been anxious to try him on the turf. I think he'll love it. He's a horse that does everything you ever ask him to do, and I don't think he'll have any trouble with this task either.
All right, well, we're excited to see how he rises to that occasion, and congrats on all your purchases. Hopefully you get some more your way, and thanks for taking the time with us.
Aw, thanks, Alexa. And gosh, Kenny McPeak, and the backstory to that horse that he was referencing that came in for 1.4 million is the person who bought that horse. That was the first ever thoroughbred that they were buying, and they had watched him in the Netflix show Race for the Crown. A great watch if you haven't seen it. Kenny, always a great guy, and excited to introduce our next guest onto the set. We've got Sam McGrevy here, co-founder of Barn Door Software. Welcome aboard.
No, thank you guys for having me.
Wait, what is Barn Door Software?
Ooh, I'm so glad you asked. Okay, so a little backstory. I worked at TaylorMade for a really long time. I met Ren when I was there.
Yes.
My man Mark
we had
Taylor.
Mark Taylor on at the top of the show.
He's the greatest. And he really implored me to innovate, which was so exciting. And after my time at TaylorMade, I had a small stint at a boutique consignment Highgate with Jill Gordon. She does a really wonderful job, and I realized while I was there, and an opportunity, kind of came to fruition with my sister, Marissa, and she's my fellow co-founder, to try and innovate and change the industry and create what we're basing as a CRM for focus on client relations, and then moving into the sales as our first module, but we hope that the future is really big. We've based our company around the things that we really care about. I know you had some people earlier from the TAA. We've pledged profits to them because we realize how important all aspects of this industry are, and just really trying to innovate and change people's lives where we're emphasis on keeping your data and keeping it in a way that you can really focus and prioritize your time and change your interactions for the better.
That's so cool. And I feel like horse racing, traditionally a space, and the sales are no exception, is kind of, we'll do this all by hand. This is the way it's always been done. And you're kind of bringing in this method of working smarter, not harder necessarily, and getting some better results, which is super exciting to see, especially for women in the sport.
Absolutely. Listen, we're female founded. Obviously, we're female founded and family founded, which I think is special.
So cool. I'm trying to get my sister to do that with me one day. I'm like, hey, if you ever want to go in on something, I don't know what it is.
No, it's so exciting. I appreciate my sister so much. She said, if you think that there's a need for a space like this, and I said, I think there absolutely is. The industry is starting to change. It's starting to want innovation. We're seeing it with the different, implications of HISA and all these different things where we're focusing on more detail now. And I said, the space is needed. So let's let's go out there and try. And I think it's been really exciting so far. We've been received really well. We're about 4 weeks out from launch, which I think is just, I'm on the cusp.
So it's not even out on the market yet, you guys.
We're
This is
teasing things.
officially
We're excited.
the scoop.
But like I said, I'll always give credit where it's due. Mark Taylor gave me a lot of room to innovate. I was part of a 2-person team who got to bring iPad paperless consignment to fruition for the first time in the world.
That's
and
so
that
impressive.
motivated me hardcore, where I was like, everyone deserves an option to benefit their business in a better way, but they don't have the option. So let's give them the option. So we're opening doors, hence Barn Door, and we're hoping to really better the industry.
That's such a cool backstory and context. And like you said, were you the sales manager for TaylorMade?
Oh my gosh, I had so many roles. I was there for 8 years, and Mark loves a different title. So I think I was sales facilitator, sales manager, client relations man. I don't even know at this point. It was a great place to get my start, though. I tell them all the time, they track grade 1 winners. They should track grade 1 individuals, because I'm not saying me, I'm saying that there are many that have come out of that organization.
It's so true. And they really give people kind of that foothold to start, which you can see, through various different firms. So I feel like TaylorMade is one that is specifically known for that. And they've got the stable recovery program out there. It's just a great operation, a great one to learn from is kind of the foundation of you starting your own business.
I'm so appreciative for them. I'm really excited for what we have coming with Barn Door, but I obviously know that foundation is so important. And I think the industry as a whole, it's why we're being so welcomed into the industry, is because we have that foundation where we're able to say, like, these are our backbones, here are the things we care about, like giving back to TAA and focusing on consignors, clients, and the horse. The horse is so important to this industry.
It is.
So we're focusing on that, and I'm really excited to see what is ahead of us.
Yeah, we're nothing without the horses. And I'm really curious to hear if you do have a favorite horse story, sales story. Was there any big ones that you were a part of and you knew, looking at them, you're like, you're going to be a star?
So I actually have a really interesting story. I am a McGrevy, which I'm so fortunate to be. And the reason I say that is my dad is Tom McGrevy, but not everyone knows this. He adopted me at the age of 18.
Really?
Yeah, so he didn't, there was no reason for this man to do this. He said, I want to make sure you know that you are my daughter. You always have a place in this family, regardless of what happens from here. And that was really special. Obviously, I'm 18. I don't need someone to adopt me at that point, but it meant so much that he came to me and asked me that. And I was in college at the time. I had ridden show horses my entire life, and I thought, obviously it's Tom McGrevy. I get exposed to some really great horses like Havre de Grace and all Kentucky. I had a long list of very fortunate experiences with the industry for my exposure at first. And I said, okay, I want to dabble in racehorses. And he said, all right, I'm calling Mark and Frank Taylor. You're going to go muck stalls. And I said, game on. I worked in a barn in college as a retirement situation with quarter horses. So I said, game on. Like, I'm interested in it. I like the industry. I want to test the waters. So that's what I did. But my pride and joy of that is I did start in the barns, which I think everyone, if they have the opportunity, should start there to learn that. But I was in a barn where I prepped 5 horses, and 2 of them became braided stakes winners. So that was really cool, being able to watch these horses from a yearling. One sold here, cutting humor, and he was the highest price, I believe, for a sire at the time. So just full circle moment of I started there, I rubbed them every day in the barn, I got to work with research and study pedigrees and focus on the selling points coming into the sale, and then I watched them on the racetrack. So it really, for me, felt full circle, and that was really cool. But then it was also just really cool because I felt like at the time, which I think is so important for young people in the industry, I got my shot because my dad, adopted or not, was able to open a door, but then I just worked really hard and said, I love this industry, I want to be in it, what do I do? So I worked 6 days a week from 7 a.m. to 5 p.m. and then luckily was offered a job, and now here I am, wildest ambition, starting a business with my sister that I think can better the industry.
That's awesome. Real quick, I just want to throw out. You just had a great reaction, so I don't know what that was. Okay, you could shout for Mark Cassidy. I do want Alexa, if she hears us, to get in place. Alexa's going to be standing by with the guest momentarily. Do you have a couple minutes? You want to hang out with us for a few more minutes?
Yeah, of course.
Okay.
I'm having fun. I'm glad to be here.
All right, awesome. You hang out with us for a few more minutes. Alexa's getting in place. As you know, did you catch the viral Marshawn Lynch interview from yesterday? Have you caught that?
I've heard, and I was stressed out coming on. I was like, okay, what do I do to make sure that I'm professional? I speak well for my business, but yeah, I'm having a good time and I'm presentable. So
Well,
I was heard.
Speaking of, Alexa is standing by right now with tonight's guest of honor. Alexa, take it away.
Hey, I'm here with a very familiar phrase, Dave Portnoy. Dave, you just said you've been outbid tonight.
Yeah, we went up to 2.8 million and lost some from a guy from Saudi. I gotta get that Saudi money so I can play ball here.
There you go. Well, I know Saratoga's kind of your happy place. How's the meet treating you so far?
I love it. I'm getting smoked per usual. We need Dylan Davis to get a little hotter than he's been. He's my guy. Had a big win the other day, but I love it. It's my favorite. It is my happy place, but I'm getting smoked at the totes.
What's one of your favorite things about Saratoga? Race, meet, town, anything?
I love all of it. It's one of my favorite places in the world. Has been for a long time. So there's nothing better than waking up on a morning, walking through the barns, seeing the horses, taking the dogs for a walk. I mean, I really love the whole thing.
It's my longest stint here, and I'm obsessed with the town. It's amazing.
There's no place like it. It's the #1 horse town in the world. Keeneland too, but there is nothing like Saratoga.
That's my hometown, Lexington. It's a close second. Okay, you've been up it tonight, but you weren't like yesterday, right? You got a gray?
We got 2 grays. We got 2 gray colt sprinters, which we're excited about. So I only buy grays. Go Gray Stables is the name of my stables. It makes it tough when there's only 10 in the whole sale, and I try to get them all if I can.
I love gray. Everybody loves a gray, but why only gray?
So I just grew up on it. I was betting them since I was 10 years old. My favorite horse, DeHare, named after Seton Hall. Holy Bull was one of my favorites. So you got to narrow it down, and they're easier to watch in the race.
Why does somebody have their hand on his shoulder?
The guy who outbid me.
Oh, wait.
It's Bob.
Whoa.
The things I could do for horse
Outbid
racing,
him.
if he would have let me have the horse, it would bring so many new views. He's going 3 million on this.
Why didn't you let him have the horse?
You know it was him. Hey, where's that? Hummer. This is who outbid me.
Alexa, tell
I only have 10, and you have that freak that ran the other day too. Yes. Do you like grays?
It just worked that way. Whatever the boss liked, we just buy.
Nice. There's only 10 of them in the sale.
Hey. Yeah, but great gun runners right now are doing very well.
I have one that got hurt. I saw the one you had. We even had our name picked out.
I bought Silver Charm because he was gray.
I
love grays. I love gray horses.
DeHare was my favorite horse. You remember him, Seton Hall? That was how I fell in love with grays. You just so you know, you crushed my dreams.
How'd I know?
Are you going to let him have the next gray?
Well, let's see if there's another gray out there somewhere.
No more grays for you. No more grays for you.
We're gray now.
Yeah, you already got the freak already that ran like a yes.
Good.
I don't have this type of.
You know what? I'm surprised you have a good eye. Good eye. You have a good eye for a horse. Damn.
No, that's a compliment.
Good.
That was a compliment. He's saying I know a good horse. We're waiting for 2 days. We're waiting for this horse. What were you going to stop at?
You don't stop on one horse.
So I wish I kept going. I hope he stinks.
Hey, ask him if he got it out of his system.
They wouldn't want to say if you got it out of your system.
No, it's not on my system. And he said he was never going to stop bidding, which is crazy.
It's a little wild. There's a tipping point, right?
Well, I stopped because I run out of money, unfortunately. But I will say this. net worth for net worth, nobody gambles more than I do. They just have more money than I do.
How did the pizza rate?
Yeah, and that's probably not something I brag about, but it's the truth.
All right, last question. How'd the pizza
Okay,
rate?
last question. I want to know about Miss Peach's meeting Torpedo Anna.
Well, that was a highlight. Torpedo Anna is my favorite horse right now. That's going. Miss Peaches loves her, so it was the meet of the two most famous females on the Saratoga grounds by far. So it was a great moment.
What a moment. Well, thank you for taking a moment with us too, Dave.
Of course.
Thanks so much. Back to you guys.
Great job,
Wow.
Alexa. That was spectacular.
That was phenomenal. When we first saw a hand clawing at Dave Portnoy's shoulder, I was like, okay, what
Whose hand is
18-year-old
that?
is trying to dap him up back here? Hand to Bob Baffert. And I thought that it was going to be like a Jerry Springer showdown. Could have been. If it was like, that was my horse.
Honor is all class. There's
That
not
had
going to be
early
any.
90s. That had early 90s talk show vibes. It really did.
It absolutely
love
did.
that.
Like the pan, and you're like, wait, I'm sorry, who? Silver Fox, Bob Baffert. Welcome to the show.
Record scratch. What?
Great TV.
That was great. That was great TV.
That was
great
phenomenal. Alexa, Marshawn Lynch last night, Dave Portnoy, and the interaction of him, on the gray horse that he missed. We're going to have to follow that one's career because, he kind of threw out a hex. What did he say?
I hope he stinks. Oh, my God.
That is the kind of thing that you will only see at this sale
It was, look, you could tell he's playing, right? It's all good-natured. He's having fun with it. And, that's great. Honestly, there's such a range of personalities here. Like, you think you know who you're going to see at a horse sale. You have no idea who shows up at this place.
Who was the most famous person that passed through the consignment over the years?
Oh my gosh, what a question. Listen.
Or a couple,
This industry is filled with what I will call celebs in their own right. So, you can ask me that, and many of us know that there's world-renowned chef Bobby Flay. There's tons of actual celebrities.
Toby Keith used to
come through. But you know what? I'm going to sound cliche. I think the celebrities are in the industry. I used to get to show horses to Wayne. May he rest in peace. And Wayne's Winners is the most epitome of who he was as an individual, who he was to show horses with. So I'd actually say that the people in the industry are who I'd uplift as my celebs. But I've seen many of people around the grounds. There was a stint in time, they might still do it, so don't quote me on it, but Town and Country used to do some NIL deals with some Duke, Tar Heel, UNC, sorry, not Duke, that's a rivalry. Potter, if you heard me, I'm so sorry. But I used to meet budding stars in the basketball world. Hey, we had a horse. I'm not a UK fan despite my outfit. Florida Gators till the day I die. But Benny Snell's had a horse named after him, right? UK football star. So you're going to see tons of people in this industry, but I'm partial to the ones that actually make it work day to day. Those are my celebs. So like I said, I'm cliche.
Oh, that's beautifully said. And I think that Ren would probably agree with you there, too. She's been fangirling tonight.
Which of these racing celebs would you like to take home?
Oh, I get to pick one? Do we have cards?
Pick one racing celeb.
Are these trading cards?
There's some new cards.
National Thoroughbred League
on
cards.
the market.
Ooh. Wait, this is hard.
Oh, but you're keeping...
That's Dr. J. He's not in the
okay, you're keeping
the
him.
industry.
So,
if you want him, he's not really very active in horse racing.
Listen.
Well, aside from being an owner in the NTL. So if you
Okay.
want Dr. J, you could have him.
I love it, but you know exactly where my heart's going.
Jenna?
I'm a female-founded company. I have to root
Jenna.
on a female
Jenna
who wins a
Antonucci.
big race. And her iconic quote, if you don't have a seat at the table, make your own. Are you kidding me? That's like money. That's the greatest thing.
Did you hear Marshawn Lynch's inspiration?
Marshawn Lynch said last night.
All right,
we
chat,
gonna do
say it with
Don't
us.
look down unless there's money on the ground.
I mean, we should all live that way every single day. I'm not going to hate on that.
He also, put out the world's best stallion ad, I think, to date.
This colt in the ring right now by Justify out of a half Mr. Tipton, champion, two-time champion, amazing racehorse Tipton. This one is out of season ticket. She was unraced, but daughter at Galileo. This is a horse who was getting a lot of buzz at the Brookdale consignment. And of course, Tipton sadly gone too soon, but she left behind some really good babies in Grateful and Delacroix, who won the Coral Eclipse recently. Family also includes Vijack. This is a very, very deep pedigree. And I love, in this case, this son of Justify. I don't know if you've all noticed this, but he has a tendency with his bays to throw a white tip tail.
I definitely noticed that.
A white
Like
tip
City of
tail.
Troy.
Frosted tips.
Yeah.
That's a movement I can get behind. You don't think that they, dyed it like that? You don't think that's balayage, maybe? A little
no
boy
ombre,
band of the
no
90s,
ombre there.
a little frost.
There's no ombre there.
Well, I just recall in show horses, we would hang fake tails in our horses' tails. Did you know this, Dan? Do you know about fake tails?
I did not know. Like extensions?
So it's like, yes, it literally is extensions.
Yeah,
and it's just like a huge...
Are you impressed I knew what extensions were?
Yeah.
No.
It's basically like
Not
a
that
giant ponytail of just hair, and you would have to hang it and tie it in the tail and make it real inconspicuous that it was a fake tail, which was always given away when they would swish their tail or something. But for the aesthetic,
AKA the
balance.
song, I whip my
that.
hair back and forth with
Yeah.
play.
Look at that. Look at that.
1X. We got a 1X here.
And it's a mare, or a filly. I don't know what she'll go for. This is a first crop rep for Life is Good out of a Verrazano mare, Seek and Destroy, who was a grade 3 winner. Won the Soaring Softly as well as the Chelsea Flower. Family includes Tammy the Torpedo. So we'll see.
So kind of the next horse that I at least have on my watch list for the night. Well, there's two Hip 200 first full from
Oh,
She
you
Dares
probably
the
like 200,
Devil,
right?
but if we're talking about Dwayne Lucas and also past winners of Triple Crown races, the half-sister to Seize the Gray, who won last year's Preakness Stakes, is selling its tip 209, so that's coming up here in a little bit.
Listen, where else would you rather be? I mean, the Saratoga Sale is so special, and I'll give nod to Ren just because I know how well she studies those pedigrees. I mean,
She is.
This is just star after star after star. What Boyd and his team at Fasig has done, absolutely incredible. If you've never been to the Saratoga Sale, but you're watching this live, I would highly suggest you come.
Yeah, come check it out. If you're in Kentucky, there's sales there. Go tour the farm, see these horses before they sell for a ton of money.
Listen, the
See
accessibility
how
is
the
crazy.
sausage is made.
Visit Horse Country in Lexington. You can get on all these major farms. Sales grounds are open to anyone. I mean, the industry is welcoming. Come see this stuff. It's the coolest thing you'll probably be a part of.
No, I loved how they did that too, because they were seeing all the tourism that, for example, you go to wine country and do the wine tours and whatnot. Why can't you do that with horse country?
Here we are.
Maybe with some bourbon. I don't know. That might be.
Oh, yeah, they do the bourbon tastings and whatnot. You can.
I'm thinking
you
like
them together.
pair the bourbon with a horse farm tour. I mean,
Listen,
could be a liability.
they're
but-
getting adventurous though. You've got Lane's End doing mahjong with horses, which I am a
I
fan.
saw that.
Windstar's
Mahjong,
doing
yes.
yoga. I mean, we're bringing what the people want to the people, and I'm for it.
I just
I'm
want
so
somebody
proud.
to bring me a pizza.
And we've got trading cards.
And now we've got trading cards with absolute stars on them.
There's like the goat yoga. Imagine doing that in a field full of foals or something.
They
you would
fart.
absolutely
Those guys.
That sounds
get your shit
majestic.
rocked.
Those goats.
I mean,
These foals, a little bit less delicate than baby
know what?
goats.
How many horses do we have left, by the way?
Don't you think we have to bring on Louis Lazamara, who is the owner of Nove? He's right behind us.
Is he?
He's like right there.
I would
talking
bring
to
him
Pat
on.
Remy.
You can reach over the railing and just say, hey.
I feel like we have to tell him thank you for dinner the other night.
I had dinner there on Friday, and that veal
It's
chop,
amazing.
exceptional.
Oh
so
my gosh,
I will
very,
hand
very
him the
good.
mic gladly, because if
And
you have not
it's
been there, you're coming to the Saratoga Sale
One of these,
and that
he's in an
restaurant.
intense conversation with Pat Cummings, it looks like, but I'm going to see if I can
Wait till
I'll
he's
dance.
free. You don't want to just randomly scream at him.
We're selling up
maybe I
to the last hip is 222, which is that's like an angel number, right? 222 is like a lucky.
Yeah. Well,
lucky
we're
thing.
stylish girls, and this is stylishly, so we're into it.
I know. I would love to update the sale page. See how many horses have gone for more than $1 million.
So this isn't updated. What we're looking at right here.
Well, it updates every like maybe 15 hits.
So as of right now, out of 139 sold for 82 million, is that what we see for the first 139 sold? It was 82 million.
It looks that way.
And that was the total for last year's
that was
sale.
the total
Yeah,
for
the
last
sales
year.
toppers, the intermission of Lady Kate Colt.
So we've already-
went to John Stewart, Resolute Bloodstock for $3 million.
So with 15 fewer horses accounted for as of this tally, it's already over the total. And it's not even accounting for, I don't think this accounts for all those 2 million plus horses that we saw.
Correct.
Right? Maybe a couple
but
of
the
them.
total from last night, 77 horses sold for $40 million with an average price of $519,000.
And this should go for a lot. You already went over the pedigree on this one, yeah?
Which one is this
Hip
one? Oh, yeah, this is the one you're
200.
talking
Yes,
about.
this is the first full out of She Dares the Devil. Ren, take it away.
Well, I mean, she's a kid. I mean, you got a daughter, a gun runner out of a Kentucky Oaks winner. What do you want, right?
Let's kick it to the ring for this one.
$1,000 in the day, $1,050,000 in the day, $1,050,000, I'm being happy, $1,050,000 in the day, $1,050,000 happy, now $150,000, I'm being $50,000, I'm being $50,000, now $1,150,000, I'm being $1,150,000, $150,000 in the day, internet's on, being $1,150,000, I'm $150,000, $150,000 in the day, $150,000 in the day, $1,150,000 on the internet, $1,150,000, I'm being $1,000,000 now too, I'm being $2,200,000 in the day, $1,200,000 in the day, $1,200,000, I'm being $1.5 million, $2,200,000 in the day, $1,200,000, yes or no, now two, now three, I'm being $3 million, $2 million, $3, I'm being $2 million, $300,000 in the day, $1,300,000 in the day, one, now three, now four, I'm being $3 million, $4,400,000, $300,000, $400,000, $1,300,000, $3 million, $4, I'm being $3 million, $4 million, $3 million, $4 million, $4, $7 million, $4, I'm being $3 million, $4 million, $400,000, $3 million, $400,000, now five, I'm being $5 million, $500,000 in the day, $1,500,000 in the day, $1,400,000, $1,500,000, $1,500,000 in the day, $1,500,000, I'm being $4 million, $5,400,000 in the day, $1,450,000, I do that for you, Woodrow, I'm being $4.5 million, I'm being $450,000 in the day, $1,450,000 in the day, $1,450,000, I'm being $4 million, $4.5 million, $450,000 in the day, times here we go, I'm being $4 million, $4.5 million, $450,000, 25, and now 50, $1,050,000, 25 to the back, $1,050,000, I want $1,050,000 more, I'm $1,450,000 out of the day, $1,450,000 out of internet, click the bid, $1,450,000, I'm $1,425,000, $1,450,000, I'm $1,450,000, now $1,500,000, I'm $1,475,000, I do that, do it quick, $1,475,000, I'm $1,475,000, $475,000 out of the day, $1,475,000, I'm $1,475,000, $475 times here, I'm $1,475,000, $475,000 out of the day. Yeah, I understand. $1,475,000. I'm paying $450,000. Now I'm paying $475,000. Now I'm paying $475,000.
Was that like
$100,000. I'm paying $100,000. I'm paying $100,000. You're communicating with them. But this is the haggling point now when it's like going up by those $25,000.
Are you done? If you want, $1,500,000. Anybody else? $1,500,000. I'm paying $475,000. $1,475,000. $1,475,000 in the back of the Woodrow. Thank you.
Is Rover Cam active? Could we
No,
go to it?
Alexis.
Thank you both.
But I think
gotta rest her feet.
Number
No,
201 is
the
next
cameras.
time by Paramount
Might be
Sales
awesome.
is
Falcon
agent
Heroes.
today Philly by Tap It out of She's American Made by American
Yeah, this
Carol.
one.
By Tap
Kelly
It.
No,
by-
just the
Leading
camera.
Sire.
Just Rover.
Oh.
Can I put up Rover? All right, Rover's up.
All right, I'm gonna give it.
And the reason I want to do this is because we're down to the final, 12, 13, 14 horses?
With scratches accounted for, yeah, probably.
Now this-
Probably in that ballpark. And look, Ren, I want you to dive into this. I do want to say goodbye to Sam. Thank you so much for joining us and hanging out. Barn door software, y'all, coming soon.
I'm
it's
so
so
appreciative
exciting.
of you having me. I mean, Saratoga Sale, I feel so honored.
It's so exciting.
You're
Thank
very
you.
kind. You're very nice,
Yes.
sort of affect. You're very friendly.
I knew this was live. You know, I had to be on my best behavior
We'll
because
see you
if
at the bar
not, you're
after,
talking
yeah.
about it on the next show, right? So
The juxtaposition between, you know, some of the people we've interviewed, not to name names. No, I'm kidding.
listen, my mic drop is that I am Team Fasig-Tipton, Saratoga Sale, Boyd Browning. What have they done here? Nothing short of amazing.
Yeah.
So,
And I'm just
love to
kidding.
see it.
All of our guests have been absolutely wonderfully kind.
But you have favorites, right?
Well, I might now. So, thank
you guys so much. I hope you close it out with a bang.
Thank
Love
you.
to see
Samantha, we
it. Bye,
appreciate
guys.
it.
So, yeah, this is hip 201, a daughter of Tappet out of the American Pharaoh mare. She's American made. This is actually a horse whose family includes Life is Good. You also got Tappy Feet, Diamondrella. It's again one of these pedigrees that is very, very valuable as a brood mare, let alone for whatever she might do at the racetrack.
We're at the point of the sale where, you know, I'm just like, wow, pretty horse.
Yeah.
I like it.
It's literally, it's going to be only the people bidding and us here in the next 10 minutes.
The last one's holding it down.
How are these lights still working?
I don't know. I was actually
Like, how have they not burned out? This has been a marathon. We're on hour 8 right now, and it's been some of the most fun I've ever had in my life at any event.
I honestly have to say, and maybe
This
it's
is
just
a blast.
because it's just a pedigree-centric type show, but this has been, I've done a lot of shows with you over the years. This experience has been my favorite.
Yeah.
This is Ren's Super Bowl right here.
This show was made for you.
I love it.
And this show is great for Dan because he's
I'm
not
learning.
betting on anything. This is the only
They
show
should-
that
they
he's
should-
not losing money.
No, I'm just losing my mind when looking at the Mets
if
score.
they're listening, I think that maybe they should have us back for, November sale and all the big horses out of the Breeders' Cup.
I think we should sign a 10-year contract.
We're not waiting.
Boyd Browning.
Yeah. No, we should. We're
Lock in. No,
Look,
Fasig
based
have
on-
been fabulous
Yes.
hosts. I mean, they put us in this prime location. We're the last ones to see these horses before they go into the sales ring. We're the first one to see them when they come out with their new price stamped on them.
Yeah.
It's just an insane atmosphere and very cool. And lucky to be here and get to cover it since, we are not sales experts. We don't all purport to be. But there is one person on the America's Best Racing team who is actually a sales expert and knows, what the insights in and out of the sales, actually buying things. Here to report back with what she has seen out on the grounds tonight. We've got Isabella Leslie, who does all things social media for America's Best Racing, in addition to other hats she wears, camel jockey too. So Isabella, tell us, how have you found night 2 of this sale?
I think it's just as strong, if not stronger, tonight. This filly in the ring right now, I think, is going to get us close to $1 million, if not over it once again. But yeah, it's high market, good money, good trade.
It's way more insane than last night, right? In total.
Yeah.
I think I haven't done the math of everything, but
Feels that way.
definitely much.
And to what Isabella is
higher
saying, I mean, this is a daughter of Tappet out of a Mission Impassable mare. She's delightful. It's the family Wonder Godot, who was a 2-time champion filly and Canadian Horse of the Year. So she went for some good money.
We're gonna want to get more analysis from Isabella. Before we do, though, Alexa is standing by with another guest. It's gonna be hard to top the Dave Portnoy, Bob Baffert, Amr Zidane 3-way interview, but who do you got?
I don't know, Dan. This is a special one. I got Joe Nevels here, Pollock Report Bloodstock editor, who has literally been running around the last day and a half getting the scoop on all of the big stories. So, Joe, tell us a little bit about how it's been.
This has been 2 nights of getting my steps in. Just so many $1 million horses. At last count, I've got 21. I have never seen trade like this at the Fasig-Tipton Saratoga Sale. Usually, couple $2, $3, $4 million horses. That's a good day at the office. 21. I mean, I'd have to go back and see how we did in the 80s when things were really crazy, but this is the first time I've seen something that even sniffs at.
Were you here reporting in the 80s?
I was not alive for most of you.
I was going to say, you look really young to be...
Well, when I was your age.
Okay, what's your favorite story of the week?
So my favorite story of the week is one that I worked on yesterday, talking to the showman of Warrendale Sales. They had 3 horses sell for $1 million yesterday, and just talking about their tales of horsemanship and how they came to America. One of them had never handled a horse before they came to America, and now he's handling a $1 million horse. It's just, people can come from anywhere, learn horsemanship, and have a really good job in this field, so it's really cool to see. Today, obviously, the big buzz horse was the half-sibling to journalism, daughter of Indian Mischief. She is she finished under her reserve for, I believe, $3.9 million. She's going home to Don Alberto Farm. They're going to make her a racehorse. She's going to hopefully fill the gap in the broodmare band that her late mother left.
Wow, that's awesome. Thanks for giving us the inside scoop there. We knew she RNA, but we didn't know exactly where she was going, so that's awesome. You do an incredible job of telling authentic stories in racing, so are there any stories you're excited to write coming out of it?
Ooh, boy, it's just going to be a lot of examining the $1 million horses and why this worked so much. Like why this year in particular things went this crazy. I'm very interested to talk to people and see if there's some sort of economic reasons, market reasons, if they just had better drinks at the bar this year.
Well, we know the Netflix special Race for the Crown at least is responsible for one of those $1 million horses. Do you think we're having a resurgence in horse racing?
I mean, I'm going to have to look over the buyer lines to see how many new people it is versus the same customers, but I mean, the numbers don't lie on this. At least in this segment, this is pretty good.
Well, I hope that's the case because we all love horse racing. We want it to be around forever. So thank you so much for taking this time with us, giving us some inside scoop, and we'll look forward to seeing all your articles come out in the next couple of weeks.
My pleasure. MullockReport.com. That's where you'll find it.
Thanks, Dan.
Thanks, guys. Nice job.
Sip.
I have a question. I think I know the answer to this. Maybe Isabella will be best to answer this, but I don't know. Maybe you all know the answer and I don't. Somebody put in the chat, is there any way to know what the actual price was for that horse that RNA'd? That's not going to be made public, right?
The live bid, no, not unless you're really in there seeing what's going on. I'm sure you could ask around, but no, it's not something that's publicly published.
Okay. Does anyone have a guess? Like if the horse didn't sell for $3.9, like what do we think the reserve was?
The reserve was definitely 3.9.
Oh.
But so we don't know what it was live beforehand. So the auctioneers, when there's a reserve, the auctioneers keep it going until it gets to that point. That's why sometimes if you notice they actually stop.
Oh, I see what you're saying.
And
so
start talking, and
that's
normally a sign that something's going on.
So they were waiting for it to go over that. So I think that's what the question was. So what was the amount of money they actually wanted? That was the question.
3.9.
3.9.
Yeah.
Very good. Okay, so that actually.
Oh, it'd be above 3.9. She would have sold.
Wow. Okay. And do we know where? Like, does anyone know where it stopped in there roughly before it got to 3.9? Okay.
I mean, I it was surprising. I mean.
Yeah.
The pedigree's there, so then you start questioning yourself because I said before, I don't know. I mean, we said adjusting that colt go through. It's just hard. You have a page, and then you've got people are looking. It's a very frantic type situation when you hear these bids going so quick. I mean, she opened at 250, so obviously they wanted it to go as high and as fast as they could.
And there's so much unknown too. It's more than a pedigree. It's confirmation.
Yep.
It's vetting. There very well could have been something. Any horse here, if you think it's not selling for what it should, there's probably something going on that you don't know. But
And
I do
it's not
know
for us to
she's going back
speculate.
to Don Alberto, and then he said if he keeps her, then she'll go to Michael McCarthy for training.
Okay. So that is the same trainer of journalism, for those that are not aware, a horse that we're going to be seeing later this year.
Do you guys want to buy this one for me? This one was born on my birthday.
Oh.
And she's by Flightline. She's an Into Mischief mare named Slam Dunk.
This is the last flight line, isn't it?
I believe
last
so.
flight line of the sale.
Final
I mean, I don't know how far the company card will go, and I know I'm not a full-time employee.
If you put a decimal point after the 4 and remove all the zeros, maybe.
I'm just hoping for dinner at this point.
Oh yeah, we'll get you that.
So Isabella, what's your take on how the Flightline yearlings have sold so far? I know that there was big expectations.
Yeah, I think they're living up to it. You know, we're seeing this one right here is a perfect example. The ones I've seen are good-looking horses. They've got his scope and his build, so I think big things to come for them.
Did you not again? This is just me, and I've clearly about my questions. I've made it clear I'm almost a novice when it comes to the sales. I kind of had in my mind this thought, well, surely one of the flight lines is going to be a sales stopper. There's going to be a $5 million flight line. Was that an absurd expectation?
It just depends on what mares are in the sale that have been bred to him. A lot of these big price horses we're seeing have big pedigrees, especially on the dam side. So that tends to build it even higher the price, more so than, if it's just a big sire.
Right.
And it's also tough with a freshman sire, right? You hope really big things. You hope that you're getting in on, a horse that's going to be outstanding. But it's kind of tough until they're proven, right? Which is why an Into Mischief that has established himself in the market, produces runners, performs so well.
Exactly. You don't really know anything until the 2-year-old year. So you'll see the prices kind of fluctuate, and then the 2-year-old year is pretty much the deciding factor of if the stallion's fee is going to raise or if it's going to drop.
And a really good example, too, was Not This Time, who we talked about and when we had Mark Taylor on the show. Just one that started off at a bargain price. And
this is one of the horses you were excited to watch.
Oh, here we go.
Life is good at a Smart Shopping by Smart Strike. This is the half to Seize the Gray. Family also includes Power Broker.
And we mentioned Seize the Gray. Obviously went through this sale. One of the last 3 Preakness winners actually go through the sale. So last 3 Preakness winners through this sale. And that's a half to Seize the Gray, last year's Preakness winner.
And important to note that this is a filly, so again, you get the residual value of if she is not a rock star on the track, she has a sibling that won a Triple Crown race, so that bodes pretty well.
Money. You can't really.
Do you think it's $850,000 or more worth of built-in money?
This has got to be $1 million horse plus, right? $1.5 million.
Think about it. Seize the Gray himself won just shy of $2.5 million. The Preakness, the Penn Derby, the Pat Day Mile. Again, he got Power Broker in there. He was really good at 2. He also, won the front runner. He later went on to win the Indiana Derby. So it's a very, very nice pedigree. You got Miss Shop in there. She's a millionaire.
And again, we're up over the $1 million mark. I've completely lost count. Did Joe Neville's mention how many had gone for $1 million and up? Did he say 20? Did
he? I don't know.
I'd have to go back and look.
I would believe it.
Can we get Boyd for last minute? Tell me what happened.
Is he around?
I don't know. He does these recaps for Fasig-Tipton itself, social, when it's all
at the end of the
done
night.
and dusted.
Yeah.
But I don't know. It'd be cool to get him to sort of put the bow on top.
Honestly, the real hero tonight, we've covered this, the guy working the wood fire grill.
Oh my gosh.
I mean, that is incredible work in this heat.
It's unreal.
There's pizza. What we did see earlier is Dave Portnoy doing a pizza review. It's kind of one of the things he's famous
ask
for.
Alexa what he ended up scoring it.
Alexa,
we've got to check out his platforms, I guess, to find out.
Yeah.
That was one of my favorite moments.
I was really, look at this. I was so excited about Hip 210.
You put a heart on it.
I put a heart, but he scratched from the sale. It's a Cyberknife colt from the family of Easy Goers. I was so excited, and no, out.
My favorite part is when I told Alexis, okay, last question. Ask him how we rated the pizza. And she goes, all right, last question. And then she asked him a completely different question.
She said Miss Peaches met Torpedo Anna. Which that was probably
that could be a better question.
My biggest
Her
moment
question
of
was better than mine.
Saratoga.
It was a better question, let's be honest.
My biggest moment of Saratoga was seeing Miss Peaches, getting to meet her in real life. Oh
So
my gosh.
jealous.
She's such a happy little gal. And seeing her around the Grizzly, Torpedo Anna, it's just wholesome.
And you met Pete as well.
Yeah.
You can't leave Pete
Pete
out.
the Beagle. But those are horse racing's newest influencers, you guys. They're dogs. Mom, I know that you have an Instagram account for one of our dogs, so you've got to check out what Famous Miss Peaches is doing. Quality content over there, guys.
Speaking of checking out, I think your computer's checked out after 8 hours of live streaming.
Yeah, no, the Wi-Fi, it's like, I'm over it.
Oh, there you go. It's alive. It's back.
Well, in the ring right now, son of Uncle Mo out of the Speightstown mare Sasuda. Family of Girl Daddy, who won the Pocahontas, was third in the Breeders' Cup Juvenile Fillies. You've also got some other black type in there, like New Century, and some other notable names. But very nice colts in here. It's very sad that we lost Uncle Mo. So these are limited editions at this point.
It's just me. Has Ren been a little emo tonight? Just a little, just a touch emo. Like, I mean, she made three guests
She's in her
cry.
feels.
I didn't make any.
She's in her
Who did
feels.
I make cry?
You made Claire cry.
No, I didn't make Claire cry.
You made Claire
Rachel
cry.
asked the question. Well,
no.
It was me? I made her cry? I didn't mean to.
And then
I can't remember who it was.
It was horse who died. You've been like harping on.
Okay,
like
do you
the
want a
horse-
girly fun thing? Like, this colt is probably gray because his grandmother, Cara Marie, is by Unbridled Song. And something that some people probably don't realize is for a horse to be gray, one of the parents has to be gray. So in this case, Cara Marie is by Unbridled Song. He was gray, she was probably gray, and then the dam, it had to be gray because Uncle Mo was bay.
Ren's like, and then, there's a really gray horse who was 35 who passed away recently. It was really, it was tough. It was unexpected.
Emo. I was way more hardcore than emo.
There was a nice breeze in the field,
Come on.
and, she just laid down.
What's that awful song, Parade, whatever.
What song, Chris? What's that?
The emo group. I can't even think of them right now.
The emo group?
Yeah, that was their big song. The something Parade. I don't know.
Are we talking about Rage Against the Machine?
No, Rage was like, no. This was
you're
like
a Rage fan, aren't you?
Well, I mean, I've been in the mosh pit, but
My Chemical Romance?
yes, that's it. My Chemical Romance. I mean, come on. I don't need
All right, Alex, you need to
I don't need these guys all crying about their girlfriends breaking up with them.
Alexa just came over to fight me for that comment about the last question. All right.
I can give you the hard info here. Another Uncle Mo, this one out of Southern Ring by Speightstown. Southern Ring, she was good. Up in Canada, won the Ontario Fashion, the Whimsical. And then she's been a stakes place producer. So this is full rather, to Lady Wears the Ring, who was third in the Ontario Colleen. And you also got a lot of big names beyond that. Catch the Ring, Catch the Thrill, Curlin's Catch, Seeking the Ring. Lots of nice horses there.
So, Isabella, you're going to be buying some horses in September. What does a sale running like this kind of set up the rest of the yearling sale season to be? What are you expecting?
It's showing that it's a strong market, but this sale is always one that you expect to be a bit stronger than others because it's a select sale and better pedigrees. They select really top of the line pedigrees. That's the target. So it's kind of a boutique sale. Whereas September we have almost 4,000 horses going through the sale, and don't get me wrong, you still have top of the line pedigrees and different types of horses going into it, but there's a much larger selection. So people aren't filling. They're trying to fill their tabs of what people have asked them to buy, what their clients are looking for, but they have a larger selection, whereas here it's a bit more confined and, you don't have as many options.
That's true. And that's what kind of every single person across the board has said, that it's just hard to get your foot in the door in one horse that you love, a ton of other people love. Perfect example, Dave Portnoy and his grays and having to go to bat for those. It's tough. Dan.
Who's joined the chat?
Who we got? Oh, we've got my mom. Love you, Mom. Thank you for showing up, showing out. I've got to say, I'm entering a point of delirium. You also hear auctioneer echoing through your brain for so long. I'm going to hear this in my dreams.
It's comforting. It's kind of like when you've been on a plane for a long time and the rumble. Suffering.
The sound of turbulence, soothing.
It's kind of cool. This one in the ring right now, first crop representative of Epicenter, who is himself a son of Not This Time, so carrying that line on through. And then out of Spanx Legacy by Animal Kingdom.
Spanx Legacy?
That's the name of the mama. Spanx Legacy, sister to Delta's Kingdom.
The other thing Isabel has contributed to our team tonight and this weekend is that she put in an order for us using the credit card of our distinguished Vice President, Greg Charcudian. What is the status of this food order?
It should be in right now, but I do have to go and pay for it. So.
All right, Greg's
got
waving the card.
for me.
Greg is waving the card. All right, so this is important business. You've got to go.
I gotta go.
All right, thank you, Isabella.
Thank you.
All right, so the good news is we're gonna be eating soon, which is great.
Oh
thank
man,
you.
I can't wait.
Felicia's been a great cheerleader for us. We appreciate Felicia.
Oh, Felicia. We would never tell you bye, Felicia. If I'm looking back, so again, we've got still
10 hips.
We're going up to 222. But as a quick recap, top priced horse of the sale, which I don't think is going to be surpassed the rest of the night, was $3 million purchase bought by John Stewart.
It was Resolute.
Resolute Racing. And
you don't listen to anything I tell you. You just think I sit here to make people cry.
And that was a colt by Into Mischief. As we mentioned, Into Mischief, he's just basically real good dad. You know, his kids are going out there, they're winning things, they're winning important things. So it's great to see. So we've got a $3 million horse, 2.9 million, 2.7 million, 2.6, 2.6, 1.8, 1.6, 1.475, 1.4, 1.4, 1.4, 1.3, 1.25, 1.1, 1.1. Yes, I'm going to keep going, and I should do this in more of an auctioneer voice. 1 million, 1 million, 1 million, 1 million, 1 million, 1 million, 950. Okay, so...
Do you want to close out the sale for him?
Was anybody counting how many $1 million horses I said?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15,
hang on and add another one to the list.
17,
214.
18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23.
20.
This one already has a name, by the way, so put it in your stable mail. Good Match by Bolt Doro out of the Speightstown mare Spark. This one, I have to launch, was a stakes winner, but also the family includes Minarcos, who won the Kentucky Derby, the Florida Derby. You've also got Silver State in there, who won the Met Mile. Very nice pedigree.
What would you name a horse?
I've named horses, but I always name them stuff that, like, you know, the Aga Khan would think were, you know, was awesome. Like, I like Middle Eastern sounding names.
The
like
Mets
what?
stink.
Like the Mets
That's mine.
Like, I had a horse. He didn't have to be very good, but he was game. He won at least once. His name was Pyridazis, and I named him after the old messenger
I remember
system.
that one.
Yeah, because I'm a history buff. So I had written a book on the Second Greco-Persian War. So it's about...
As one does.
Yes, as one does. And so that's the whole Achaemenid Empire, ancient Persia, all that good stuff. And, you know, they had a basically early system of the Pony Express where they would deliver mail, right? And it was called the Pyridazis. So that's why I named it that, because you had to be fast and you had to have stamina.
Earlier this year, I was in Dubai with Ren, and that was...
Yalla Habibi.
Yalla Habibi.
I got to get in touch with my roots.
Man, that's a good question. What would I name a horse? That's hard. That's hard for me. I feel like it would have to be something kind of like an inside joke that I have with my family or with people that I know that I go in on the horse with. Dan, you?
I gave mine. The Mets stink. That's all I got. What do you
What about
got?
like Met Money?
No, Mets stink.
Met no money.
That's all.
I asked the question.
Yeah, I'm sure you got one. You don't have one?
Well, I also have named
You've
some
named
horses.
horses, yeah.
My favorite name was Etruscan Gold.
Ooh,
that's the first.
yes,
horse
that
I
was the
named.
Tampa horse, right?
No, she unfortunately got injured and did not make the track, so I'm not even go into that. But the Tampa horse.
Ren wants to hear more. Please elaborate.
Elaborate on this.
But and then I named a horse Bacante.
Okay, spicy.
Spicy. About drinking and the pleasures of the drinking gods.
Okay.
Yeah, so that's where that one came from.
You look really deep and thoughtful.
It was deep. I mean, naming a horse is a big deal. It's.
Yeah.
I mean, I can't imagine naming a human. Can you?
Oh,
like, oh
no,
my
that's
God!
way too
I've
big of
named a
decision.
human.
Yeah, you did. Ava. It's beautiful.
Ava's running around. Where is Ava? Ava's a future star. I don't know where she is.
Oh, Felicia with the Bye Felicia.
Oh, Bye Felicia would be a really good horse name. Is that? I feel like that is a horse name.
Is
Bye
it?
Felicia, but that would be perfect as your horse goes by.
It should be. I was gonna say
Well,
like.
there is a horse that ran the other day at one of the, I forget which track. Horse's name was Girl Bye.
Yeah, I love that.
That is a horse name that I used actually years ago on TikTok. I used to do this series. I probably should pick it up again, where it was kind of like featuring POV. Gen Z was in charge of naming racehorses, and one of them that was early in those videos, Girl Bye.
Is that the
So
one you just saw that you saw on?
Girl Bye.
Girl Bye.
Same.
What about Boy Bye?
Can't be more than two, but
I haven't seen that
Boy
one
bye.
Yeah, well, we
Boy Bye.
need to reserve it. Oh, you can reserve names.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, for $100 or something. You can go on there
$100
and you
a
reserve
year.
that name.
I thought it was 75. I guess inflation is like made it 100. No.
Okay, hang on. No, I do
No,
have my
inflation's down,
list.
so
I do
maybe-
have.
She has
maybe
an
we got back down to
entire
75.
horse names list. You're holding out on us.
So these are not names that I have come up with originally. These are names that I have collected over time. This is just the one on my phone. I do have one in a Google document that I actually reference for the horse names TikToks, but this is just kind of where if I'm at the track and I see something. There is a horse that is named Skibbity Riz, which
Oh my gosh.
is something I feel like Ava is way too respectful of a Gen Alpha child to be saying
Yeah,
this.
she can't be slapping.
But
She
trust,
can't be smack talking to her Gen X
there,
mom.
there are parents at home with like their 10-year-olds running around, and these kids just keep saying "Skibbity Riz." I couldn't tell you what it means.
What performance are we witnessing
I
here,
don't
by
know.
the way?
Ava
Ren's
and
daughter is
Amira.
literally off
I-
camera dancing with another young girl.
Yeah, she's a daughter of
Honestly,
a
that's
trainer.
How you gotta, kill the time as a child out at the sale.
Oh, I will say this. So somebody posted to our stream and they said, could you please let the eventual owners of any of these gorgeous Flightline colts or fillies know about my name suggestions for those special horses, which are the following: Stormy Bayou, Flight of Honor, Flight of Freedom, Heavenly Flight, Takeoff. And I
That's
think there was
great.
one more.
Well, I think
I
you
like
just
Flight
let
of
them know.
Honor.
Leap of Faith, and that is from
Oh.
Tiger 808.
Tiger 808, rockin'.
Wait, are you getting separate comments than we're getting in the chat? How are you getting comments that we're not seeing in the chat?
People are
isolate
DMing Ren, being like, hey, talk about this.
Talk about
What's
this,
a
Ren.
1X? What's a 16D?
What's that? There's
Drop
like,
in the comments what your name
I don't
would
know.
be.
It just sounds like bra sizes to me at this point.
I feel like Matt Carothers. We should bother Matt. He's been sitting here the whole night, like MVP babysitting.
Real quick. Where is he? Oh, yeah,
He's right here.
He's doing a great job.
He can come over my shoulder.
We do have a note from Greg. Can I attribute this to you, Greg, or you don't want me to attribute this to you?
All right, this wasn't from Greg.
This was from my friend Grog.
Pre-cork.
The New York Times, he said, used to call the Thoroughbred Times. His former, not Greg's former employer, to get the numbers from these sales to see what the wealthy people in society were doing, and they used those numbers as an indicator for like kind of how things were going.
Oh, it's a huge economic indicator. I mean, if you look at these sales in, post 2008, it was devastating. Essentially the horse market crashed in the same way that the real estate market crashed, because this is not an essential item. You know,
Right.
this is a non-essential thing to keep the lights on.
Greg just, or not Greg said, they're basically toys, right, for a lot of people, but they're very fancy toys.
It's your sports team, yeah.
That become part of your family and become a big part of your life.
More
and,
like race cars than toys.
You like the sound of race cars better than toys?
Yeah.
Are race cars not toys?
Lightning McQueen, that's a good horse name.
We are in the last handful. That is a good one. We're in the last handful of horses here of this sale. This has been the Saratoga Fasig-Tipton sale for 2025. It's been incredible. I think highlights for me, I mean, your interviews the past couple of nights, got to give credit to Alex Probst, who was getting in there with you.
Yes, Alex.
And he caught the confrontation of the century, I think.
Honestly, that was great timing.
Oh my God!
No, that
it
was
spectacular.
perfect.
Yeah.
That was perfect. If you guys did not see that in live time,
rewind.
That obviously was a big,
We'll have to clip it.
a big highlight. Yeah, seeing the hand of somebody reaching in and grabbing Dave Portnoy, and again immediately thinking, oh, what fan is grabbing him? You know, what kid? And then pan to Bob Baffert, who had just outbid him on a horse for over $2.8 million.
So they were they did essentially come over to flex, maybe politely, but they were like, by the way, we got your horse.
Yeah, no, and there it is. Yeah, the by Gun Runner, $2.9 million.
So Bob
Sedan
said,
Racing, same people that owned American Pharaoh. For those of you that are familiar with that horse, that is who outbid Dave Portnoy.
No. I mean, Bob, yes, but no, American Fair. No. This is not those the ownership's not that connection.
Okay.
You're thinking Zayat.
Yeah. No. Okay. Thank you, Ren.
No worries.
So Bob said, well, we didn't know it was him. Do we really think that he didn't know it was him, that he was bidding against Dave? Or do we think
Do we think that Dave was a discreet bidder?
I don't know. I don't ask him how he bid.
Yeah,
I don't think
He brings Miss
Peaches
Peaches in, and she puts her little paw in the air.
Adorable.
Could it be like a, hey, you? You're like a Jersey
Is that
bump?
how you would bid?
That is how I like.
You Jersey pump?
No, I bid like, honey, I'm letting you know I'm bidding. It's happening. You will not outbid me. I make people think that I'm so in their face about it that I just must have like stupid money.
I do a subtle nod. I'm like, yeah. I'm like, let's go. The first one, I do a hand so they see me, and then I'm just no.
You got to establish the connection.
Do you do like how do you keep off?
You just stop
I just
nodding.
stop bidding.
No.
I
shake.
sometimes will be like,
Stop. Just stop.
Yeah.
It's over.
And it's over.
But just to put the exclamation point, though, on that horse for $2.9 million by Gun Runner and a half to Mahima, who, I mean, that horse, when she's...
A half to
Mahima,
who?
you know, the Brad Cox horse, Mahima.
Oh, yeah.
Who was like
yeah. I bet that horse a lot.
Yeah, and so you've also got Pure Clan in there, who was just shy of $2 million. She's the second dam, which would be the grandmother. I mean, the dam herself, Princess Carolina by Tappet, she was a stakes winner. I'm reading that.
What number?
The current horse in the ring right now is
218.
Hip 218. This is an Into Mischief Colt at a Stellar Sound by Tappet.
Are we going to million?
This is the third dam here. That's the great grandmother. Is Versailles Treaty by Danzig. Okay, I mean she was good. She won over 1.2 million, almost 1.3. Wins include the Alabama, the Ruffian, the Test, the Gazelle.
It looks like we're going to $1 million.
Yeah, we got General Assembly in there. He was awesome. Gold
Over
Fever's in there. Boisterous. Really good pedigree. And the mom herself was great at stakes plays.
My gosh,
should we have
another
the
one.
stream?
Yeah, let's listen to the sound.
$2,350,000 now. $3,300,000 out of the $300,000 out of the $3,300,000 to $4. $3 now $4. $3,350,000 on behalf of $4. $400,000 out of $400,000 out of the $4. $3.5 $4. $4.5 now $5. $500,000 out of $600,000. $600,000 out of the $600,000 out of the $2,600,000. Are you through? What's that? $2,550,000. $2,600,000. $2,600,000. $2,500,000. $2,600,000. $2,500,000. $2,600,000 out of $2,600,000 out of the now have $2,650,000 out of the now $2,650,000 out of and now $7,700,000 out of the $2,700,000 out of the day. What do we have out on the way?
I spoke too soon. A horseman might break the $3 million mold. All right, this is the new sales chopper. If it goes up over $3 million. Yep, all right, official, new sales chopper.
Well, check the hip on him. Like, and I don't mean the hip number, right? It's like actual physical hip.
He looks hip.
Now $7,700,000 out of the way.
Are we going to get to $4 million?
If this exceeds over $4 million, the all-time record set in sales, $4 million is the most expensive horse ever sold at this specific auction.
$4,100,000 in the back of Woodrow. Thank you.
Please hold your applause. Hold your applause. So the colt is out of the ring.
Well, we just witnessed history.
Yep,
The
quiet,
previous
everybody. We got to be quiet when you exit the
sale
ring. He's going to be coming right through
at
here.
Fasig-Tipton was $4 million.
We
at
need golf
2023.
voices right now. Golf.
This is now the highest sale
All right,
in
thank
the
you all.
history of the Fasig-Tipton Saratoga Sale.
Do we still have the Rover Cam alive and well?
That's how you.
Alex.
So we're
Tip number 219 is next.
Oh, there he
219 consigned by TaylorMade Sales Agency agent of a colt by Uncle Mo. Out of Still
Obviously
There
a big,
by
beautiful
Union
physical.
Webb.
Obviously a
By the
second
champion
initiative.
Uncle Mo.
You've
7
got
stakes
so
winners
much
for
great
5
class
rated
in
stakes
that
winners
pedigree.
on
Again, the
the
great-grandmother there is Versailles Treaty. Daughter Danzig went over almost 1.3 million. Those wins include the Alabama, the Ruffian, the Test, the Gazelle. She went on to be a solid producer. She produced George Vancouver, who won the Breeders' Cup Juvenile Turf, and was, good overseas on turf also. But she also additionally produced Sarlin, and Sarlin won the Remsen. It was second in the Met Mile. The family further includes Gold Fever. You got Boisterous in there. General Assembly. He was a really good racehorse, Grade 1 winner. So there's a lot of that class, and when you pair that with the physical, and you're into Mischief son, who again he's having, as I said to Ned Toffee, I keep wanting now to say Ted Noffee. Yesterday, it's just yet another banner year for Into Mischief. It's, Sovereignty winning the Kentucky Derby and then going on to...
And another $1 million horse.
Yeah,
Another
the
$1 million
Belmont, the Jim Dandy, and here we go. Hip 219.
And again, this isn't Uncle
this is one of
Mo.
my checkmark horses, by the way.
I wonder if we got a thing where it's like sort of the end, you want to leave with something and you don't care what it costs, or you're just kind of
You're like,
going
I've got
nuts.
this leftover, leftover money. And for those of you that clocked Ren saying Versailles, that is a Kentucky thing.
Yeah,
the Treaty of Versailles
Treaty,
was
the Treaty
a very,
of Versailles. I know, I've been saying it that way, Versailles Treaty, because I've been living near Versailles. It's Versailles Treaty.
I never forget the first time that I moved here and said, "Oh, I'm going out to Versailles, Kentucky," and I was looked at like I had a third eye.
Oh,
by
it's so
they
funny.
Say, it's Versailles.
Oh, it was.
It's Versailles. Get it right. Have some culture.
No, I know.
Northern swine.
I know, but that's the thing. Like, even the little router, she tells you you're going to Versailles, and then or you could go to Paris,
She
Kentucky.
does say Versailles.
You can go to Paris, Kentucky.
Man,
By the way, I just like to say, I mean, I literally, I showed Rachel a text. I haven't spoken to my wife in 2 days because we're live when my wife actually is not working. So she just went to bed. So
She went to bed?
oh
my
I'll
gosh.
talk to you tomorrow. Not that
sorry,
you're gonna see
Marty.
this, but
Aw.
it's sad.
Sorry,
Well,
Dan.
Bye.
Just to also though.
Love you.
Bye, Felicia.
Night.
Marty, we love you, and you're missing the history lesson, of course. But like, I mean, obviously we know that's what ended the treaty that ended World War I. But
Yeah.
I still want to call it Versailles Treaty.
We have a horse in there for 1.8, and now we should actually kick it back to the ring.
We should. This is a check mark horse.
I can confirm. I see a check mark.
This is a tailor-made consigned bull by Uncle Mo. And there.
$1,800,000
Full
in the
brother
back. Patrick,
to
thank you.
Rothschild, who was second in the Cecil B. DeMille.
Thank you both. Hip number 220 is next.
Oh, man.
220 consigned by Indian Creek as agent, a dark layer brown filly by Max Field out of Stormy P. I Cherokee Run.
Some water.
First crop,
Okay.
full winners already for the multiple break.
I have an iron bladder because I hate public restrooms. Everybody who knows me knows me. Like, we've been over this. Like, I've trained myself to basically be like a camel.
Isabella, you heard?
And it makes her hump bigger
No,
when
you
she
can't ride
holds
me, though.
water.
That's it. We are about to go off the rails, folks. We were there.
We're not going there.
No. I'm absolutely.
Yeah.
Oh, you want more? Okay.
Yeah, how about some analysis?
Let it rip.
Maxfield has been knocking it out of the park. I mean, this is another. This is actually a daughter of Maxfield, rather. We've had his first crop start debuting here in 2025, so this is a representative of the second crop. I've always been a big fan of Maxfield, not only because of his pedigree, which is beautiful, and he himself is a 1X family member, which I love.
Not a double D.
Yeah, yeah. But also what people like to see, and we talked about this a lot over the past 2 days, about how what people like to see with first-year stallions, and again, this is his second crop here, but they really want to see, okay, does the stallion pass himself on? Is he prepotent in that way, where the horses, his babies, look like him, or do they take after the moms? And by and large, his babies look like him.
There you have it. You know, I noticed I was looking at a lot of the flight lines in the mornings before the show, and I really thought a lot of them were stamped, you know, with that star.
Yeah, you know, a lot of them they might have different coloring and whatnot. I feel like there's a lot of similar body type. There's some that don't. But with Maxfield, I mean, you just look at this filly, and also it's pretty cool because this filly in the pedigree has a Kentucky Oaks winner, and believe you can. So that's also another incentive for her.
Oh, wow. You guys, this is the penultimate horse to go through this sale.
Yes. Now, Corniche, this is a first crop representative of Corniche. Corniche himself won the Breeders' Cup Juvenile, was, of course, champion 2-year-old of that year. He himself also a 1X family member, Corniche. And he's a son of Quality Road, so hopefully he can carry on his sire's own ability to pass the good genes to his get. And this one is out of an old-fashioned mare named Story Untold, who's already produced a stakes winner in Arabella Rockstar, who won the Grade 3 Matron.
Wow.
Oh, family favorite horse, or not family favorite, but like a fan favorite horse, rather, as well, in this pedigree. Y'all remember Not a Cat But a Llama?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, in the pedigree here.
That was another horse that made my names series on TikTok. Not a Capital Llama. Yeah, that was an OG, probably in a 2022 edition of one of those videos. You guys, I can't believe it. Only one more horse to go.
I know.
Ren, what are your parting thoughts? I know that your energy level was really, really high going into all of this. How are you feeling
I'm
now?
feeling really good about these babies, and I love to see where they've, to whom they've sold, because then you kind of get an idea of when. You can never gauge for sure where they're going to debut and when, but you get an idea of the program that's behind them and backing them up, and knowing that they're going to get every chance to show the quality that's been on the page on track. So that's fun. And like I do urge horse players. I mean, if you think that, oh, these are sales, I don't buy horses, I don't sell horses, no, watch these sales. I know, again, it's obvious when you see the past performances and the entries come out and you can see, oh, all right, this horse sold for, 7 figures, whatever. But it does behoove you to really look at these pedigrees, because more often than not now, you're going to find multiple horses in a race that have big prices. So come back. You can always access, if you go to Fasig-Tipton.com, you can always go through the catalog archives and you can look at these horses' pedigrees again. You can, in some cases, pick up the old sales footage.
Let's take this up full sound. We will be silent for this last one so that you can
Golden
enjoy
Pal,
it.
another one ex-representative.
Okay, you'll have to explain it after the fact because we're letting people listen to this.
Well, Eyes Light Down. First crop for the 7-time graded stakes winning son of a Golden Pal. This out of a 2-time winning. Fights down there stylishly. From the immediate family, the multiple grade 2 winning Always a Princess, and the multiple grade 1 winning Gabby's Golden Gal. The filly of the ring has a 2-year-old half-sibling named Black Sky Optional, a $500,000 Saratoga Sale graduate of last year, nearing a debut in California.
And with that,
we're dragging Romero over here.
Saratoga-Tipton phase. Saratoga-Tipton. I can't even
Saratoga
speak.
Select.
I can't even speak anymore. The Saratoga Select Fasig-Tipton sale.
Tell us what your
Romero.
Romero, what was your favorite part of this week?
Are we going to introduce this guy?
Ramiro.
Does he need an introduction?
Ramiro Restrepo,
You could kind of hunch down a little bit.
owner of
Mage.
Kentucky Derby winner Mage, past, featured star of ABR Wired videos. We were with him when he won the Kentucky Derby. Ramiro,
how are you guys?
How you feeling going out of these 2 days? Did you buy anything? What'd you think of the vibes? Give us the download.
Well, I worked for Fasig-Tipton for 10 years, but I did, move on this past November. Pretty lucky that a lot of the things with my agency, Marquee Bloodstock, is doing really well, and we've done business like in a dozen countries, and just kind of had to graduate a little bit and move forward with my Bloodstock work. So love Fasig-Tipton. They're still my brothers, but Mage and some other really nice things happened, and you kind of go on. But it's been a pretty amazing week. The guys at Fasig-Tipton and the relationship that they have with the breeders in Kentucky, it kind of shows the type of pedigrees and physicals that were brought here were quite evident in the results, guys. And for all the challenges that go into politics and lawmaking, which I really won't touch on too much, the 100% depreciation on yearling purchases, you'd be amiss not to mention that when you're looking at the sales results, you know? When you apply that kind of tax break for these kind of purchases, you'll see why maybe people would feel a little stronger to make a bid or two or three,
Yeah.
you know, further.
And that's really good insight to have that, you know, the general populace watching might not know. Have you ever seen a sale like this before? This quantity of horses going for $1 million and up?
I mean, you'd have to go definitely pre-2008 and even those heyday years of the 80s and 90s. It's just like, it just seemed, I looked at one point and the average was at, you know, high 600,000s, and it was just, you know, very intense to watch. Everybody has their own buying styles and they look for different things, so I can't really comment on all the other teams and what they're looking at. We bought a gun runner filly, hip
Nice.
168 out of a Tappet mare, my Miss Tappet, who was graded stakes place in the Princess Rooney, and the second dam as well, a graded stakes horse. So for ourselves, when you see a gun runner filly that looks so much like gun runner, carried herself in the same movement and attitude like her daddy, and you see that female family, you can always say to yourself, well, you have a potential addition to your Brunemare band down the line. So for ourselves, we're thinking of the future, not just on the track, but potentially off the track. So when you stretch to 1.1, that really wasn't our initial plan, you know.
What was your initial budget?
You know, we wanted to go high six figures, but you know, we missed out on a couple others, and some high-profile connections outbid us on those. And we kind of make a couple phone calls before the filly went into the ring to kind of strengthen the group. And I just was getting WhatsApp text, go, go, go. So
he went. We
went.
Since you paid a little extra, I've got a couple of trading cards, Jenna Antonucci and Lacey Gaudet for you.
Oh, wow, look at
so
that.
Now you're even, basically. I hope you feel good about that.
Hey, those could be worth
I'll trade
some
them
money.
for one Thunder Dance. If you have one of yourself.
They
I'm
haven't
in.
printed yet. They're coming. They're coming. No, were you the 4.1 million? I mean, you know, like, was that the one you were expecting to be the sales topper?
Look, to be fair, I'm a one-man gang. I don't look at these books with multiple people, or use shortlisters to narrow down a list for myself. My philosophy is to buy more fillies at the yearling sales, and I look for colts at the 2-year-old sales. That's how I buy.
Okay.
So it narrows my book down to 100. So a lot of these colts that are going for a lot of money, you know, I could just wish everybody luck. And
You haven't even, you're just.
And you know, you look for them from afar, and you know the pedigrees, but I just don't have the bandwidth to look through 200 horses and try to make decisions. You have to filter these things out so that you can be fresh when you're looking at it, because after a certain amount of numbers, all these horses can start to look the same.
Oh, yeah. We had that experience sitting here watching them go and go. It's like, okay, and that's a horse, and that's a horse.
See, like, when you're looking at racehorses, you can spend X amount of time reading a manual, per se, and the things that stand out is something that anyone could eventually start to pick up, physically wise, whether it's, you know, the angles of their body frame and the potential athleticism that they're showing in their movement. But after that, it's proprietary to you as a purchaser. How do they carry themselves, their class, your sixth sense, your gut? And I think anybody at home that's watching this, and even you guys, in whatever you do in life, whether you're a doctor, an attorney, in finance, there comes to a point in time where you have to make a decision that's relying on your reflex, that's based on what you've learned in life. People will say that's your sixth sense, that's your gut feeling, and you have to make a call. And that's what happens to you as a buyer, whether you're the owner, whether you're the agent. It's like you have to trust your gut, and whatever you learn throughout your history in this business, you say, this is the one that I'm going to go maybe above and beyond what I initially thought, because my gut's telling me this is a special one. And if over a course of time, your horses are selling well when you're pinhooking, reselling, or they're running well on the racetrack, when it looks like your sixth sense is taking you places, and that's when you have to make those decisions.
It's already paying off. You've got the 2 trading cards in your hand, and
This
we'll
is
see.
huge. Coming over to say hi to you guys, and I got this.
And I know one guy you love is that guy right there, right?
Oh,
so,
man.
And the one thing he wants us to do more than anything is to end this show so we could actually eat dinner tonight.
Right.
So do you want to just express your love for him and then we'll sign off?
No, let me tell you, the magic that you made that day in the first Saturday in May 2023, amazing memory for myself and my family, and you really edited it beautiful. So thank you, brother.
That's Greg Charkoudian back there. Want to give love to our team. And Ramiro, if you need to get out of here.
No doubt. Take care. Have a good night.
Thank you for stopping by.
Signing off.
Yeah, seriously, huge
JD
props.
Mitchell, want to thank JD Mitchell. He's been out here for the past, like, you've seen us, like we're complaining about the 8 hours that we spent on this set the past two, not complaining, but we're like, you were yawning, we're tired, whatever. These guys have been out here for the past 48 hours in the sun, setting up, doing everything. JD Mitchell, Greg Charkoudian, Alex Prostman covering ton of ground here, running around with Alexa. Come on.
Isabella,
those
get back
who
here.
can come here, both of you come here. You can see Alex, you
get
never
in
see
here.
Alex.
Pile in.
Both of you,
Come on.
Somebody's got to end the show. Somebody's got to end the show.
Get over here. Say bye.
Isabella,
All right.
Alex.
Ava, get over here.
To everybody who joined us for the
Where's
first
Ava?
ever time
Ava, run
for a
this way.
sale
Behind here,
live
quick.
stream. Thank you to Fasig-Tipton. This has been so much fun to partner on and bring to hopefully a new audience.
What'd you say?
Good night, everyone. Bye.
On that note,
From all of us here,
good night, everyone.
to you guys,
We'll see you next time.
next time. Yeah, whenever that may be.
It's America's original sport, and no one covers it better than America'sBestRacing.net. From the sport to the lifestyle, the best races, horses, and destination venues, cocktails, gambling, fashion, and more. America'sBestRacing.net is a sport for you.